Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. We talk to people who have achieved, who are achieving, and who are making impact in society. My guest today is a gentleman who is an achiever, who is a public servant because he served not just in Nigeria, he served in the United States of America, and he has worked tirelessly to make an impact. Right now, he is a candidate in the run-up for the ticket of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State. I welcome Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. You're welcome. Yeah, let's say this straight away. Many people wonder, who is Mustafa? You just came out of the blue. According to them, just came out of the blue. Well, who is Olorunfemi Mustafa?
Olorunfemi Mustafa is a former public servant and former permanent secretary in the service of Lagos State government for 10 years. Prior to that, I served the city of New York for 7 years. I was in the United States for almost about 20-something years. I was born to the family of Alhaji Bushura Jadi Mustafa Olagunju of Elias Obadino Street 246 Obadino, and my mom is Alhaja Amdalat Atinoke Martins, a great grandchild of the Martins family, Baba Lacho, in Ologbo quarters of Lagos. Born November 8, 1964 at Mercy Children's Hospital. Proximity to the house at 64 Obadino Street. My great-grandfather was the first Olori Omokio of Lagos, and he did contested for the imamship of the Obadino Central Mosque. On my paternal grandmother's side, from the Mustafa Giwa in the Takwashi, Giwa Lalukurani. It's so funny. My paternal great-grandfather is Mustafa Olu, but everybody calls us Giwa Giwa. But Giwa is a title. Giwa from Mashalashi Lalukurani. I had my primary school education at Ansarudin Alakoro. Prior to that, I had my started my nursery schooling inside Kosoko, the palace of Oba Kosoko. I still remember, Akabiesi Amino. Yeah. He loves me dearly, so he wouldn't let anybody touch me, when I was a kid. So when my mother finished selling, because my mom was selling, had a shop at Ereko before we moved to Egerton. We started from Jankara, then from Jankara we came to Okiari. From Okiari we went to Egerton. From Egerton, we went to Ebutero. But the first market master is my uncle, Alhaji Musba Martins. Okay. So I have my family lineage strewn all over Lagos. Badagry, Epe, Ikorodu.
So we can start getting ready to call you Mr. Lagos.
Yes. My stepfather was Alhaji Abdulatif Seriki from Badagry, and Sherry Olofin, and Ishashi.
Okay, that's where there's the water works.
Yeah, the water works.
The Jakonde administration.
Yes.
So let me say this: you're obviously very grounded in your family history and all that. But growing up in Lagos, when you did, what was your experience like?
It was very nice, and when they say literally that it takes a village to raise a child.
To raise a child.
You know, because I look so much like my dad. So everybody, once they see me, you know, I'm a Bushra, I'm a Bushra, I'm a Bushra. You know, so if you commit a crime in campus, before you get home, there is no phone, and somebody will have reported you. You know, so you will get beaten in campus, and by the time you get home again, you will get beaten again. You know, and there was so much love. We eat 4 times a day. You know, we have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in the evening, and we were pampered. You know.
Talking about being pampered, you must have been a bit rascally too.
Oh, you joking? You know, I got into a lot of trouble. I remember when I was at Ibutero Nursery and Primary School, so they were late in coming to pick us up. And I took my cousin, Kubra at Martins, and I told her, just let's go. They're not coming to, there was a party going on at home. So they probably must have forgotten us. You know, so we trekked all the way from Ebutero to Obadino, which is from school, from back home. And they didn't touch her. So I was the one
They dealt with.
they dealt with.
Why?
Oh, they know.
Because you were notorious.
Yeah, they know I was a troublemaker. You know, my uncle, God bless his soul, Mr. Lasbat Martins, was the first father figure in my life. I missed him greatly. You know, if he were alive, he would be here.
When you were in the service of Lagos State government, one of the places you worked at was the Ministry of Science and Technology. And there were quite a few disruptive things that were done then.
Yes. I thank God for Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola for insisting on bringing me back, and Dr. Bafemi Kadri Hamzat was both were instrumental in my coming back. But incidentally, Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila was the one that was very, very persistent in trying to bring me back. He actually got me an SSA with Ashwaju. Ashwaju gave me a job without even seeing me. All he saw was my resume. But I told Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila then that I don't think it was time for me to come back home yet, because one of my uncles, Uncle Bolaji, you know, is still in the United States now. So he told me then that, Ahmed, it's not time for you to come back home yet. So when I eventually accepted to come back, they had issues with Oracle implementation. And I had just implemented, I was part of the team that implemented Oracle for the entire 99 City of New York agencies. In fact, we won an award, Best Collaborative App in 2005 from Mayor Bloomberg. And it was very innovative. You know, it was one of the largest Oracle installed. So my agency, Financial Information Service Agency, we were in charge of the HR, payroll, debt management system, city time, purchasing, and sourcing for the entire 99 City of New York agency. So it was big. So when BRF was told that there's this Lagosian, but we've tried to get him to come, but he won't come. So I heard that he just said, don't worry, I'll get him to come. You know, so he made a few calls. I think he got in touch with my uncle, Alaji Latif Okuno.
Yes.
And so they told him, don't worry, he will come. He told Sheila America, not it too. You know, so Alaja, you know, spoke to me, and I said, fine, okay, I'll come.
So that was how you took up the appointment.
Appointment as the director of Oracle, you know, working with Governor Ambody when he was the Accountant General.
Accountant General, yeah.
So when we came in, I told Governor Fashola, I said, your problem is not Oracle. Your problem, I took a look at the Lagos State IGR then. You know, it was growing, but the rate of growth was coming down. You know, I said, so we need to start putting things in place. So I came up with this plan to grow Lagos State IGR to 100 billion a month. And I said, it's doable. You know, so Governor Ambody had asked DFID then to come and do a study of the revenue and the systems, you know, that we could use to boost that revenue. And I said, so I was working on that plan. So one of the consultants just by chance came to speak with me. And I showed him what I was working on. So he went back to Ambody. I said, Governor Ambody, I said, it was a PS then, said, why did you bring me? This your boy that you brought from America, he's even done, you know, something more, you know, more elaborate.
So all of this you did as director of Oracle
Director
implementation.
of Oracle, and I was promoted to DG Financial System Management Bureau because I tried to explain to Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola then that we needed an entity that would be monitoring all the system that has to do with the revenue generation from land use charge, land services payment, IGR, that everything that has to do. So we need to find a way to harmonize that system. The thinking then was that we should make sure that all the system can be able to speak to one another. We make it easy for people to pay without necessarily going to the bank, using their credit card, debit card, and they can be able to effect payment to Lagos from anywhere in the world. So you can pay your land use charge from London. And some of the things that we wanted to do then was, when we look at land use charge, let's take land use charge for instance. So they had enumerated close to about 640,000 properties, and they were only paying on about 200 and something to 300 and something thousand were paying, and the run rate was about 8 billion then. So we, said, okay, we can use technology to deepen that. So we're able to use GIS and spatial technology, building on what has been done by Dr. Obafemi Hamzat and initial GIS implementation. So we were able to distill from that close to about 1.2 million properties that we identified, and grew the database to almost about 800,000. So it was a massive effort, and we were, the run rate was about 10 billion. So we use technology to be able to enhance that. And we believe seriously that land use charge alone, we can do 25 billion by the time we finish,
Per annum.
per annum, yes. So on the Oracle side as well, so we came up, the DPO 1 and 2, was very, very important then. That was the first time in the history of Sub-Saharan Africa that World Bank was giving direct budgetary support.
But it was essential that you did that.
You did that, so we needed to implement some segments of Oracle. So luckily for us, we had that. So it's not something that we needed to go and buy.
And you got World Bank.
Yes. So that has to do with digitizing the procurement process, to support, the procurement agency, so which was key as part of the transparency, along with the generation of financial statement, making sure we publish our financial statement, statutory audits, set up the audit commission. So I was part of that negotiating team. So we just took care of the element that has to do with GIS and also expanding the Oracle. So when we came in, I think it was about 5 or 6 modules that were working. So we expanded that to about 10, and we got everybody using the Oracle purchasing and procurement process, which was big.
So what would you say got you into wanting to do all of this? Because you were in America?
Yes, I had the opportunity. When I was in the US, I remember my wife, she would tell me, why don't you build a fintech hub so that we can make money? You're always so concerned about what can work in Nigeria, what can work in Nigeria. See, without budgetary support, the government cannot do anything. So public service is very, very dear to me, and helping to raise the necessary revenue, which can translate into hospitals, schools, is very, very important. And the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and BRS Foundation had laid a master plan. So what just needed to be done was to complement that with technology to be able to accelerate the growth of the revenue, which correspondingly leads to increased performance in service delivery. So that was very, very important to me. So it was like a laser focus.
Don't worry. Let's go back to your days in America. Part of what you did there was to serve in a city where you oversaw how many departments did you call it now?
99 city, all the 99 city of New York agencies. They were using my application for HR, payroll, debt management system. It was scary. You see, in America, all those small boys, that campaign for the mayor, they end up working with the mayor. And most of the boys that were working for Mayor Bloomberg, they're very sharp, very young boys, data-driven. If you go to a meeting in Mayor Bloomberg's office, you see banks of camera all over the place. They can tell you at any given time how many police officers are on duty, how many teachers came in, how many teachers came in late. I mean, we built such an intricate system that if at any time a teacher in the service of New York ever get into trouble anywhere in the world, we will get the notification from Interpol and pull that teacher out within a second.
Are you kidding?
I mean, it's this is not technology in Nigeria. I mean, that was, you have a...
How were you able to do that?
My background was in finance.
Yes, well, that's it. That's why I asked the question. How were you able to do that?
But when I started working in finance accounting, I started, I saw myself being drawn into, because accounting started moving from ledger-based to system-based then.
System-based, yeah.
So the ARC and, all those new systems. Then you can say I'm a nerd, so I don't drink, I don't smoke, so just focus on my work. And when you're in the US, because you're black, you're an African, you must be twice as good to be able to maintain your job. So I never want to be felt wanting in whatever I do. So I put in a lot of effort, understanding those account packages. So it became indispensable.
So was that what led you now to walk up to your boss and say, don't advertise that job? How?
Because I knew I could do it. I mean, the experience that I built, I give an example. I have a testing team. So if I build an application, testing is a crucial component of making sure that the application is okay before it goes live. And I said, no, I can't use human beings to be able to process it. So I automated the process. So I created about 2,000 to 10,000 scripts covering different kind of business processes. So I automate it. So it's the machine, the computer. The computer is working while I'm sleeping, And those scripts, those automation allows us to be able to, so what will have taken a human being about 6 months to do, I can do it in a week. From the automation. Yeah. So I have a mainframe application talking to a client server application, talking to a web application, and I'm taking cases, creating the test cases, running it, doing the load testing, system testing, integration testing, and it was unique.
Yeah, but it was unique, fine. However, your boss wanted to advertise, even went on to advertise the job.
Because I knew then that I was the one that created this process that won us the award.
So how then did you get the job? You just walked up to him?
I just walked up to him. I said, don't advertise this job. Done. I'm the best person for this position. So he insisted that he has to follow the process. And at the end of the day, I was the boss person because what I had done and what I was still doing, speaks to that had never been done. We were so good that IBM made my agency a beta center. So they will not release their product until I have tested it and certify it that it is okay before they take it. So I know we had something good.
So coming back to Nigeria and serving in Lagos State, I recall that some time ago they introduced the e-ticketing by last month and all that. That was you.
Oh yes. Governor Ambode just came one day and he said, I don't want last man running after anybody. I mean, go and make sure that can be done. I said, okay, sir. So I just got on the next flight and I know that the only agency that had that record set was the FRSC. Dr. Akimboboye,
yes,
one of the best human beings I've ever come across. I never knew me. I just walked up to his office in Abuja. I didn't even have an appointment. I just gave them and said, Governor, but they lighted the fire under my rear end and I had to jump on the train. And I just took some of the staffs of Soft Alliance with me to say, oh yeah, come, let's go. I called him Tall and Handsome. I've forgotten his name. I said, just come with me. And on we go to Abuja. So they were able to give us this repository. I could confirm your driver's license. I could confirm your vehicle license. I could confirm your insurance. So having those API, we just built the front end. And when we tested it, I actually used Governor Zambody's driver's license to test. And on that day, his driver's license had expired. And he looked at me and said, stupid boy, bring that thing down. So I mean, he fell in love with it and said, no, this is what I want to do. So we have done that along with what we call the central billing system, because ABC had done such a good job of revenue assurance at the back end. But okay, let me give an example. So they ask you to go to lands to pay 10 million. So if you decide to pay 1 million, I will only know that 1 million that you pay. That original bill that says you should pay 10 million, I don't have it in Oracle. So when that 1 million comes in at night, so I do a pretend generation, the debit the account receivable, credit sales, then debit cash and debit, credit the account receivable to nil it. So, but with the central billing system, that 10 million that they say you should go and pay is in Oracle. So you can, with that, so no mago.
Okay, so that makes it easier to track the money.
God bless you. Yeah. Yes, and because it's an interface, so we were able to integrate to NIBS. So that was one of the things that I really enjoyed most. When I came in, so when we finished generating the payroll, so they would divide it into different banks. So the ones of Skybank will go to Skybank, UBA will go to UBA. So UBA will now ultimately take it to NIBS. So when I came in, I told Mr. Padilla, I said, I need a switch. Egbon, give me a switch. He said, are you sure they will allow you to do it in Lagos? I said, bring it, don't worry. So we connected our payroll to NIBS. So as soon as we finish, everybody gets paid at once. So that was how. Yes, that was how 23rd started, and everybody. So Governor Fashola was getting this acclamation. "Guy, will let you." So he called me. He said, "I only don't want troublesome person that will do this without my approval."
That will be you.
That will be me.
All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll go back to your origins again and find out how come you are like this. Please stay tuned.
Plus TV Africa.
This is Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Welcome back. I'm still talking to Mr. Mustafa. I say Mr. Mustafa because in those days, in the civil service, when we say, oh, Mr. Mustafa, that's the man in Oracle. But you had what we can call a regular childhood. What in your childhood, or who in your childhood, prepared you for this?
I'll say my dad. My dad. Òṣèré Àjàdí ọmọ Ògúnlérè Ìjọjà lọ. Ọmọ Dòsùnmú Ajíwẹ̀ Fóòṣà. Ọmọ olórí ọmọ kéwú gbogbo ìlú Èkó. Arìngbẹ̀gbẹ̀ bí ẹni ẹ̀gbẹ́ ń dùn. Ṣé mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àti tájàdí máa jẹ ló ń wá.
Were you his first child or first son?
I was the ninth.
The ninth?
Yeah, but I stayed with him the most.
The most. So it appeared he poured a lot of himself into you.
Everything that I know in life, everything that I am today, I'll say it's my dad. My mom's is very important to me. She impacted me religiously, treating people fairly. But my dad I'm a product of my dad. My knowledge base, he forces me and he got me to read. He buys about 6 to 7 newspapers every day. And after I've read, he will challenge me, what did you read? And I tell people, incidentally, the first book that my father gave me to read was the Bible, not the Quran. And I felt so much in love with the Bible that I wanted to be a Christian. And he said, no, you're on a journey. So we just read the Bible. Okay, take the Quran, go and read the Quran. So, and I read the Quran. And so I tell people that I'm a Muslim by choice, not by birth. So, but having, incidentally, my wife is a Christian. So having that balanced view, coming from that cosmopolitan background, and was a man of great discipline. You know, I remember there was a time, you know, we were not that, you know, we had some financial challenges because we were general contractor to Gulf Oil Company, Shell, and CBN. So what he does, you know, he will go and get a contract. So I'll be the one to do the execution.
Really?
Oh, that was how I started making my money, you know. So they would say I should buy cement at 2 naira or 3 naira. I'll go and look for a place where I can buy it at 150 and keep the 50 different.
As long as the God is the cement.
You know, and I do a very good job. He also has the beer distributorship and Liver Brothers distributorship. So, and he will give me a set target to say, okay, this is how much they sell it. So I'll go and look for a place where I can sell it more. You know, then I'll just keep
Extra money.
Extra money. But hard work, being fair, prepared. I know when we're on holidays, he will always get me prepared before the school starts. They'll get me the syllabus, go to my school to talk to the teachers, get the syllabus, you know, and buy the books, and forces me to read. He will force me to write essays every day, you know, and forces me to read. You know, and the worst thing that you can do wrong with my dad is if you do something, just tell him, give him a reason why you did it. Don't say, oh, I did it because others are doing it. That's the worst thing, you know, that you can ever do.
Your dad poured all of himself into you. And if you were alive today, what would you like to tell him you recall?
His prayers. His prayers. I know every time I do something that pleases him, you know, he will just go into this like trance-like mode. And he started reciting a lot of prayers. So one of his, you know, his mostly used prayers for me was that verse where Allah was enjoining Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam to go and convince Pharaoh to release the children of Israel. So which says, "Qala Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa uqdatan min lisani ya'fu qawli wa jali wa sirra min akhi Haruna aki usududu bi yasri wa uqsu bi amri kana sabiyakan kadira innaka kuntum bima kadira." So Prophet Musa had asked these 10 prayers of God, said, "Qala Rabbi shrah li sadri, strengthen my tongue, I'm a stammerer. Wa yassir li amri, make this task easy for me. Expand my breast, my chest. Make my brother Harun, give me somebody to do this work with me. Make that person my brother." So, you know, they said that is how Harun became a prophet through Moses. So Allah now, everything that you so desire, those that you remember and those that you do not remember, I've given it to you. So when you finish saying that, we now go to this Yoruba, say Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore, Allah no ni one, Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore, Allah no ni one Adisa, Atigi Atokwe, Nishanu Abore, Allah no ni one. And I will get annoyed. You've already recited the Quran. What's this Atigi Atokwe?
But in English, he was simply relating to his cosmology, the reality that
you always find helper.
That the high priest,
yes, right? Yes,
always finds favor.
Favor, yes, yes,
with nature.
With nature.
So you are going to find favor, but you didn't understand.
I didn't. You know, I mean, I wish I would allow him to have said so much of it. You know, because every time I looked at my life, I'm a product of grace. I've always find people at a critical problem in my life, they just come. And it's like this signing footprint of time that my father-in-law gave me, Sahi Okoye, late Sahi Okoye. And this person slept and he saw his life, you know, like a footprint in the sand of time. So sometimes we see 4 footprints and sometimes we only see 2. And it now correlates those periods where he could only see 2 footprints to be the most difficult part of his life. And he was asking God, God, did you leave me alone during this period? So God said, no, you could not walk then. I've carried you. It's my footprint that you're saying.
So, but with your experience and prayers from your dad, experience because you learned hard work from him, prayers because he spoke grace into your life and all that, you are thinking of a journey to govern Lagos. How come?
You know, sometimes without you knowing it, you become an embodiment of people's aspirations and hopes. When I left the service, public service is in me. I love to serve. So I'll try and negotiate with God sometimes. I said, just leave me. Let me just do these worldly things first, And I remember going to the late Bishop Fashino, the Archbishop of Ijebu-Ode. He's a big father figure, So we have this economical, dialogue, So after I had left,
That's 2021.
yes, he just died recently. So I went to go and see him. I said, Daddy, I don't know what to do. I said, I'm thinking of setting up my own consulting. But at the same time, I felt this pull that I have to serve God. A lot of people have been coming to me then. Yeah, okay, I think you should throw your heart into the ring. And Islamically is a trust.
Yeah.
It's not something that you just jump into, because in the Quran, Allah said, we gave the to the ground refuses it. We gave it to the mountain refuses it. But human being that does not have the knowledge, they give it to me without knowing the requisite skill. So leadership is something that you come at with trepidation because it's a trust. But the experiences that I've acquired over the years, healthcare, education, infrastructure. So I took my time studying how the society was constructed, and I felt we could greatly accelerate the development of Lagos. We could take Lagos to the next height, accelerate the development. We have a very good master plan that has been built in place by Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, built on by Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Governor Ambode, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. But during this NSAS period, something awoken in me, that you have this 70% of the population angry, alienated, that nobody is speaking to them, nobody understands their aspiration. I remember a couple of months ago, I went to the Director General of TED Fund. TED Fund is the fund that is set up to support the universities.
Yes.
So I told him, I said, I could show you a framework. I gave them a presentation. I said, I could show you a framework how we could aggregate about 2 trillion worth of investment into universities in Nigeria.
2 trillion.
Trillion worth of investment. I said, it's not new money. 2 trust fund. The 2% education tax tax. The disbursement rate is about 500 billion a year. So I said, that is an annuity. It's a revenue. So what we can do, I said, give me 1%, 0.5% of 1%, which comes about 70 billion. So we set up this higher education facility financing fund. So with that 70 billion, we can go and raise 1 trillion, 2 trillion. And the goal is to have 100 world-class universities in Nigeria and teaching hospitals.
So what happened to that thought with that fund?
Bagoro, the former, he was almost crying. He said he could not believe that when he was given this assignment, he knew there would be somebody out there who has an idea as to how this job can be done.
Yes.
But me coming in now, it was the tail end of his administration.
Okay, this is the beginning. You want to do something in Lagos. What do you want to do?
Healthcare, security, for instance. Okay. I want to make sure that there is 24/7 security in Lagos. There is a master plan through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund. Yes. We have RRS. We provide them vehicle. The command and control infrastructure is in place. We have neighborhood corps now. We have street lighting. When there is light, so people are less bound to commit crime. We've stepped away from a few of that. We want to deploy technology. When I was in science and tech, we bought drones, trifugal drones that can be in the sky for 6 hours. You know, and we bought 2. So anything that is more than 3 centimeters, I can capture it. I can give you the life pattern in a particular area. I can tell you what is going on in a particular. I can even tell you if your house is going to collapse, you know, through the drone monitoring. So I can pull the plate license of a car from 36,000 feet and know who owns it. You know, so that security infrastructure coupled with technology, you know, deploy CCTV, okay? So the government cannot deploy enough CCTV. London alone has about 36,000 or 100 something thousand CCTV cameras. So we don't have enough money to be able to do that. So what we can do is to tell the banks, the eateries, you know, and people, you know, who have CCTV, we will give them an API, automatic program, application program interface that gives us the feed from this respective CCTV. So I can tell you and I can track people as they move from one camera angle to the next. You know, so with that in place, the state will be on virtual lockdown.
That's security-wise.
Security-wise.
Sometimes people get to the hospital, they don't get attended to, maybe they don't have the right equipment, there are not enough facilities and all that. How do you want to address that?
Thank you very much. It's a question of people, process, technology. So when in terms of people, you know, so look at the doctors, look at the nurses, look at the service delivery. So that is the process. Then the technology. The technology includes the equipment. One of the things that we hope to do is use what we call equipment leasing methodology. So the money that we use to buy one equipment, we use it to lease 50, 60, 70. By the grace of God, if it pleases the Almighty to put us into that position, I can tell you right away, within 6 months, we can start the deployment of first-class medical equipment in all the hospitals, in the general hospitals and tertiary health centers, tertiary hospitals in Lagos State.
First-class equipment?
First-class, cards, imagery, diagnostics equipment. You know, what we don't want to do, when I was part of a committee, we've done some preliminary assessment. So that's why I said 6 months. So if we need to go back and throw up that assessment that was done during Governor Ambode's administration. So we did a very detailed study of the gaps, you know, in terms of equipment functionality within the state. So I have a very, very good idea, you know, but we need to go back to the health sector and confirm, because we don't want to put an equipment there that is not appropriate. And the way we want to do it, we use a cluster system. So some of the PHCs, you know, so we will, you know, agglomerate them, you know, within the specific zone, so they can be able to go to those centers as well, you know. So we want to maximize the use. So using that equipment leasing framework, we will be able to aggressively, you know. So the other thing we want to do is we will have what we call Health and Hospital Corporation Fund. So with that, we will leverage on the existing IGR from those hospitals. We bring in consolidated revenue fund, you know. So when we have this fund, we'll be able to go to the market, you know, and raise bond against that particular specific projects, specific to health, you know, so which allows us, the goal is to build one tertiary facility in each of the senatorial districts. So making 3, you know, then expand the existing secondary facilities as well, you know, then the primary healthcare centers will work with social entrepreneurs, to give them funding, you know, give them equipment. So doctors, you cannot train enough doctors because we're losing doctors so rapidly. So one of the things that we want to do is augment the skills of the midwives and the nurses. So there is no reason why a doctor should be drawing blood, you know, it's asinine. So tax shifting is going to be key for us. And we will complement the skill set of those midwives and nurses, so they become nurse practitioners. So they can basically do 70% of what a typical doctor will do. So that allows us to be able to maximize, you know, those skill set, you know. So it's the complement of the people, the process, and the technology. So we're also going to have a facility management redesign. So when you walk into a Lagos State facility, there will be a decision support system. So the doctor is not, so you have 60 or 50 something years old today, history of blood pressure, asthma. So you came in complaining of headache at the back of your head. So that decision support system will guide us. You know, it will guide the doctor. So the doctor, no matter how young, so the decision support system will eliminate the mistakes. You know, so, and that will be a standard safe care protocol in both public and private sector.
But then how are you going to be able to sustain it? Because there's the issue of technology, there's the issue of energy, power, right? And then you even need ICT. How are you going to do that?
Power is one of the biggest things that we want to take a look at. Lagos State is uniquely placed to be able to address the power issue, more than any other state in Nigeria. We have the greatest constellation of towers, base stations in Nigeria. So there's close to about 30-something to 60-something thousand base stations. And between all of them, they spend close to about $1 trillion powering those base stations. So we have this UDS, Universal Dock System, which I started when I was in science and tech. So what we are wanted to do is we lay fiber and we use the fiber to connect all the base stations. If you do that, it improves your internet connectivity. You understand? So that is in preparation towards the 5G. So we now said, as we are laying the fiber for connectivity, we will lay the cables also, the electric cable, so to power those base stations. So using that guaranteed offtake, we started conversation with Cummins. So Cummins will be able to build 20,000, 30,000, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts all over the state using a mini grid concept. Yeah. So we now get the banks also to form an SPV. So that SPV will also give us additional guaranteed offtake. You understand? So eateries, estates can be able to. One of the reasons why we have failure in the power system is because the private sector is here, the public sector is here. So in that public sector space, there is not enough revenue to be able to sustain so, but when you now bring the two together, using what we call the Lagos State Energy Exchange, so which we will create, so we can talk to some Indians, who will come in and bring that system and be able to work with us. We'll be able to mix, so I can charge the private about 70 naira per kilowatt, charge the public about 50 using cross subsidy, and we have a very sustainable system. Yes. So
you spoke a bit about the youth and the anger, the restiveness that will come out during the NSAS protests. But Lagos has a very large concentration of young people.
The 1824, they form the bedrock of our population.
So in Lagos, how are you going to engage the youth?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So when I was in science and tech, so I took the initiative, we look at that Yaba area. So we wanted to set up an ICT hub. So through Governor Raji Fashola, we are giving them a right of way. So that was why you saw a lot of the ICT companies going to Yaba. So we bought, there is this manufacturing center, in the Yaba, so in Sabo. So we took it over, we took it over, we brought Ibile, in there, we brought Accenture in there. I even went to Bobala Johnson, so she's the one heading that initiative. So I remember taking the Governor Ambode to Andela, and he could see all these young boys, and I said, look at what they are doing. And every day you see a white person going to Yaba. And I said, if these people don't think there is something here, they won't be coming here. So it's a system that organically just grew by itself. So we will now go in, accentuate that growth, give them power, give them connectivity, give them funding. So we're going to have that ICT hub there. So we're going to have a fishery hub, fashion hub, leather hub. So you are a youth, you have creative disposition. So you can just go, to that creative hub. So there'll be sound mixer there. So you are interested in developing your own cable or TV show, you'll be able to go in there. The equipment will be there. So you are a mechanic. So we will provide, working in conjunction with Elizade, Toyota, Honda. So we will be able to provide equipment in there. We'll give you training. Last Verb will be part of that. We certify you. So you just like you are registering as a part of a member of a club. So the same thing with the fashion hub. So we'll be able to give you all the equipments. And we will do this in conjunction with banks and the artisan groups. So you have guaranteed offtake. When I was doing the research on fashion hub, there is maybe one or two companies producing shirts in Nigeria. And the market is there, even available for foreign. So every vertical of everything we hope to do, whether it's on health, whether it's on power, whether it's on education, whether it's on technology and innovation, environment, industrialization, there is going to be a component of youth engagement in there, aggressively doing things and deliberately, consciously. So whether we are talking about health facility financing agency, for instance now, so when we bring in those equipment on the lease, so we will have biomedical program in our in our schools, in polytechnics, so they will train them to do the first level triage.
So that's a very highly demanding skills. So we will improve the connectivity, we will improve power, and we will have all these hubs where they can just go there and be able to they can work, for anyone from anywhere in the world. We will work with Andela to upskill from primary to secondary to tertiary. We will work with Andela to develop a very world-class curriculum, Microsoft, Oracle. So this will give you ready marketable skill set that you can earn dollars, not even naira, and you'll be able to work in Nigeria for anybody from anywhere in the world.
How do you intend to fund it? Because if you train somebody and then you empower them with some startup funds, where's the money coming from, and then how do you want to ensure that they pay back?
There is a collaboration. There's going to be a collaboration between ourselves and Microsoft and Andela, for instance. So that is what they do. So we are just providing the enablement. You understand? So if the fund, the training fund that we will provide, so as you are making your money, hopefully, you will repay because we hold on to your certificate, and the company that we are sending you to is going to be with the understanding that we sponsor this person. So a certain percentage of their salary should go back to this fund. You understand? Because this ecosystem, we will be truly involved in that ecosystem. So we will have social entrepreneurs midwifing this, because the more that people consume, that fund, we need to be able to bring back money into that fund for us to be able to do so much.
Now, the public service is part of your constituency. If you looked at it today, every administration comes up with something new to do for the public service. What do you want to do in the public service space to ensure that trained officers do not just leave the service?
Thank you very much. The public service, the civil service is very, very dear to my heart. I came in, Dr. Longe, people like yourself, Mrs. Odunlami, Mrs. Umar. I met a lot of very incredible people that made a profound difference in my life. And Mrs. Nika Animashao, a lot of people that helped me personally, professionally. Dr. Balogun, my Egbon, Mr. Akodu, so these are people who literally, Alaji Onibon, these are people who literally took me, and showed me the ropes. Mrs. Y, and the system is not what it used to be, so there is this passive sense of grief, non-fairness.
Yes.
So we need to restore that trust. Okay. That if I'm good, if I'm eligible for promotion, I should be able to get it.
Yeah.
If there are trainings, I should be able to get it. PSSDC will be very, very important. For us, we will make sure there is if you don't train somebody, you can't hold them accountable. Yeah. So there will be continuous training. So if you come in with a school science, we will help you to get your bachelor's, and further as many, even going to PhD level. Yeah. So we will find a way to work with LASU and the PSSDC so that you can have continuous education program in LASU, but for local and for foreign as well. So in terms of additional benefits, we're going to look at what is it that we can do. So if you have kids in any of Lagos State institutions, 70% discount, for your ward. Mortgage assistance program so that, if people leave, they will be able to afford a home. But more importantly, if you leave today, by the grace of God, the next month you will get your pension. That will be key because we have the HR system. If I go back to my Oracle today, I'll tell you the number of staff that are retiring in the next 20 years, 35 years in service, 16 years of age, so I can run that report. So all the documents that you need to take to Civil Service Commission, Pension Commission, we know them. Why are we disturbing people? You understand? I will put my foot down that within 6 months of our administration, we will make sure that if you leave today, the next month you'll be able to get your pension.
So now, the party primaries is coming up. Your delegates, many of them don't know you. You're trying to make an impression, right? what would you say to them?
We are at a crossroad as a nation and as a state. What we do right now determines the existence of this country. We have this population, this youth restive, restless, alienated. The programs and policies that we are bringing in place will accelerate the development of this state. And if you get it right in Lagos, you get it right in sub-Saharan Africa, not Nigeria. I mean, I was just talking about higher education facility financing at the federal level. So when we are advocating policies, equipment leasing, when we are advocating those kind of policies that will lead to exponential growth in revenue, improve service delivery, improve healthcare, improve education, student loan board, that you'll be able to take a loan. Those kind of advocacy that if God puts us in that position, we'll be able to advocate, will make a profound impact on the lives of the people, not only of Lagos State. We account for 30% of the GDP, 70% of the manufacturing industrial base. We have not started even scratching the surface, what Dangote is doing in Lekki. The businesses that will come out of the petrochemical industry alone is going to be twice what is going to come out of the fertilizer, of the petrochemical. You understand? So we need to put in accelerated development programs that will attract businesses, make sure security is in place, make sure power is in place. We have the ability to do this. My experience over the years in the United States of America, working in the city of New York, studying in America, working in America, looking at development framework, that is what we are bringing to make sure we can accelerate the development. My charge to them is, take this leap of faith with us. I'm putting the markers on the ground. If it pleases God to put us in this position, within 12 to 18 months, you will see a difference in schooling and education in Lagos State. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in power. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in healthcare delivery in this state, in infrastructure development, taking LSDPC, turning it into real estate investment trust, which was about 1 trillion. And we'll take 200 billion out of that to create a billion infrastructure fund, which now accounts for over 20% of the takeoff of any projects. So we don't need to delay. AFDB 50, IFC. I went to IFC and I got $200 million for development into Lagos State, into transportation, into healthcare, into energy. We can do it. Just take that leap of faith with us. And with their support, we will make Lagos State the best, not only in Nigeria, but the entire sub-Saharan Africa.
Let me thank you very much, Abdulhamid Olorunfemi.
Me the story several times. They never let me leave it down because I remember filling my, I think it was on my JAB form of my GCE form, and I said I just put Femi. So he saw a copy of it and I got so annoyed as if I had committed a capital crime. And I said, I just put Femi. And I said, no. Your name is Olorunfemi. No, your name is not Femi. He said, what you don't know today, I'm going to tell you. When you were born, I had a fleet of lorries. So one of them had a brake failure and it went into a house and it could have killed a significant amount of people. And you know, I'm a socialite in Lagos. That would have killed me. Immediately they brought that bad news. Your mother brought the news of your birth. So, and I heard the voice that his name shall be Olorunfemi, that I'm with you. He said, so your name is Olorunfemi, not Femi. I said, okay, what about Oluwafemi? He said, no, it's not Oluwafemi, it's Olorunfemi.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best in the primaries. Thank you.
Oh, I admire him from afar. You know, you're a good egg.
Thank you very much, my brother. And so that's been Timeless Conversations. This episode featured our very dear brother. We serve together in Lagos State as BAMSEX. He's running for the office of governor, and we wish him very well. Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa, a man of destiny, a man whose dad predicted that this day will come. May the prayer be answered. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Chief Stephen Osita Osadebe was a Nigerian highlife musician from Atani, Anambra State. He was born in March 1936, though the actual date is unknown. He came from a line of singers and dancers in Igbo land. His genre, highlife, encompassed Igbo traditional musical elements. Along with this, calypso, samba, bolero, rumba, jazz, and waltz were also present in Osadebe's musical style. Osadebe's interest in music grew in his high school years at Onitsha, a major commercial city near Atani. His career spanned over 4 decades, and is one of the best-known Igbo life musicians and king of highlife. His all-time hit was the 1984 single Osundi Owendi. It established him as a leader in the highlife genre. The song has been covered by many other musicians and remained one of Nigeria's most popular records ever. Osita Osadebe died in St. Mary's Hospital, Waterbury, Connecticut, on the 11th of May 2007, aged 71, after suffering from severe respiratory difficulties. Chief Oliver the Cork was born Oliver Sunday Akanite on April 14, 1947. He was a guitarist and a prolific recording artist. He started his music at the age of 11 when he learned to play the guitar under Piccolo, a Congolese guitarist living in Nigeria. He served an apprenticeship with Juju stars like Sonny Agaga and Jacob Oluwole. Oliver was regarded a star by his late teens and also considered as the most flamboyant Igbo musician. Since releasing his debut album, Messiah Messiah, in 1977, he recorded no fewer than 93 albums. His dance-inspiring Ogene style of Nigerian highlife blended modern highlife and traditional Igbo music. It spawned hits like the People's Club of Nigeria, Anenwe, An Identity, and many more. He died at the age of 61 in 2008. Bright Chimezie was born on the 1st of October 1960. Bright Chimezie started his career as an instrumentalist in his church, an interest which grew while he was a student at Eke Oba Community Secondary School, Umahia. He was nicknamed Okoro Jr. His music style became known as Zigma sound, a genre which became popular in the eastern part of Nigeria in the early 1980s. It is a mix of contemporary Nigerian music and Igbo highlife fused with chanted vocals. Bright Chimezie's lyrics focus on social issues of the country in a rather comical way. His hit songs include Ube Uwanne, Because of English, African Style, Okra Soup, and Oyibo Mentality.
Our teacher could talk, say, anybody, we're talking in vernacular, we talk African language, we talk my people's language, we talk my people's language, we talk any vernacular, say good nation.
His debut album, Respect Africa, in 1984, which thrust him into the limelight, was released on the Rogers All Stars label.
Good afternoon. This is the news brief. I am Messi Bopo. Gunmen have reportedly broken into one of the parishes presided over by the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Coker. Reports say that the armed hoodlums kidnapped 2 priests and 2 others in the rectory of St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Gidengay Mam, in the Kafu local government area of Katsina State. Matthew Coker's Sokoto Diocese covers Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, and Kebbi State. The Director of Social Communications of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Reverend Father Christopher Omotosho, confirmed the development on Wednesday morning. He said the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto is under attack and no information has been gotten as to the whereabouts of the abductees. The Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has condemned the reported killings of a pregnant woman and her children by some yet-to-be-identified gunmen. The victims, Harari Jabril and her children, were returning to their home when gunmen ambushed them in a community in Orumba North local government area of the state. The governor described the killing as unacceptable, promising that the perpetrators would be fished out and dealt with according to the law, while insisting that the perpetrators of these heinous atrocities and their sponsors are testing the resolve of the government and the people of Anambra State. Professor Soludo assures that efforts are underway to fish out and bring to justice whoever is behind the criminal activities. Soludo reassures all Nigerians living or doing business in Anambra State of the resolve of the state government to ensure adequate protection of lives and properties at all times. Ahead of the International Children's Day celebration 2022, the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talon, says the federal government has established family courts in 16 states to ensure children-friendly justice for children. Those who are victims of or offenders of violence. At the press briefing on Tuesday, Talon said the establishment of family courts resulted from the effective advocacy and sensitization for effective implementation of child rights law across the country. According to her, the theme for the year is strengthening supportive system for the protection of Nigerian child. A wake-up call, she noted that despite efforts by the government and other stakeholders, children were still vulnerable and victims of abduction, ritual killings, rape, child marriage, domestic abuse, and others. The Ikoyi Federal High Court has ordered the chairman of the Lagos State Park and Garages Management, Akinsoya, also known as MC Oluomo, and 8 others to stop collecting levies from commercial drivers. Justice Peter Lifu gave the order in respect to an ex parte application filed by a lawyer, Olukoya Ogungbaje. The lawyer filed the application on behalf of himself and a new transport union, Society of Nigeria. Other correspondents in the suit are the registered trustee of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, registered trustees of Road Transport Employees Association of Nigeria, and registered trustees of Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners. Lawal Uthman, Lagos State Government Attorney General of the Lagos State, Inspector General of Police and Director of State Security Services. In the application supported by a 34-paragraph affidavit, a prayer was made that the court restrain the respondent from forceful imposition and collection, extortion of any transport union levies, dues, fees, or monies from any person, commercial vehicles driver, and or transporter that is not a member of the respondent, pending the hearing and determination of substantive originating motion filed before the court. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has reinstated that the state is going to go on and embark on the June 1st proposed ban of commercial motorcycles, popularly known as Okada, on highways. Sanwo-Olu said these while speaking with newsmen on Tuesday evening at the state security meeting at the Lagos House, Ikeja. The heads of security service in the state were at the meeting. The bans in 6 local government includes Surulere, Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island, Apapa, Etiosa, Ikeja. The local council development areas are Yaba, Koka Agudu, Itire, Ikate, Apapa, Igbomu, Ojodu, Lagos Island, Lagos East Island, Etiosa, Etiosa West, Victoria Island, and Ikoyi Obalende, among others. The governor said that the security services and Lagos state government had agreed on banning of all the commercial motorcycles in the selected areas. Confusion and controversies dogged the exercise of Ogun State People's Democratic Party PDP Assembly, House of Representatives and Senate primaries over misinformation about actual candidates, and stakeholders in Ogun Central Senatorial District claimed that the candidate that emerged through the electoral process were not the ones broadcasted by the parties at the Secretariat, hence vowed to take legal action. Meanwhile, the state secretary of the PDP, Sunday Solari, told newsmen that the primaries in Abeokuta Metropolis were moved to the party secretariat for security reasons.
The certified true copy from the INEC communicating to National Working Committee of PDP, where we have the list across 136 was in Ogun State, and we also have a national delegate, one per local government, which was communicated, and we are excited to hold these primaries with this delegate list. So on Sunday they came, and they were also we saw some other fake lists here and there, but we had our primaries in those designated areas communicated to the INEC across the state, and we came up with the results, and these primaries were duly monitored by INEC officials throughout the state, and they came up with their report, the results, and so on, and they passed it to the appropriate quarters. And what we are reading in the paper is people were saying some people emerged somewhere, a primary that is not known to the guidelines, they had it at the party secretariat, and they were parading themselves as candidates of the party.
We are going to court. If they are not giving us our mandate, we are going to court. The court will settle the matter for us. That is the truth, nothing but the truth.
Material came late. People from Abuja didn't, come in good time. Exercise that were meant to have taken place since 10 a.m. in the morning did not commence until around 5 p.m. in the evening. And before you do accreditation, before you do a lot of things, then time will have gone. And you will notice that what we are doing here could not have been done better anywhere other than this place. Security of lives and property matter to us, particularly life of our delegate. So it is just in the interest of the healthy assurance of our delegate and healthy existence of the party.
Labour Party in Ogun State has called for inclusive governance from leaders that would eventually emerge as the forthcoming general elections draw near. Akinpelu Oshogole, while delivering his speech at the party swearing in of new executive in Abeokuta, the state capital, maintains that inclusive governance would help in delivering the dividends of democracy to the people.
What is very, very germane to us is the fact that all of the youth restiveness, all of the youth problems, all of the youth unemployment, and all those things, if we don't begin to have an inclusive governance to expand the economic growth of our state, we will still be having trouble. The idea is that the Labour Party is engaging in not just looking to Abuja, but to look at all of the capability and resources.
This Congress has brought today has brought a machinery that pull down all arguments, all stumbling blocks, all opposition that has been preventing us, hindering us from benefiting from dividends of democracy. Our people have been malnourished, have been starved of the rightful dividends that should accrue to them.
As aspirants intensify consultation ahead of the presidential primaries of the All Progressive Congress, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, has met with delegates from Ebonyi and Abia State in Owerri, the Imo State capital. Shortly after meeting with delegates, the Vice President told newsmen that his meeting was to woo the delegates to vote for him as APC candidate for the 2023 presidential elections. Professor Yemi Osinbajo also spoke on the nation's economy, security, and other vital issues.
A very robust conversation on many national issues, the economy, security, exchange rate, inflation, so many, broad range of issues. And I think that has been very fruitful. We've been able to, reach several different conclusions about what to do going forward. And also we've talked about party issues as well. So it's a very robust engagement and the conversations have been.
Long queues are now being noticeable in a few filling stations in Akure, the Ondo State capital, while many filling stations are under lock and key as they are not dispensing petrol. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Hakeem Lawal gathered that scarcity was caused by a power tussle among members of NUPENG and now left residents groaning as scarcity has grounded social and economic activities. They urged the federal government to please find a lasting solution to the perennial fuel scarcity.
People have been here as early as 5:30 in the morning trying to buy fuel, and the queue is still long. Many people are still trying to get fuel. Many don't even have hope. Now, some other filling stations that you still get, like one filling station, I would like to mention them. Yesterday, they sold for 200.
I've been here since morning. So, since now, I've never collected any fuel. So, what I've said earlier is that I will appeal to the government to do something. People are suffering now. Some people are delayed for, some people are delayed. Many people are supposed to be at the same, in their working places now. But now, they are in the filling station.
They are selling fuel here. They have light. They just went and put it off without even telling us that what is happening. And they have fuel here. This is a serious problem in this country. So we are begging the government to come and intervene to those people now, to come and see what is happening here. Many queues here. People they are ready to work now. These Okada people, they are ready to work, to feed their family. Nothing to do. Nothing was happened. It's very, very unfair. So please appeal to the authority people to come and visit those people right now.
The National Health Insurance Authority Act 2022 does not include telecom tax as part of the funding sources targeted in financing the Vulnerable Group Fund, contrary to widespread view that the 2022 Act retains a telecommunication tax of not less than 1 kobo per second of GSM calls, which was being considered by the National Assembly in the National Health Insurance Bill. The fund will now come from other sources. The fund is aimed at subsidizing healthcare services for about 83 million poor Nigerians. The sources for the fund include the Basic Health Care Fund to the National Health Insurance Authority, Health Insurance Levy and Special Intervention Fund allotted by the government. It also includes grants, donation, gifts, and other voluntary contribution. Ibrahim Oloriegbe, chairman of the Senate Committee on Health, had said that the initial proposal of 1 kobo per second telecom tax to fund the Vulnerable Group Fund was rejected and removed before it was signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari. In Nigeria, reporting child abuse cases often stigmatized, with victims unsure of getting justice. A World Health Organization report in 2020 reveals that 1 in every 5 women and 1 in every 13 men have been sexually abused as a child from 0 to 17 years. To this end, stakeholders in Lagos held a consultative workshop with the Nigerian police, lawyers, child advocates, and NGOs in the administration of criminal justice system in child abuse cases to see how victims get justice. Plus TV Africa's news correspondent Fumi Onor Jaffe files in this report.
In Nigeria, sexual abuse in children is an offense punishable under several sections of Chapter 21 of the Criminal Code. In spite of this, a large number of children sexually abused daily is staggering and shocking to say the least. Handling sexual abuse cases is delicate, and working across board with all stakeholders is pivotal to get justice for victims. Chachayara Foundation, in partnership with the Rule of Law Anti-Corruption Program, organized a consultative workshop with the police and stakeholders in the criminal justice system. The Ministry of Justice emphasized the need to report cases on time so that due process to conviction can begin quickly.
The perspective of the Ministry of Justice is to ensure that cases of sexual offenses and domestic violence are quickly and proactively brought to court and prosecuted. The longer it takes for a case to get to court, the higher the chances of the person becoming disinclined to come to court.
The police, on the other hand, promised to look into poorly investigated cases and plan more training for its officers.
One of the legal counsel said that some of our cases, or some cases, are not well investigated. You only see the statement of one or two statements in the case file. I think that is a different ballgame when it comes to the state CID. But I understand that at going to the divisional level, may have issues like this, and I want to assure you that we take care of that. We've been organizing training, like I said, with the Ministry of Justice and ROLAC, going down to the divisional level. We've been inviting divisional crime officers, DPOs, area commanders. So once we have this continuous training, I think we'll be able to improve on these aspects you are pointed at.
The focus of the workshop, the organizers say, is not only to bring to the fore the ills of society, but to go further to try and nip this scourge in the bud. They insist with fierce determination that the work has only just begun.
The Congress is over, but the work has just begun, because we were opportune to have a meeting with the Attorney General. A steering committee has been set up to develop and implement a child sexual abuse investigative and interview protocol. And the committee will consist of stakeholders in the administration of criminal justice sector, so as to navigate the way to ensure the best practices of investigating and prosecuting child sexual abuse cases.
The use of forensic interviews is helpful, not only in the prosecution of perpetrators, but also for helping the victims not to relive their trauma over and again. Fumi Unajefi for Plus TV News.
As Nigerians prepare for another round of elections in 2023, citizens have continued to express their views on what their expectations are. And that's on our Street Views. Take a listen.
Well, basically, at the moment, the situation in town, the situation of the country determines the wave of how election goes. The government of the day are so much messed up, and even the blind and the deaf in the society can tell. So for 2023, I believe that it's going to be about the corporate need of the society beyond individualisms. Because if we don't get it right this time as a corporate society, we cannot get it out again. So basically, the performance of the present government will determine the result of this 2023 election.
Hopefully, I'm expecting the power to change from the ruling party to the other party, which is PDP, because I think every part of every corner of the country, they are tired of the ruling party, which is APC, because instead of things to like being a stabilized way, it's getting too hard for people so people can't bear it anymore. That's my views on it.
Yes, we've been hearing that too, but people are tired of suffering. So I believe people will come out to vote for their choice. That will really make peace. because imposing people on party members have always brought menace to our society. When people vote for their right choice and the right choice wins, it brings peace to the world. So I believe at this election, people will vote for their right choice.
And to other parts of Africa, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says Africa is a home for hope, citing the continent's growing and vibrant youth population. In his message to mark the Africa Day, Guterres said the world celebrated diverse and dynamic continent, enormous promise and potential. Africa Day is the annual commemoration of the foundation of Organization of African Unity, marked on May the 25th. According to him, with initiatives such as African Continental Free Trade Area, the Decade of Women's Financial and Economic Inclusion, and Africa's Union Bold Agenda 2063, a set of game-changing proposals, and the prospect on the horizon are bright. On the third day of the World Economic Forum and annual meeting, Ivorian Prime Minister Patrick Achi has highlighted key challenges Africa faces. He says the challenges include a need for stronger agricultural system for a better integration and global economy. The U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate called for action at the World Economic Forum on Tuesday. John Kerry spoke on a panel of climate leaders, which included Kenyan activist Elizabeth Watui, urging the world to reduce greenhouse gas emission faster by developing the latest technology.
We have to do every possible thing, to protect the forest, against deforestation, and to restore the soil. Otherwise, we're going not only to face desertification, which is going to bring a major issue on food, mainly access to water, because most of the rivers and all that, are completely dry. And one way or the other, we live on a daily basis the consequences of that, and we have to really tackle this issue now and in an urgent, manner.
Residents in Yuldever were left reeling in horror and grief after a teenage gunman murdered at least 19 children and 2 teachers in Texas elementary school, the latest but of gun-fueled mass killing in the United States and the nation's worst school shooting in nearly a decade. Family members gathered at the Civic Center with some crying and praying while waiting to hear further updates from authorities.
It's really hard to see what happened today here. As a grandma, yeah, it is very hard. I can't imagine going through that with one of my grandkids. My heart is broken for the parents here in Uvalde. It's never thought something like this would happen in a small town and friendly as Uvalde, where we know each other, and it's been a very bad, tragic.
Yes, I do, but the names have not been released, so I don't know which ones lost their children. And I know most of the folks here in Uvalde because I used to be a city councilman, former city councilman. So I know most of them, and they're good people, good folks, and my heart goes out to them, condolences to them too, and very sad day for Uvalde.
Yeah,
not only today, but the days to come.
Mm-hmm.
Still on Texas shooting, U.S. President Joe Biden has asked Americans to stand up to gun lobby and pressure members of Congress to pass sensible laws after the killings in Texas school. Biden ordered the flags at the White House and at the U.S. federal and public buildings to be flown at half-staff until sunset on May the 28th.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
Health authorities in Canada says they have identified 10 new cases of monkeypox in Quebec, bringing the total number of 15 with additional cases expected in other provinces. Monkeypox, dictated in recent weeks in Europe and North America, is a rare disease originating in Africa, which usually clears up on its own. He said the federal government had made available the Imavune vaccine and other drugs stored in the National Emergency Strategic Reserve. The first dose of the vaccine were delivered at Quebec province on Tuesday. While there's no specific vaccine for monkeypox, a smallpox vaccine can be used as protection in the case of contact. And in business news, as the global financial outlook continues to look dimmer with a prolonged war in Ukraine, many African countries are bracing themselves to ride out the storm. This year's theme focuses on how to achieve climate resilience and a just energy transition for Africa. Take a listen.
The African Development Bank annual meeting happening in Accra gave the opportunity for leaders to discuss the challenges that pandemic-induced losses in revenue have had on infrastructure. Ramping up climate finance was also a hot topic. This year's theme focuses on how to achieve climate resilience. I believe the biggest challenge that Africa is facing is climate change. How the continent needs to adapt to all that is happening, but also how to enable Africa to open up to financial instruments in order to accelerate the development of the continent.
We need roads, we need ports, we need railroads, and just motorway in order to move goods from point A to point B. Today, the infrastructure deficit has an impact on GDP and growth. We have challenges in terms of youth unemployment. We have challenges in having over 50% of the population today that are women that are not employed, and they are disproportionately affected by climate change because a lot of them are subsistence farmers.
While acknowledging the negative impact disruptions to global supply chains had on many Africans, the South African Commissioner to Ghana highlighted the key role institutions like the AFDB can play.
It's not to look at the challenges towards Africa's development, but look at the opportunities, and that's why we're here, to leverage on the opportunities, especially institutions like multilateral institutions like the African Development Bank, in terms of just charting forward the development trajectory of the continent.
On Monday, the AFDB approved the $1.5 billion emergency program to alleviate the impact of worsening food insecurity across the continent.
So there is need for African countries producing the goods they are consuming. This is most important in the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area that provides, a continental market of nearly 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of $3 trillion, which is an opportunity to accelerate structural transformation and industrialization.
These week-long annual meetings have brought together several central bank governors, ministers and delegates to discuss the impact of climate change across Africa and ways in which governments can build resilience and achieve efficient energy transitions.
And in sports news, Golden State Warriors coach Steve Kerr has refused to talk about basketball at the pre-game news conference, but instead called for stricter gun control. A visible shaken Kerr, who has been an advocate of tighter gun laws, said he would not discuss the Warriors' Eastern Conference final game against Dallas. Kerr also criticized lawmakers for blocking efforts to advance gun control measures.
I'm not going to talk about basketball. Nothing's happened with our team in the last 6 hours. We're going to start the same way tonight. Any basketball questions don't matter. Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California, and now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence enough. There's 50 senators right now who refuse to vote on H.R. 8.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Visit our website at www.plustvafrica.com and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Bopo. Many thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Sayome Saleh, and today Otie and Nama are with me in studio. Hello, ladies. Who are we starting with? The lady in yellow. Hello,
hello. Trying to bring a little bit of sunshine.
Yeah, we need it too. The place is cold. How are you?
It is.
How was your day?
Long day at work.
I love your hair.
Day.
Thank you.
Very nice. Rocking my natural as we do. But yeah, good day. Just a busy one. So, after you go through the frenzy of Monday, sometimes I feel like Tuesday's worse. But yeah, so today was a physical day in the office and it was busy. But good. We get the work done.
Ekushe.
Thank you. How are you?
Nama, how are you? How was your day?
I'm good. I'm well.
You
That's,
look well.
That's what I want to focus on. Oh boy. It was good. It was just running from one thing to the other. Before I knew it was already evening. Like, okay. I like the fact that it runs fast, but you get quickly exhausted. But we're good.
This way.
How's the little man that did birthday the other day?
No, we've not heard the last of it. It's like 3. I am 3.
Where's my cake actually?
Deux, trois. So,
what's your counted in French? It's a serious matter.
It's in down to detail.
We can swing by on the way home and collect
it. It's not like we can. We are. I'm going to I'm actually craving cakes. I don't know. So we're not discussing cake. What are we discussing? We're discussing
one big part of what we're discussing.
In fact, I have figures for you.
Hallelujah! You are the right candidate for this show. So we're discussing parties in Lagos. How people are spending $700,000 to buy dress, right? And here's what we found as today's quote: "When you know the impact of little expenses, you would realize that there is nothing little in this world." So Lagos is the center of excellence and arguably the capital of high-class events and attractions in the part of Nigeria. There's always a lineup of events to attend every other weekend. In fact, it's not weekend anymore. I think it's from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all week, right? With activities. This comes with expenses, right? So it's our ladies' night out. And Uti, Norma, and I will be discussing events in Lagos. We're asking what's the cost to the pocket, your pocket and my pocket. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Ways. Now, May 24th is National Brothers Day. So call your brother and tell him you love him, even though he'll say you were weird afterwards. When you were younger, you argued over Legos or argued over PS, you know, or I mean, whatever whose turn it is to sit in the front seat and whatever. So yet, in some strange ways, those childhood squabbles served to make you closer over the years. So if you haven't done so already, today is supposed to be a day where you're supposed to go and hug your brother and tell the brother you love the brother. Who has a brother here?
I do.
I have just one. One and
Me
only.
too. Just one.
And I'm glad he knows I love him, even though we can kill ourselves. Where we
Uti, how about you?
So, I love my brother. My brother doesn't joke with me, but we fight. Like literally, every time he calls, we fight. So sometimes he actually will call me and he will start the call with, "We're not going to argue." I'm just calling to say hi.
But we end up with arguments.
I'm just going to say hi. I'm just going to check up on you. And by the time you run through all the pleasantries, they will just say one thing and woo, that's it.
The argument will surface.
That's it.
But that's the fun in it, right?
Well, yes and no. I would rather we didn't argue so much, but I don't doubt that he loves me. I don't doubt that if you try me now, he'll take you out. And that's what matters.
Alrighty. So much in the news. Yesterday I mentioned that Banky W, he actually won his primaries.
Okay.
He won his primaries. So today I was on what's it called, on some news platforms, and I was seeing how people were asking for refund of 2 million naira that they had paid delegates. You know,
wow.
So many drama happening around the primaries that just concluded.
All sorts of screenshots of Twitter and all of that. And I saw one person that said, "Oh, they put delegates in a hotel.
Yeah,
they fed them. The police from keeping them."
This delegate thing is a fraud, though. So this guy actually paid the former VP Sambo. His son paid delegates 2 million naira to pay, I mean, so that he could secure his ticket. Then did you see the one that slumped? The video I shared. Oh, wow. There was a senator. I think he had paid, so he was so confident that he was going to win. When they announced that he didn't win, he just went down.
It's a chopping money something. Right from the forms right down to getting
so much drama happening. Then I hear Stephanie Coker's husband won his own seat in Ogun State. Banky W won his seat. So let's watch. I think it's looking interesting already. There's a lot of buzz around it. I'm thinking even with Banky W, PDP was very strategic because it created a lot of buzz around his candidacy, and the same thing with, you know, Stephanie Coker. So any celebrity that wants to go for politics, now is the right time. All right, so now let me start with you. What did you find for us?
All right, at least for once I don't have too much I don't have bad news today. I just found this story really interesting about a teen author who decried poor reading culture in Nigeria. So the story goes that a 17-year-old author, Miss Ijeoma Nwogo, has appealed to governments at all levels and corporate organizations to establish more book clubs in schools and communities to promote reading culture from tender ages in Nigeria. She had just launched 3 of her books, new books. The first is Dear Diary, the second, A Twiddle in Kismet, and Note from My Heart. She said that the establishment of more book clubs had become necessary as many children were not developing an interest in reading. And when she wrote for her first book, she wrote it when she was 5, and it was as a result of an urgent need to create an enabling environment to revive and promote reading culture. So I find it really interesting that it's even a young person in today's world that is asking the government and probably corporate organizations to go, as in to follow this cause of culture of reading. Because really, as bad as our education sector is in Nigeria, if people can know that it's not just about going to school, it's about enlightenment, it's about knowing, it's about exposure. And a lot of people started having exposure through reading books. That was when they started having contact with the larger world and pictures and all of those things, and that increased their curiosity to
an
know
imaginative
more, right?
Capacity.
So coming from this young person, I'm also putting my voice behind that to say the government needs to do, because education is a very key aspect of our growth as a nation. And if these young ones do not have that opportunity, it will still affect the crop or the quality of Nigerians that we will have in tomorrow's
So, I mean, we're
world.
seeing the effects today. I mean, beyond even from an education perspective, reading from an early age has so many benefits. So in terms of developing your vocabulary, attention, the ability to pay attention. So we see that, you know, with the screens and all of those things that we're dealing with in today's world, a lot of children end up with ADHD, attention deficit, also the ADD, attention deficit disorder, because of all the flickering lights and all of that. So books allow you to center yourself and channel yourself and focus on paying attention. It also builds imagination. So Uwa and I saw a movie a couple of weeks ago and we're like, man, where will our minds get there to be able to sit and imagine things like that? But it's actually the, you know, reading from a young age, you know, because when you read, you have to create the characters in your mind, you know. So sometimes when we started to watch these movies, you go, oh, is that what I saw in my mind? It's so different from what I was imagining. But all of those things have long-term effects for children. And I mean, we're seeing it today, but we really, really do.
You know,
need to
I'm
pay
actually
attention.
very grateful because very early I introduced my children. I mean, everybody that knew me knew that I was a regular customer at Latana Ventures because we always go, you know, get books for the boys. And, you know, my son would literally sleep off while reading. And, you know, I know how it has impacted him as a person because his imagination is wild. You know, he's able to picture. And guess what? His
ability.
Yes, he picks, you know. So, I mean, he can just be watching. Quickly, I say now, wow, Father Lord, let them get to where we did not get to. But I can see the difference. It's really, really big. You know,
it makes
it's
a
huge difference. So, for parents that can, you know, don't do all the gadgets and the whatever while they're still very young. I mean, instead, buy them books. I remember when my son did his, I think it was his 4th or 5th birthday, when he was in year 1. No, the 10, when he did 10 was his book. Year 1, even before they started banning party packs in school, what I used to do as I would just go to Latana Ventures, count the number of children in the class, and I'll get those small, really lovely story books. So I did that when he was in year 1. By the time I was coming back to pick him up, you know, on his birthday, that's David's birthday, all the children came, they were just hugging me. David's mommy, I love this story, I read this. So you can imagine, so it's not because, you know, these children will not really be interested. It is us as parents, thank you, that are not doing the right thing. We have to get to that point where these things don't matter. Yes, there will be time for the PlayStations and all of those things, but you see, that book and reading, you can't take it away. When you introduce that child early enough, you'll just be relaxing. You will not stress your head when it comes to even the academic performance of the children.
Because how they do one thing, how they do
others. Oti, your story.
Okay, so my headline says NIBS says e-payments hit a whopping 114.8 trillion naira between January and April 2022. This was a very interesting story for me. So it says the Nigerian Interbank, so NIBS, which is the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, has said that transactions worth a total of 114.8 trillion naira were performed electronically in Nigeria in the first 4 months of this year. This is, a 44% increase compared to the same period last year. So whilst we're all saying, you know, things are getting harder, the economy seems to be slowing down, but for me, this is a testament to how far we've come in the cashless.
It's not only that I'm thinking. I'm just thinking that why can't we go and start our own? Because you know what I'm seeing all these e-payment platforms springing up left, right, and center. I'm wondering, who are the people using it? 114 trillion?
No, there's a lot. So if you think about it, I mean, the POS guys that you're seeing now, they're all over the place. You know, this is financial inclusion. You can go there, you can transfer to them, and then they give you cash. So, you know, when I first saw this story in my mind, I said to myself, if we're doing 114 trillion in e-transactions, and this is just transfers, it says NIP, right, which is the instant transfer. Can you imagine what we're still doing in cash? Because, I mean, cash is king, really.
King,
You know, so to think that we are recording 1.4, so the amount is 114 trillion, but the count is 1.4 billion transactions in 4 months.
Wow, that is huge.
So like we said, when you hear these numbers, for me, because I was reading something the other day that said that we hope that the fintech bubble doesn't burst, because it just seems like every day there's somebody doing a new payment, and I'm like that. I ask, I mean, like, how many platforms do I really need to pay one bill? How many platforms do I need to buy airtime? But when you see these volumes, you realize that there's enough of a market out there to go around. So,
absolutely.
Great to see that cashless is
fantastic.
Is moving.
So my story, this way, this way, this way. I saw the prayers. Jesus, come and help us. Jesus, come and help us. EFCC have finally arrested Rochester Crutch. I don't know who has been following that story. Earlier this afternoon, they had stormed his residence in Abuja. I think in what's that area now, Maitama in Abuja, and they were there. According to the reports that we saw, his video that he did a video also online. So he was, he was saying that they had asked, all his lawyers had asked EFCC for a warrant for his arrest. They didn't produce any warrant for his arrest. So according to the video that I had watched, he was saying in that video that they had broken all his security doors, that they were on the last door. So if you had watched that video extensively, there was a point where they now had to come through the roof of they broke, I don't know if they can just quickly play a short clip of that video.
Were they doing that to try to reach him? Was it that he was resisting? Because
I have no idea, but if they can quickly play that video, I think we have it.
I find it
This is EFCC currently trying to break into the house. They have no warrant. They have nothing. Is it right? Hello?
So that's the video. So, I mean, if you can go and watch the video there. But now, according to the reports that I just got just before we came on air, the arrest was finally made around 6:30 p.m. They finally got into his house and they've arrested him. They whisked him away through Hillock's vehicle. They said some protesters had come in front of his house to protest. They dispersed them with tear gas. So we do not understand. The question I'm asking is, first of all, why would EFCC go through that hassle? I mean, why would you break down? See, this is the problem that I'm talking about. You see, we are complaining about jungle justice in Nigeria. The menial, yes, and the way, yes, upholding laws. You see them breaking the laws. Under no circumstance should you break down somebody's house to the point that, okay, the door wasn't breaking, people had to break through the roof. We need to start comporting ourselves. And that's how you see a policeman jumping on top of a vehicle, or a road safety official jumping, or last mile official jumping in front of the vehicle. We should stop all of this, forceful kinds of arrest. There are details. This man, there's no way he will be in this house for the next 3 months. Worst case scenario, if he's traveling somewhere, you just go and say, "Oh God, please follow us somewhere." But again, why was there no, according to the allegations, that there was no, warrant? Why was there no warrant for an arrest? Is it done anywhere in the world that you want to arrest somebody and you do not come with a warrant?
Well, it still goes to the level of impunity that we have tolerated in our nation as a whole.
I mean,
anybody can get away with anything. Nobody's answerable to anybody. There's nobody you can question about this situation. If it's in other crimes, you cannot go to someone. In fact, they will ask you, "Where's your warrant?" Where's even that warrant for you to even search, let alone take someone away to an unknown location? So, I mean, it still tells on what we're going through. All the many.
This is just a reflection. You understand?
Been going through.
Yeah, and when you're talking, you want to fight jungle. You can't fight it when you have operatives like this.
What you see and what is being demonstrated echoes that what you are trying to prevent. But the question for me is, this is the EFCC. This is not the NDLEA. This is not the firearms. So he didn't look like he was resisting in that video. I haven't seen enough to say, but when you're talking about breaking doors, and they came in full force, and I'm like, it's
And this is financial
economic
crimes.
and financial crimes. Like, really?
On that note, let's take a break, because today I wanted to discuss something chill and not get energy. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
All right, Nollywood actress and disc jockey Dorcas Shola Fab's son was trending on social media earlier this month, that's I think about last week or so, over her AMVC outfit. It was reported that the actress had paid the stylist 200,000 for a fabric of 470,000 naira and was enraged when she got something different from what she had ordered from the stylist. So she was almost saying she wasn't paying back, right? So earlier today, Erica from the Big Brother house reacted to the media personality Sally Suleiman's comment on a post on social media where she disclosed spending over 500,000 to attend an event in Lagos. In her response, Erica disclosed, "That's why I don't bother going out unless it's work related or for friends and family. When you spend all your money on outing, they'll forget about you and move on to the next trending person." So today we're asking, right? How much do you think should go into attending events in Lagos, and how is it affecting us, our pockets? Because it's not from me, it's not your pocket that it's coming from. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp 081-803-4663. You can tweet at us at Wisho Africa with the hashtag Wisho. Why is Uti very dramatic this evening?
I'm channeling my son, because I was holding myself when you were reading that, because I was is this not this Erica who had the dress of 794,000, or is there a different Erica?
No, so what she said, right? Erica said that she only goes out for events, and that's why I'm saying that that dress at AMVCA was sponsored by, I think she's a brand ambassador for one brand. I don't want to mention the brand, but it was that brand that paid that $700,000 outfit. It's not from her personal money now, Haba.
We her personal money, her personal money. Unless you're telling me that it's the brand that made the dress that sponsored her.
Oh yes, now.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. It's a far cry. Dorcas, smart girl, is crying over 200,000 naira plus 470,000 naira versus $794,000. Please. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
No, so what she said.
I hear you.
No, don't misquote her.
No, I'm not misquoting
her. Her own is that she only attends events that she's being paid for.
Me.
That is no, so they pay her to attend those events.
I agree, and I'm still saying you are paid to attend events. She only goes out for work. I'm sorry, it's too soon. Don't speak. Not okay. On the things you are wearing to go out. Don't speak.
But okay, so let's come back to this events in Lagos and the cost, right, to the pocket, because I attended the AMVC. I gave people my story. Our stylist said I should come and pay. Let me not say it out in public, but they said I should come and pay one money for a dress that I'm going to wear just once, and oh no, you have to whatever. So I mean, I was having a conversation with my friend, and she was like, "Wow, you are a TV person. You have to, you have to show up. You have to do the, when you go there, people should notice that you are there, and all of that, and all these things matter." But I mean, when this young lady, I think Sally Suleiman also, when she was posting that, she broke it down, right? The Ashwebi, the cost of the Ashwebi. Let me see if I can just quickly pull out what she said.
45,000.
45,000 for the Ashwebi.
Yeah.
Then she said
50 for the Ashwebi, 100 for the sewing.
50 for the Ashwebi, 100 for the sewing. Then she took flight of 150k, hotel 150k, gele time was 15k, makeup was 45k. So I mean, she said, and this is exclusive of the cost of logistics within Lagos. Obviously, she came from out of town to attend this event. But have you seen Lagos party of late? Or not even Lagos, all the parties of late. I mean, look at Rita Dominic's wedding. Yes, look at Rita Dominic's wedding. The wedding that just got concluded this weekend. What's her name? Inidima. I mean, beautiful outfits. Me, when I'm seeing all those beauty, his money I'm calculating. Like, how much do people really spend? And do you really have this money that you spend? Because the people we are benchmarking with, all the celebrities abroad, most times their outings are being sponsored. So if Versace will call you and say, you know what, I want you to be my muse for this event. They really don't pay their own cash for this event. But I don't know how it plays out here in Lagos. But let me hear your thoughts, ladies.
So, I love where you just stopped now, because the whole job of a stylist is to find you an outfit, right? And 9 out of 10 times when they find you the outfit, you are representing the brand. So the brand needs their outfits to be at the events, to be photographed and all of that. So when you hear the celebrities on the red carpet, when they ask them the question, what are you wearing? It is marketing, right? So I have borrowed the diamonds. I've,
but then they won't have the bouncers following them.
And whatever has given me the diamonds, the dress. So they're actually coached and prepped before they go on the runway to remember what they are wearing and who it's by, because that is the marketing. That is what gets the designers and the brands out there. So when you hire a stylist, you're not hiring a stylist to find you a dress to buy. You're hiring a stylist to find you an outfit for the event. So Oscars, Met Gala, that's how it works. So when I hear people here say, I got a stylist, but you are still paying for the outfits, I not really understand. So the stylist is putting you together. That's what it is. So we do it in a different way. So they find you the shoes, they find you this, and it's all this does is add to the cost. But I even want to go back to the trajectory that we followed to get to where we were today. You said something that was fantastic, and it's a reference point I've made in the past. The people that you are emulating, they are celebrities. So, we look at the Kardashian weddings, we look at celebrity weddings, and we've turned our everyday weddings now into celebrity affairs. So you find that you have people that got married in the early 90s. If you got married in Lagos before APC, Tinubu time and all of that, you block your street, put a canopy, or you take a field and you put canopies, not the nice marquees we have now, canopy, the yellow, the green, you put canopy, and then you have the different people.
What parties have evolved?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm going on a journey. So you had all of those, and those were the Owambes of old, right? Then it became, you can't do parties, you can't close roads anymore, you have to have venues. Then we had the spring up of halls and all of that. And then makeup came in, gele came in, Ashwebi used to be a small thing, you just sew your, back in the day when we used to sew, there was no adding material, you just sew your peplum skirt and top, and that was what it was, 6 pieces, A-line, it was all straightforward. Then it evolved. We started to get event planners. We got event planners, then we got people that stage events, then you get people that light events, then you get, so it took on a world of its own. We didn't used to do bridal showers, we didn't used to do baby showers, then we started doing them. They became part of the event. Then you had people doing destination weddings. The recent one that I saw, and these ones now are brought on by social media, we started off with the videos. You hire a videographer, they do that nice picture of the shoe, the dress, the jewelry. they do documentary. That one came. Now we've taken it a step. Now, it's not enough that you saw the wedding dress or we added after party dress. We added the
sometimes two.
Yes, we added the all the what's it called now, the native ones. You know, when you do the native, you saw your own culture, you saw his culture. We added all of those things. You know, the one that beats me now, the one that really gets me is the robe.
Ah, yes. Oh.
I don't understand it. So it's not enough on the day for them to do documentary, to film you getting ready, to take pictures.
You have to wear a bridal robe.
Now wear a bridal robe.
And your bridesmaids will wear their robe.
And they will wear their robe. And then you all will now take pictures. Like, come on.
No, but wait. This has, because it's a huge market, right?
It is.
It is a huge market. And I'm wondering, how sustainable is this? Because I see some people, they are this part. I mean, there was Elegushi mother's 70th. You understand? So after you could see, then there was AY's baby shower, and baby dedication. You could see that the same person go here.
A list of events.
But haven't you changed in the car before?
Hey, Uti, I was gonna say that before, even the weddings, it was just the bride that would change. Now, AMVCA, there was 2 outfits. You wear the red carpet. In fact, some people did 3.
Yeah, of course.
They wore red carpet, they wore event, and they wore the after party
But
dress.
we're emulating the Oscars. That's what happens.
Not my finger. It is your field.
Well, unfortunately, I have to defend my field. It is a huge and thriving market. And it's, in all sincerity, it's a beautiful market. Events have become an art. So, like you rightly said, gone are the days when you just throw on, or even the bride self, you wear the same. No, there's a story to it. So you're taking people on a journey, which is really beautiful. I love the way that things have become more excellent in presentation, right? So now you can have events, you can have a picture of what you want your wedding to look like, or your event. Not just the weddings, there are different
everything.
Birthdays and all of that, AMVCAs and all of that. Yes, but we're talking about the cost to the individual, and there are different individuals in the scheme of things. There are the family members, there are the people doing the event, right? And then there are the family members, and then there are the friends, and then there are the well-wishers, and then there are the vendors. Right? So when you have these group of people, I mean, these vendors are creating, what would I call it? They're creating an experience. Thank you very much. They're creating an experience for you, which comes at a cost. Because when you see certain designs, maybe whether it's in the decoration of the halls or in the bridal area, or, all the trends that are going on now, you'd be like, wow. A lot of thought and precision and detail goes into some of these things. And those are some of the things that you're going to pay for. It's no longer those days you just put, those funny flowers at the edge, or just, now it's an experience, like Uti rightly said. So it comes at a price. That's my point. Now the question is, how willing are people to pay that price? And that's where the problem is. Because when you look at where you are and what you want and your pocket, and the 3 do not measure up, and then you push yourself at a cost to meet up with the societal expectations, that's where the problem is going to start. Because it's going to cost you a lot. For some people, it's going to incur debt.
You'll be in debt, yes.
For some others, their savings are gone. For some others, children's school fees go into the mix. For some others, their rent goes in. For others, fuel. And then some people, you see some people, they finish and they spend another year
trying to pay
soaking gari or trying to pay up the debt. That's where the problem is. The pressure to meet up. That's what we're dealing with. And it comes at a cost. So many people are forcing themselves. These people who are having these events could afford, a lot of them could actually afford to pay for these events. There are people who are planned for these events. That's what some people do not know. Some people have created savings, or some, they're putting it. I mean, my twin sister is probably, when it comes to planning, oh, sugar. She will plan from 2 years before. Everybody's birthday party, she would have been saving. She would have gone to ask for, because she wants to have an experience for them, right? So she will ask, get details, get, what do they call it, discounts and all of those things, and begin to plan, begin to pay little. There's some places you pay a down payment and they lock up the date for you. So when you now see everything come together, you think it is, she has money. Do you understand? It was somebody that planned the process to get to what they have in their mind. But a lot of people do not have planning culture. Oh, tomorrow, this month alone, you have 3 weddings. You've not decided, this is how much I have. If it's something that is very important to me, because guess what? Maybe that's where I have connections, or I meet with networking. There's some kind of advantage for me, and I plan to be in those kind of circles. How much do I want? Okay, if I have 3, could I afford to actually throw in everything to one? And then where would I have for the others? Or what's my relationship? People don't ask all those questions. People don't plan for those things. At the end of the day, you have people pushing them. Oh, because this person is going to be there. You don't have the money. You don't have the means. You will go and borrow. You will go and spend money that you don't have. You will go in debt. Then when you finish, there are people who would finish and you're begging them, I'm a makeup artist. That's part of what I do. Pay me my money. You see them dancing and looking all gallant in wedding, but you are owing somebody. And that doesn't tell well on people's character. You have to be able to cut your coat according to your size. And some people, your clothes, that's what they say now. According to your material.
Not your size.
Because people think that it's until you spend so much that you can look good.
Yeah, you don't have
If you really want to look good, you will find ways.
Absolutely.
Not just planning it. There are even cheap and affordable ways to still look amazing without cutting truth.
Okay, on that note, let us take a break. When we come back, we want to open our phone lines. Stay with us, we'll be right back. All right, if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and our focus today is events in Lagos, and we're asking the cost to the pocket. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow. Our phone line is now open. You know the rules. Please turn off the volume of your TV set, and the number to call is 07025007749. All right, so number when you were talking, I noted down 3 things. First of all, I can't for the life of me understand why burials. You would have to look so gallant in burial ceremony. It was the one that gave me that woke me up was Tiwa Savage's father's burial. The kinds of you are in a mourning state. Like, where do we even draw the lines with this event and the looks? Shouldn't there be some events that takes away all the glamour and all of that, a lot more sober event? That's one. Secondly, you know that a lot of people use events as fundraisers. Because I've heard so many people that today is party, tomorrow is party. All they are doing is because people are funding and sponsoring those things. So, I have my daughter just brought out a teeth. they will throw party. My daughter just started crawling, they will throw party and all of that. So some people use those events just to, as a means to gather their friends together, they spraying money and all of that to, you know, to get money. Then the third one, when you talked about networking, for goodness sake, how many of these events that you attend, you meet the people and all of that, how does it translate into transactions that eventually funds or refunds that money that you have spent, like an ROI? Right? Does it really translate these networks that we're talking about? Because this is why people would make excuses. My friend was telling me, Uwa, if you want to go for an event, you better show up. If you don't want to, if you're not ready to show up, Kuku, stay in your house, you know, spend that money, look good and all of that. Because you don't know who you meet. But I'm still asking this question. Even if I meet all the people, I say hello to all the people, or we take pictures and all of that, how does that translate into Naira and Kobo in my account? Right? So does it really work that people do get transactions after events like that? Does it happen?
Well, I have a friend who, in fact, he's even a guy, which is even more interesting for me, that he actually has events. When he's doing birthdays, you know, something, he will celebrate it. And it was interesting because personally, he's not the kind of person, he's not frivolous. I don't know if you get what I mean. But in his parties, you can see the caliber of people and the conversation that goes on. At the end of the day, 2 or 3 or several deals are signed, sealed, and delivered. And parties going on.
Okay.
Birthday for child. We're in one corner, signing deals. And I was like, this is something to learn from. So at least somebody has his objectives screwed on, as in focused on the objective that they want to have. You're not just, you know how much you spent, but you know how you're going to get back in return, right? That's one. 2, the first question that you were asking, Nigerians overlearn. You know, anything that we do it 10 times over the people that we learned it from. So you see events, you see Met Gala, you see Grammys, they're wearing all of these. I saw a video on Instagram. I saw somebody who, as in she couldn't even, her dress, she could not, I'm sure if she stood by herself, she would tip over. Several people had to lift it on the sides for her to be able to walk. And I'm like, all in the name of red carpet, right? At the end of the day, we love to learn things, but we do not learn the motivation that people used to do the things that they do. So when we're doing it, we don't have the right kind of motivation. You just do it, you've done party and you spend so much money, and at the end of the day, you have nothing to show for it. While somebody else would do that and get back 10 times over what they spent. So who is being foolish in that regard? Then I wanted to add an aspect that I missed while I was talking earlier, the cost. Some people, it has cost them relationships, friendships, because you choose one person over the other. I'll do ashrebi for this, or what is ashrebi? Ashrebi in real terms is actually for family members. So you have people who are doing, my wedding, I told my mom bluntly that I do not want any ashrebi. And she was like, no, if there was going to be, it's going to be for my sisters. Everybody, the color is this. Where? Come, be creative with what you want to come with.
You're not one of those people
but I'm not. Because at the time, cost was a problem. And by the time I checked, I said, people may not be able to afford this. So why put them under that pressure? But people are not thinking in that direction. Everybody wants it.
In fact, it is now it's that
about,
gives you the
it's about card. Oh, yes. Now it's about competition and all sorts of things now. So, you find out that a lot of people's motivation is not directed constructively. And of course, at the end of the day, we can see the results where they will now, by the time that stories come up on social media, you'll be like,
money.
Wow.
Just be careful. What's that saying? Follow who know
road.
The truth is, and Norma has touched on a lot of these things, there are people who would do events. I remember a friend of mine, when her sister got married, she said her mother was a director in a company, a particular company in Nigeria at the time. And the chairman of that company, she said the check that was given by the chairman.
Wow.
Paid for the wedding with change. Wow. And this was someone who gave away 25 yards of material as party souvenir. She gave away stacks of books. So the souvenirs were segmented by age and group. And she still made that money back. Even in more recent times, I had a friend who, in fact, the event planner now had too much money. So they bypassed the person doing the event and were just sending money to the event planner to the extent where the event planner now had too much money for the event. Now juxtapose that against people who are now trying to keep up with the culture and the Joneses, and they're trying to do this. So some people have the event and then they've cashed out all the way to the bank.
Straight up.
And you have some people who then have the event and post the event. It's now like, okay, where's the money to do other things, and they're in debt. And this goes for celebrants, and it can also go for attendees, because even the price of yourself attending, what it takes to sew outfits today, you know, we're such a visual with social media and all of that. We see an outfit, you take it to the tailor. By the time they count all the... I saw an outfit, I was saying it the other day on the show. I had to tell the tailor, I said, start removing one by one, because I will only wear this outfit once. And because she broke the outfit down, you know, you see it. If you're not a seamstress or whatever, you don't know what the makeup is. Then they tell you there is trimming, there is feather, there is something. Then they start counting all the prices together. And the next thing, you're ending up with making one outfit for 200,000. And I'm like, how much was... I like that you gave the Tiwa example. How much was that Ankara? Yet look at the designs that came out of it. It's a fantastic testament to our creativity and to the industries that we have developed. But mine is, stay in your lane. Everything can be done tastefully within your budget, as long as your eyes are not big. If you don't have Dangote money, don't try it. You can't compete. We all want dream things. You know, we have dreams and visions in our heads. What you need to find in today's world, where you have so many vendors, is find someone who can translate your vision to your budget realistically. Don't tell her I want Dangote when your money is... She won't answer you. She'll just walk away. So the reality of it is, that's where for me I think the miscalculation always is that we're trying to keep up with the Joneses. We're trying to do things that we see on social media. You know, you see a celebrity, a Rita Dominic, having events and doing weddings. And I know that we don't pay a lot of credence, to be fair, and I think this is the other problem. A regular American will not compare themselves to a Kardashian when they have plans. But because our celebrities are accessible, we don't see them in that light. You know, you will see a celebrity wear an outfit. Do you understand? You see a celebrity wear an outfit, then you will now walk up to that same person that made the outfit, because in your mind, I should be this person is in Nigeria. Then you now hear the price and you want to kill yourself. Because I see, what's her name now? The lady that does the Tubo. You will go on Tubo's page and you will see people writing, when is my wedding time? Tubo will make... No, they're not even asking how much. They're just saying, I can't wait for it to be my wedding so that you will sew my outfit. This is somebody that is now at the stage where she herself is a celebrity. She's making outfits for the Olori of Warri. She's making... Do you get what I mean? So, you know, there are some things that a regular person just be like, beg,
let me find my level.
This is where my guys want to go. So by the time you are getting married, you've now put so much pressure on what you think you want to attain. Guys, those outfits, if you can rent it, be fiscally responsible.
But guess what? So for the AMVCAs, for instance, right? I was saying to myself that some of those outfits, you may never wear them ever again. So why do you have to go and make a dress that you will not wear again?
No.
Why don't we have rental companies evolve from this, that if you have all these events, red carpet events and all of that, you just come, they do a fitting. My wedding dress, I didn't buy it. I rented it and I returned it back. Dry cleaned. You understand?
I tell you how much my
wedding dress. I didn't even buy the wedding dress. I said I rented it and I returned it back, because for me, it was not going to be useful for me after those 3 or 4 hours I was going to wear it, right? So, I mean, the culture of that you have to own something, those things they are all long gone. And again, if you're somebody that attends events consistently or constantly or whatever, you shouldn't be spending your money. It is foolishness, right, for you to spend those kinds of money that you're not going to have back.
We're just not there yet.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say. We are not big enough yet. So imagine today, you say we rent outfits, and you know, what is the goal? if you have a stylist, the gamut of the industry of fashion. Remember when we had Obina here? We are not at that size yet. So for the AMVCAs, we've come a long way, right? Because what are we doing now? Our celebrities are wearing outfits that are statement pieces.
Really beautiful.
That our designers are now making a name off the back of. That is what it is. Those events are meant to, in addition to showcasing the talent, it's showcasing the creative industry as well from a fashion perspective. Because what happens is, why do you have haute couture lines and you have ready to wear? Because I see, what's it called? I see privé and I say, okay, what is it that this guy is making in my price range? And I go and buy. Not everybody can afford to wear the haute couture you see on the runways. So the fact is, I am selling something. Our industry, our designers are not at the point. We had Obina here telling us about the cost and everything. So they can't even afford right now to say, you know what, I'm going to make an outfit.
Exactly.
And the number of celebrities we have is still so small. So imagine today, Rita wears an outfit. Then tomorrow the event, Toke wears the outfit. Social media immediately will say, who wore it better? Who wore it better? So we don't have the size, but we're going somewhere. We're getting there because we need to understand the business around these things.
I was going to ask now, where do we draw the line? Because for me, I wasn't going to be collecting any award. I wasn't presenting any award. And I felt like it was okay for me to just dress normal dress and go to the event. You know, but someone is saying that no, well, you shouldn't do that. Where do we draw the line?
No, but you look nice. There's nothing wrong with not looking nice, right?
That's what I'm saying. So where do we draw the line with the outfit? Because sometimes now, it's like the attendees are dressing even more glamorous than the celebrities. No, I'm talking about even in weddings now, for instance. You will see outfits that attendees are wearing, almost like you want to rival the bride and the groom. No, nah.
No, but that's what I'm saying, that culturally, that's what we do, right? Everybody wants to trend.
It's competition.
Everybody wants to have a hot pick. So if you imagine, how did we end up with events having hashtags? What are you hashtagging other than to see the event, see the outfits and the events?
Well, that's
so the fact is, you want something that's going to make you stand out. If everybody's wearing the same fabric, who's going to remember my outfit? I remember when who was it? It was Richard Dominick's wedding. I think that they wore the green and all the gillies were looking crazy, and I was like, what's wrong with just tying the fan gilly and let's move on? No, but everybody's trying to stand out.
Everybody did stand out.
Exactly. So I stand by it and I say, you know what? Follow who no road. Follow whose bank account is around your own. So that, because the problem is not, if you can afford it, hey ho, have at it. If it's a copy situation, go for it. If it's a Dangote situation, have fun. But if you can't afford it, don't put yourself out trying to keep up with the
But another wedding that is coming up is what's his name? Mr. Easy. And
Temi's sister, Temi,
Hey, Oluwa.
Well, that day, just at home.
I will just be in my house.
We'll watch on social media.
We can get the invitation just in case.
I'm not going to spend 500. I remember we have a mutual friend who was friends with let me call it, at that point in time, it was the highest office in the land, and there was an event, and she was going to fly into Lagos for the event. My friend said, which lace am I going to buy to compete with this?
There's no
she
point.
just went and bought Indian sari. She said, I will stand out.
That was
and
creative.
She bought her sari and she looked awesome. And so you have to be creative, guys. You don't have to break the bank.
Absolutely.
And that's what we need to encourage people to do, because people see it, and I know it's addictive. You can spend an hour looking at the hashtag of one event and you're just dreaming. When will I trend like this? When will it be my outfit? When will I wear tuba? When will I wear Vicky James? You're thinking, but guys, it's okay. There are assets that last longer.
In fact, Rita, once you start, like you said rightly, it's an addiction. It's hard to stop. So that's where you see a lot of people running into all kinds of debt, and they can't stop. Don't worry, I'll pay you. It's not just how many they say. I had somebody who owed me for years and had the effrontery to say, hey, if I owed you this long, why can't you just wait for a few? I told her, after today, you will see the other side of me that you've never seen before. And when she saw that I meant it, the money came out. So sometimes you just see people pushing buttons just because they want to see how far you can go. And which brings me to some of the vendors, right? So these are people who have not attained that celebrity status that now that, and then you want them to give you outfit for free. Come on. They go to the monies they spend. It's not that some company is sponsoring, so they just need to take money from there. It's from their pocket. And as they spend all that money, try to put together your dream outfit or your dream look, and then you start speaking in tongues because you think that they are not what.
Oh, no, I'm talking about a pain point.
Oh yes, I have to.
Somebody said cut your coat according to your material. That's Zio on Twitter, on YouTube. She said translate your vision into your budget. I love that. I think that was what Uti said. Yeah.
So I have this one. I think it's from Daniel Ego, our Waze regular fan, and he says, "Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. Of what are you saying? #Waze. Concerning events in Lagos and the cost to the pockets, you cannot help but talk about it. Haba. How can someone in her right mind and sense spend $794,000 on an outfit alone? I'm not sure that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, it is? Oh, right. This is ridiculous and total madness. I thought I saw a bull on.
No, that was
Diana's dress. Toyi Lawani, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is ridiculous and total madness. Sister Uti is right. When you are in a glass house, you do not throw stones. People spend so much on gala dress, makeup, flight tickets, hotel accommodation, all in the name of wedding and occasion. All these money can be spent wisely by solving problems, e.g. by donating to charity, orphanages, and giving to the poor. People don't cut their coat according to their material. They borrow for events and go back and soak gari. God will help them to spend wisely. All right, thank you, Daniel.
Just want to say final comments, ladies. What do you think, going forward?
I have a question. The Owambe kings and queens. There's people that specialize in Owambe. I don't know how you all do it. I will not. I don't even get it, because the worst part is after spending all of this money, you get to the event. Hi.
That's it.
They look for where to sit. That's if you eat.
If you don't find
that's if you eat. That was if you find somewhere to sit.
Sometimes the dress will not even allow you to eat.
If you find somewhere to sit, if you find food, all of those things, in 4, 5, 6 hours, bag as a bag, you finish. You go home. The outfit goes in a bag somewhere and
never
that's
comes
the end
out.
of the day.
It's just
not a smart investment, please. My comment says, good evening, ladies. I'm really surprised the extent people, especially ladies, can go just to belong. With the high cost of living, some still have misplaced priorities. I was in a dilemma in February when I needed to buy an expensive ashobi for a wedding. I had to buy it though I don't normally buy such, because my husband insisted I pick it, as the guy wanted me to wear same thing with his sisters as a mark of honor. To be sincere with you, it took me some months before I stopped thinking of the money involved. I think it's time we stop thinking of what society and family expect you to do just to please people. Thanks and stay blessed. Thank you, Bissy, for sharing that.
Yeah, fantastic. So I think it's a good way to wrap the conversation. Meal, I would say, if you can afford it, But for the people that go to events because you're hoping to get deals, then be very strategic about it. Absolutely. It doesn't mean that you have to go bankrupt or you start owing people and running and not picking your calls again because you're owing money. Sapa is real in this Nigeria right now, so we have to be careful. Well, thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, Uti. Thank you, Norma. And thank you to the viewers that sent in their messages, and also on YouTube as well. So before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagrams at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, it's a very sweet quote. I like it. It says, when you know the impact of little expenses, you realize that there's nothing, right, little in this world. You think it's much more money I'm spending, but by the time you sit down and put the cost together, it's a lot that you're spending on some of these things. So you might want to cut down on, those kinds of, take Erica's cue. And only attend important events and families, strategic events. All right, we'll see you guys live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ń Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbáyìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbáyìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa níbí nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà mọ́ ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nànà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Ìgbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé wọ́n ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture, upholstery, weather, oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí n ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn. Àti pákó, plywood, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dédé páànù, cement, kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó, gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé. Àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà. 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ. Àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7. A parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run. Tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ní rà. Environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́. So mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ oníyàjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà. Ìyẹn ló máa gbé wa lágo 10. Kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀. Bọ́jà wa yìí ṣe tó àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwàkíwà. Àgbà kéèyàn ò jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni. Àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága. Tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀. Agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí. Ní tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe. a lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé òkè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára nígbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbọ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣébì náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ ń fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ń bí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi board plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ ní Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wáyé ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wá ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi wẹ́n tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of. We get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood, just like bed, shelf, door, architrave, and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have mazonia, we have teak, we have abora, we have idigbo, we have eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board, and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that everybody just faced the imported material that this was. But because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that it's even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn wọ̀nyẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. So mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìnyí, iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà wọn kọ́ṣẹ́ tán ibi náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan náà ń dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tó ní ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dáadé wa ni wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa ò fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator that dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti mú ná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tó ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò tán bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà má mú òun kò náà ti pa àwọn gbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ bùrú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni adẹ̀dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà ti pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí ká mọ̀ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ká mọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ̀ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine. All right. So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs or certain chemical substances that are erosive. Okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road. You just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach. And of course, they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach. And it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get them straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid-containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid-containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's urine test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headaches. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Bokpo. This is the news update. Gunmen have reportedly broken into one of the parishes presided by the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Koka. Reports say the armed hoodlums kidnapped 2 priests and 2 others in the rectory of St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Gidai Maigambo, in Kafur local government area of Katsina State. Koka's Sokoto diocese covers Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, and Kebbi State. The Director of Social Communications of Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Reverend Father Christopher Omotosho, confirmed the development on Wednesday morning. He said the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto is under attack and no information has been gotten as to the whereabouts of the abductees. The Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has condemned the reported killings of a pregnant woman and her children by some yet-to-be-identified gunmen. The victims, Harira Jubril and her children, were returning to their home when gunmen ambushed them in a community in Orumba North local government area of the state. The governor described the killing as unacceptable, promising that the perpetrators would be fished out, dealt with accordingly to the law. Soludo further reassured all Nigerians living or doing business in Anambra State of the resolve of government to ensure adequate protection of their lives and properties at all times. Ahead of the International Children's Day celebration 2022, the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Tallen, says the federal government has established family courts in 16 states to ensure child-friendly justice for children as victims or as offenders of violence. At the press briefing on Tuesday, Tallen said the establishment of family courts resulted from effective advocacy and sensitization for effective implementation of the child rights law across the country. According to her, the theme for the year is strengthening supportive system for protection of Nigerian child, a wake-up call. She noted despite efforts by the government and other stakeholders, children were still vulnerable and victims of abduction, ritual killings, rape, child marriage, domestic abuse, and others. The Ikoyi Federal High Court has ordered the chairman of the Lagos State Park and Garages Management, Musiliu Akintoya, also known as MC Oluomo, and 8 others to stop collecting levies from commercial drivers. Justice Peter Alifu gave the order in respect of an ex parte application filed by Counsel Olukoya Ogungbenje on behalf of himself and a new transport union, or Transport Union Society of Nigeria. In the application supported by a 34-paragraph affidavit, it was prayed that the court restrain the respondent from forceful imposition, collection, extortion of any transport union levies, dues, fees or monies from any person and commercial vehicle driver or transporter that is not a member of a respondent pending the hearing and determination of substantive originating motion filed before the court. Our respondent in a suit Other respondents in the suit are the Registered Trustee of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Registered Trustees of Road Transport Employees Association of Nigeria. Long queues are now being noticeable in few filling stations in Akure, the Ondo state capital, while other filling stations are under lock and key as they are not dispensing petrol. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Hakeem Lawal gathered that scarcity was caused by motor tussle or power tussle among other members of New Peng, and now left residents groaning as scarcity grounded social economic activities. They urged the federal government to please find a lasting solution to the perennial fuel scarcity.
People have been here as early as 5:30 in the morning trying to buy fuel, and the queue is still long. Many people are still trying to get fuel. Many don't even have hope. Now, some other filling stations that you still get, like one filling station, I would like to mention them. Yesterday, they sold for 200.
I've been here since morning. So, since now, I've never collected any fuel. So, what I've said earlier is that I will appeal to the government to do something. You know, people are suffering now. Some people are delayed for, some people are delayed. Many people are supposed to be at the same, in their working places now. But now, they are in the filling station.
They are selling fuel here. They have light. They just went and put it off without even telling us that what is happening. And they have fuel here. This is a serious problem in this country. So we are begging the government to come and intervene to those people now, to come and see what is happening here. Children, many kids here, people they are ready to work now. These Okada people, they are ready to work, to feed their family. Nothing to do. Nothing was happened. It's very, very unfair. So please appeal to the authority people to come and visit.
The National Health Insurance Authority Act 2022 does not include telecom tax as part of funding sources targeted in financing the Vulnerable Group Fund. Ibrahim Oloriegbe, chairman of the Senate Committee on Health, had said the initial proposal of 1 kobo per second telecom tax to fund the Vulnerable Group Fund was rejected and removed before it was signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari, contrary to widespread view that the 2022 Act retained a telecommunication tax of not less than 1 kobo per second of GSM call, which was being considered by the National Assembly in the National Health Insurance Bill. The fund will now come from other sources. The fund is aimed at subsidizing healthcare services for about 83 million poor Nigerians. As Nigerians prepare for another round of elections in 2023, citizens have continued to express their views on what their expectations are. And that's on our Street Views. Take a listen.
Well, basically, at the moment, the situation in town, the situation of the country determines the wave of how an election goes. The government of the day are so much messed up, and even the blind and the deaf in the society can tell. So, for 2023, I believe that it's going to be about the corporate need of the society beyond individualisms. Because if we don't get it right this time as a corporate society, we cannot get it out again. So basically, the performance of the present government will determine the result of this 2023 election.
Hopefully, I'm expecting the power to change from the ruling party to the other party, which is PDP, because I think every part of everywhere corner of the country, they are tired of the ruling party, which is APC, because instead of things to like being stabilized a way, it's getting too hard for people to, so people can't bear it anymore. That's my views on it.
Yes, we've been hearing that too, but people are tired of suffering. So I believe people will come out to vote for their choice. That will really make peace. Because imposing people on party members have always brought menace to our society. When people vote for their right choice and the right choice wins, it brings peace to the world. So I believe at this election, people will vote for their right choice.
And to other parts of Africa, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his message to mark the African Day, says Africa is a home for hope, citing the continent's growing and vibrant youth population. Africa Day is an annual commemoration of the foundation of the Organization of African Unity, marked on May the 25th.
It's Africa Day, a day set aside to commemorate the anniversary of the signing of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, on May 25, 1963. Since then, the commemoration of the historic day has served as an opportunity to promote cooperation between African peoples. This year, the day coincides with the African Union Extraordinary Summit in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. A handful of African heads of state, including current chair of the African Union, Senegalese President Macky Sall, are taking part in the summit. But as leaders meet in Malabo, the Office of the African Union Youth Envoy says it wants to encourage African youths on the continent and in the diaspora to support and promote positive social change and concrete action for Africa's development. For now, Africans celebrate the socio-economic achievements of the continent, while the AU theme for the year, strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security, continues to be in focus.
Residents in New Delhi were left reeling in horror and grieving after teenage gunmen murdered at least 19 children and 2 teachers in Texas elementary school, the latest bout of gun-fueled mass killing in the United States and nation's worst school shooting in nearly a decade. Family members gathered at the Civic Center with some crying and praying while waiting to hear further updates from authorities.
It's really hard to see what happened today here. As a grandma, yeah, it is very hard. I can't imagine going through that with one of my grandkids. My heart is broken for the parents here in Uvalde. It's never thought something like this would happen in a small town and friendly as Uvalde, where we know each other, and it's been a very, very bad tragic.
Yes, I do, but the names have not been released, so I don't know which ones lost their children. And I know most of the folks here in Uvalde because I used to be a city councilman, former city councilman. So I know most of them, and they're good people, good folks, and my heart goes out to them, condolences to them too, and very sad day for Uvalde.
Yeah,
not only today, but the days to come.
Health authorities in Canada say they have identified 10 new cases of monkeypox in Quebec, bringing the total number to 15, with additional cases expected in other provinces. Monkeypox, dictated in recent weeks in Europe and North America, is a rare disease originating in Africa, which usually clears up on its own. He said the federal government had made available the Imvamune vaccine and other drugs stored in National Emergency Strategic Reserve. The first dose of the vaccine were delivered to Quebec province on Tuesday. While there's no specific vaccine for monkeypox, a smallpox vaccine can be used as protection in the case of contact. And to some entertainment news, a popular singer, Ayestar, has the most nomination for female singer artist ahead of the Headies 2022. It's her first nomination for a major award. Ayestar was nominated Best Vocal Performance Female, Best Collaboration Headies Viewers' Choice, Best Afrobeat Album and Album of the Year, Best R&B Single, Best Afrobeat Single of the Year, and Next Rated. She was born June 14, 2002 in Cotonou. Ayestar began her fashion career at the age of 16 in Coiv model management before deciding to pursue music. And in sports news, Sports Minister Nadine Dorries says the British government has issued a license that permits the sale of Chelsea to a consortium led by Los Angeles Dodgers part owner Todd Boehly and backed by the Clear Lake Capital on Tuesday at the consortium, which agreed terms to acquire Chelsea for £4.25 billion earlier this month, past the Premier League owners and directors test.
And I'm glad that YouTube has already answered this call and done so. But in football, I agree with him, and we have tolerated the investment of Russian kleptocrats for far too long. And yesterday's announcements show that I think that we have reached a turning point. We need to make sure that football clubs remain viable. That is an important point, that they remain viable.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Visit our website at www.plustvafrica.com and to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Mercy Ebokpo. Many thanks for watching. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria is Africa's wealthiest and most populous nation, with the fastest growing economy. Agriculture contributes 25.2% of the gross domestic product. The Nigerian agricultural sector holds the key to the country's drive for economic diversification. This is because of its role in ensuring food security, promoting industrialization, providing jobs, and fostering shared prosperity. Nigeria was part of the 2003 Maputo Declaration that mandated all African Union member countries to allocate at least 10% of their total annual budgets to agriculture. This was done as one of the ways to increase food sufficiency in the continent. However, data shows that in the last 2 decades, Nigeria has consistently defaulted on this commitment. An average of 1.6% was dedicated to agriculture over the 5 years, and capital releases averaged 56.18%. But even with the allocated funds, how much got to the farmers? Plus TV Africa spoke to 5 members of the Smallholder Women Farmers, SWOFUN, to find out if they got access to training, funds, and equipment.
I've not benefited from the Anchor Prize program. There was a time that they came for this. Some people organize. I think they are agents of. They organize it. They came here to our place here to do the training for us. But after that, nothing. We have not benefited at all from Anchor's brand. We heard about it, but nothing from there. Like the CBN NASA, no. I went for the interview, did everything, but nothing for now. They will tell us that they should hold on since 2019, and maybe because of last year's pandemic and everything, but since that time, nothing from there.
I have collected loan from Bank of Agric. I've not collected from NIBS. I was part of those that were supposed to collect after around April, but because of this pandemic, I told them they should hold back to their loans first. Let me see what the economy will look like before I can go and collect loan. Or Bank of Agric, I've collected loan from Bank of Agric. It's one of the loans I collected was what I used in constructing my smoking claim, the smoking claim behind. So it was part of the loan. I collected about 300,000 from Bank of Agric. The smoking claim was to cost about 750,000. So they gave me 300,000. Then I now added the balance to do my smoking claim. That was in 2015.
I have not received any form of loan from either state government or federal government. I actually applied for the CBN loan. I've gone to CBN for an interview. I have even received an offer letter. But that offer letter came just at the time of the lockdown. You understand? So when they kept calling just before the complete lockdown, come and take the loan. I didn't want to take the loan. In fact, the CBN Abuja called me. Don't you want the loan? I said, I want the loan, but I can't take a loan that has a period of payment. You understand? You have given me some 3-4 months. We don't know what's happening when it's going to end, when business will pick up. And I'm going to pay back that loan with interest. So I declined the loan. I said, until the corona period is over. And that was just the first month of the corona lockdown. Until it took a whole 11, 12 months before it came down. Business is just trying to pick up.
I was opportunity to benefit from a CBN loan through NAXA Microfinance. So with the cost of things
materials, feeds. In fact, the loan is even ineffective.
How much did you get from
3.5, with it didn't go anywhere. With the cost of things, even if not that I have my own capital, it will not go anywhere. Can't even buy most of the things I needed, like a generator now. Generator is 3 point something, which I'm even trying to get. That was one of the things I even processing. So even though DOC, when we were applying for it, DOC that time was 180, 200. That's a that's a day old for umbrellas. But now it's 450. That time it was from 180. I even applied. I said 180 or so, or 200. By the time the loan came out, it was 420, 380. So I could not really. The loan was almost ineffective. It didn't go anywhere.
Ó ṣòro púpọ̀ láti rí owó yẹn gbà, gbogbo ọ̀nà láti gbowó yẹn ó ṣòro. Ṣùgbọ́n torí pé tèmi ò pọ̀, kò ṣòro. Àwọn tí owó wọn pọ̀ bíi mílíọ̀nù 10, gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kó mú wá, ó fi ṣòro. Àwọn tó máa ní kó ṣe gàrántọ̀ fún wọn, kó fi ilé ṣe gàrántọ̀, kó fi gbá ṣe gàrántọ̀. Tó bá tún wá ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, wọn ò tún tètè gbé ilé wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìgbà tó fún mi ní tó gé owó yẹn kù, ó dùn láti fẹnu sọ. Ẹni tí ò ní tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́, tó mọ iṣẹ́, kò jẹ́ náà wọn ò gbà. Àti pé tí ò bá ń ṣe pé COVID pandemic tó jáde ni, dandan ni kí kó ti bí nǹkan re. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú pandemic yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́yìn náà ni EndSARS, lẹ́yìn náà ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tá a fojú kò.
We have not gotten anything from federal government, nothing at all. I don't even think they know that we are really existing. I think it's Lagos, state government are really close to the farmers. For federal government, nothing. Uncle Boy is supposed to be from federal government, but it has not really. We have not gotten anything at all.
All the loans that we have applied for, even with the NIBS, they've not been giving out loans. They say, I don't know what is happening. They said that they told them to hold on to the loans, that they want those that have collected to pay back. So we have not accessed loan between last year and this year.
There is no bank to assist us to because they are really afraid. This is a high risk business. That's what they always tell you. That when it comes, because it is a living their life, so anything can happen anytime. So they are not ready to really assist us. Some banks will tell you that they have a Greek desk. When you get there, they will tell you sorry, madam. Especially when it comes to women, they will tell you sorry, madam. That's why the victimization comes in. They say sorry, madam. Who is going to guarantee you? Blah 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 blah. You're a woman. We can't do much with you. If anything happens, that's just it.
For many who haven't accessed the loans, they rely on their local cooperatives.
Thanks to my Obonge cooperative. So we do something, it's more something like what the Yoruba we can say ajo. Every month we drop something. So when you need a loan, you can go and take a loan. No matter how small, it's still better than nothing. And at a very low 1-digit interest rate. You understand? It's we do the contribution. This month, many people take, you use it for your business, turn it over 2-3 months, you return, another person takes. That's how we have been helping ourselves.
Thank God for Bonge, because it's a cooperative. So most times what you do is that you borrow from there, you feed your fish, you return after selling the fish. But most times our major challenge is the cost of feeding. It is really, really challenging.
I've not received any equipment, not even feed. I've not received. As for training, no, I've not received any training from either state government or federal government. I've not received any training. Apart from my cooperative meetings, agricultural, Obonge Women Cooperative, they give us training once in a while. Training. Yes. So that's just like personal, not government.
The Lagos State trained us on capacity building, that is proper recording, how you keep records on your farm, and also I think that's the training that we have had so far between last year and this year. Then the ones we have been having outside Lagos State is the one we have been having in Abuja, that some of our donors, that is IBP, also train us on the way and manner we're supposed to run our business, and what the way we're supposed to run the business, and also how to also move to government on how to get things from the government. So they also taught us on how to do that.
On the 29th of July 2021, the Lagos State government empowered farmers in the state.
After this pandemic, we had to look for what is the next line of action. What do we do? We have lost almost everything on the farm. Even up till tomorrow, I cannot access my rice farm because of the insecurity. And we have looked at what is the next line of action, and that was why we decided to go and visit our honorable commissioner, that said that she already understands our challenges and that she's looking into what she's going to do. During the pandemic, that was maybe after the pandemic, there was palliatives that was shared to farmers. The palliatives, they gave us some of the palliatives, but you can count how many people that was giving the palliatives. But after our visit with our commissioner, the commissioner promised us that she was going to see to what she's going to do to farmers. So what they now did was that they took data of all the farmers that have been affected by the pandemic, and also those that were not affected. And July 29th, that was last week, they empowered the farmers. We were empowered with 400 bags of fish feeds, 100 bags of poultry feeds, smoking cleans, collapsible tanks. So those were things that we empowered as a group. So Lagos State is trying as much as possible to fulfill their promise in empowering farmers and trying to at least give them a space where they can still continue their farm. But in the line of the federal government, we are still looking at, the federal government has not done much, because if they can do 1/3 of what Lagos State has been doing for the farmers all over the state, we will know that yes, that we have something to fall back on. We are still advocating that this 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. That is the Malabo Maputo Declaration, that the 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. We are still talking about that because that has not been met. So if they can meet up to that, we will know that yes, farmer has a lot to do, and we'll also be happy that we'll have enough food to provide for government. So we are seeking and we are begging the government that they should still do more. I know that what the minister has done has tried to give us something, but you can imagine giving 2 threshers, 1 orange decorticator and all that to more than 30,000 farmers from one state. How do you think we are going to share that? We are not political farmers, we are the real farmers. There are a lot of political farmers that they are working with, but we are the real farmers. I want to tell them that as far as we are the real farmers, things should come to us. And we should have a space, a place where when they are making policies, women farmers should also be involved, because we are the ones that are going through these problems. So they cannot be there and be dictating for us, that we have to tell them what we want. And that is what we are trying to advocate for. That we want the government to include us in decision-making, implementation, and also formulation, that those things will help us, and we tell them what we want. But if they stay there and dictate to us, that it will not get to us.
Nigerians depend on produce from local farmers for their daily meals, as more than 80% buy their food from local markets. Now, to ensure a sustainable economy post-COVID, the government on federal and state level must ensure that the policies are not just on paper, but the farmers benefit generously from every allocation and promise made.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles so they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility. One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with you. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs
when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling. You that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira. It affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We are I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house or require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even as maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youth have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from
theoretical-based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upskilling of our youth, whether the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on results. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that We are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have financial statements. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS, you know. But I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction as a minister in this government? Is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys know they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
From the star-studded guest lists to the distinctive ashwabis to even the hashtag trends on social media, Nigerian celebrities sure do know how to make a wedding the talk of the town. It's the month of May, the start of the second quarter of the year, but April was a month filled with delightful, attention-catching weddings. Let's have a look at the weddings that caught the attention of Nigerians in the month of April. It's almost safe to say that Rita Dominic's wedding ceremony was the most attended celebrity wedding since Banky W and Adesuwa Etomi's carnival-like wedding in 2017. Rita and her husband Fidelis Anosike said their I do's on the 19th of April 2022 with a long list of Nollywood icons and A-list celebrities in attendance. Owerri, the host city of the wedding, witnessed an influx of visitors as celebrities turned up in their numbers, all glammed up for one of the industry's finest. Guests in attendance included the likes of Nollywood veteran Joke Silva, Chidi Mokeme, Ini Edo, Hilda Dokubo, Uche Jumbo, celebrity designer and stylist Swanky Jerry, Uti Nwachukwu, Big Brother Nigeria's past housemates, Ese Iriata, Lucy Edet, and Mercy Eke, amongst many others. Social media was buzzing with the hashtag RealDeal22, which trended on several social media platforms. In a sweet succession of Rita Dominic's viral traditional wedding party, multi-award-winning filmmaker and director of blockbuster films like King of Boys and The Wedding Party, Kemi Adetiba, and her Ghanaian heartthrob, Oscar Himan Aka, tied the knot traditionally on the 23rd of April 2022 in a colorful movie-like scene with the hashtag Undeniably Yours 2022 trending all over social media that day. The wedding had a theme flamboyantly African, which Nigerians and Ghanaians stunningly embraced as they showed in their flamboyant African outfits. Kemi's traditional wedding outfit showed her Ekiti, Efik, and her husband's Ghanaian heritage. Her first outfit was a graceful green lace gown that made many stare. She then wore a second outfit, which was a royal Efik regalia, an indication of her maternal roots in Akwa Ibom. Then came her last outfit, which was a mini kente attire with beadings all over, which matched perfectly with her husband's Ghanaian outfit. Simply stunning. The guests in attendance featured multiple celebrities with the likes of Shola Shobowale, Toke Makinwa, Ebuka Obi Uchendu, Zainab Balogun, Toyin Abraham, Sean Fakwa, Uti Nwachukwu, Aka Nnani, Tools, Banky W and his wife Adesuwa Etomi, Ini Dimma Okoje, Big Brother Nigeria past housemates Alex and Pere, amongst many, many others. We wish the newlyweds a happy and a blissful married life.
Action Aid Nigeria and other civil society organizations call for the reduction of salaries of political appointees and legislators. We discuss party primaries and internal democracy in the second segment with the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Well, this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anako. The Action Aid Nigeria Civil Society Action Coalition on Education for All, Yaga Africa and others have called for a cut of salaries of the federal lawmakers and political appointees to fund education. Now, Country Director Action Aid Nigeria, NLB, stated this, saying that it is demoralizing that the public universities that produced the present crop of leaders and manpower being currently enjoyed in the country are locked due to unresolved labor disputes between the lecturers and unions and the federal government. They also called for collective efforts to end the ongoing ASU strike in the interest of the nation's education and national development. In 2018, the senator representing Kaduna Central, Shehu Sani, revealed that he and his then colleagues received 13.5 million naira as running cost. Well, joining us to discuss this is Deji Awobide, and he's a legal practitioner, and Biodo Shomi, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
Great. So let's start by looking at the running cost of members of our legislature. This is not the first time this conversation has been had. Nigerians have always continuously called for a cut in the running cost of the National Assembly, the take-home pay of the National Assembly, but it's all just been talk and there's never really been action. I remember when Senator Bukola Saraki was the Senate president, there was also a cry for the finances of the National Assembly to be made plain so that Nigerians could know how much these people were earning. But I'm going to start with you, Deji. Do you think that this is another, talk or water poured on the back of a chicken in terms of asking for a cut in pay?
Well, thank you. So firstly, you know that the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is empowered under the Constitution to fix remuneration for our legislators as well as other political office holders. Specifically, Section 70, 84, 111, and 124 make that provision, in addition to paragraph 32D of Part 1 to the 3rd schedule of the Constitution. However, you will see that Rumafak has had a lot of difficulty in trying to implement its constitutional mandate of fixing remuneration for these political office holders. And the challenge itself stems from implementation, because they've had two attempts at a review. The first one was in 2009. We tried to review the package of these political office holders. After the review, they submitted the report. They didn't follow up on it. In 2015, the same thing was done. They tried to review it as well. The people who are supposed to actually implement these things, in other words, when the Ramafac does his own review, it submits it to the National Assembly, which is supposed to make it into an act, a law that guides it. So the extant law that we currently have is called the Certain Political, Public and Judicial Officers, Office Holders, Salaries and Allowances Amendment Act of 2008. Now, since then, there have been efforts to review it, all to no avail, because the persons who are affected by it have made themselves a stumbling block towards the actualization of this amendment. So in other words, you have a package. If you go to the RAMFAC website, you'll find a package there. But that package does not reflect what they actually earn. So in theory, you have that there for all to access. But of course, there's no transparency as to how much they actually earn. And you've seen in the past few years that every National Assembly tries to untwist the executive into putting what their own budget should be into the national budget. In other words, they would not pass the budget or approve a budget unless their own needs are well taken care of. And of course, it also emphasizes that when it comes to these packages, there is no division. They are united, even though they're from different tribes, different religions, different backgrounds. They are all united in ensuring that our collective, our common good is looted by them. And there seems to be no end in sight into how to resolve this problem. And that's where we are currently as a people, that we can't hold them to any accountability because they are the persons who should actually pass this law that regulates their amendment and their packages.
Mr. Shomi, let's look at the core of this call. The reason why this call was made in the first instance is because they're saying there's a deadlock between university lecturers, the unions, ASU, and, of course, the federal government. And we know that it has entered, I think this is the 100th day since universities had been shut down and the 100th day of that strike. And it might continue to linger if federal government and ASU do not come to some form of agreement. But let's do a quick side-by-side look at how much the university lecturers earn as opposed to what our National Assembly members earn. I mean, we've seen the Shehu Sani saying that they earn about 13.5 million. Even though there are several ridiculous allowances that we will get to later in the conversation. So looking at these guys, what they're asking for, and what we have as pay for our National Assembly members, will there be a justification somewhat if this call were to be pushed further? If the budgeting or the budget of the National Assembly be cut into half to be able to deal with the problem of ASU. Again, during the APC's form buying and people declaring their intentions, we also saw how much monies were being, doled out, whether it be by groups or associations or certain persons saying, well, we want to pick a form for you. People have also queried that, but that's a political party and that's not a government agency. It's not also an arm of the government. In asking for this, how do we go about getting not just the legislature, but also the executive to the table with ASU?
Yeah, we need to go a little bit backward to understand what is actually going on and why they call for the reduction in the salaries of political office holders. When you look at in 2005 or 6, the intention of the former president of Obasanjo when he declared that he was going to monetize, all the facilities, housing and everything being enjoyed, by legislators. They went ahead and did that. Many of them bought the houses and bought the vehicles and all that. So they were expected to maintain those houses and vehicles. But immediately Obasanjo left power, the next turnaround is for the same legislators to hide under committees' duties. They were not supposed to have any vehicle belonging to National Assembly, but they hid under the work of committees and bought the vehicles and claimed that the vehicles were for committees' work, using the public funds, against the monetization. So basically, they took one thing with one hand and also double it with another hand, creating a very terrible situation for the whole country. Unfortunately, the federal government will not do anything about it because the legislatures are expected to, to pass the law. If they fail to enact the law, then there's nothing anybody can do, just like they just said. Now, when you now move a bit further and look at the report of Orosai's report under Jonathan, I think it was 2012 or 2013 or 14, when Orosai came up with the report that there are duplications of existing functions, of statutory agencies. In some cases, you have multiplication of, agencies. Essentially, politicians using it for job for the boys, rather than harmonizing those agencies and creating one agency to deal with one particular issue. Multiple agencies are created. And since then, government has failed to implement the Orosai's report simply because they need to keep these jobs in those agencies as jobs, can go for the boys, rather than looking at the imperative of national spending cut in order to fund the priorities like education. So we've been in this logjam right from immediately after Obasanjo's regime till now. And now we find ourselves in a situation where we're unable to fund education, we're unable to fund the health sector. So we've been having rampant, strike actions both in the health and the education sector. Specifically on the education sector, since 2009, the federal government reached an agreement, with us. And that agreement was renegotiated in 2018, again, by this very particular Buhari's government. When it comes to implementation, the federal government is short on that. We've seen the federal government refusing to implement, agreements that would, improve education, save the country a lot of funds on foreign exchange. And the only way you can understand the savings on foreign exchange if we invest in education at all is just to consider in 2018, 77,000 Nigerian students went to Ghana, to study in 5 universities in Ghana. And the total amount of money paid to 5 universities in Ghana, was more than the total budget for all Nigerian universities, federal, state, and whatever.
So it makes me ask the question. I'm so sorry to talk over you, Mr. Shomi. It makes me ask the question because sometimes there's that argument that we Nigerians don't want to pay for good education, but then we see Nigerians working very hard to pay these school fees abroad. I mean, I've even heard somebody say she's going to school in Benin Republic. It goes to show how bad the situation is here for us to send our children to the next door country. So is it really about us not being willing to pay for good education, or it's just that the environment is not conducive enough for good education and learning to happen?
Yes. What Nigerians don't want to do is to pay for bad education. They are happy to pay for education. Otherwise, the private universities in Nigeria will not be surviving by now. What nobody wants to do is, to survey. Have we ever even funded education to the level of 20%? We've never been able to do that. Never been able to do that. If you look at the current budget, we're looking at a figure of between 7 and 8%. So if it's a far cry from what is needed to fund education. So therefore, even encouraging Nigerians in Nigerian universities, encouraging people to fund, to support bad education. Government needs to go back to the drawing table with ASU, draw up a plan of action to transform Nigerian universities into world-class universities so that Nigerians will be too happy and foreigners will be too happy, to pay to receive education here in Nigeria. Okay. There's no reason why in Africa we should not partake in education tourism. Why can't we create first-class institutions, like University of Dar es Salaam, where many people, rush to now, and then, we can benefit from it, use the extra resources, made, to invest in other sectors of the economy. So this is the major problem. That is what ASU is fighting for. ASU wants the Nigerian universities to return back to its old glory days, where University of Ife in those days, now Obafemi Awolowo University, UNILAG, UNN Nsukka, University of Ibadan compete, with the best, universities in the world. We have since long moved away from there. And that is what ASU is fighting for. That is why federal government needs to listen. It is in the interest of our economy. We cannot continue to train half-baked students and throw them out. Nobody is going to employ them. They're either unemployable or when they get into the economy, the productivity.
I think that we lost the audio connection.
Suffers tremendous from it, the economy. So, in whose interest are we? All right. In whose interest are we serving when we refuse to fund education properly?
Let me throw it back. Let me throw it back to Deji. Unfortunately, we're having some connection issues with you, Mr. Shomi, but we'll come back to you. Deji, there are those who also say that this might be deliberate on the part of our leaders, being that there are several ways to go about dealing with the ASU situation. And just like Mr. Showumi said, we've been graduating half-baked, in his words. I chose his words. Half-baked graduates from our different universities, and every year we're churning them out. But could this be a deliberate move from politicians, from government. And also, as he mentioned, the SDGs on education, we have barely scratched the surface. When you look at our budgets year in, year out, the budgets do not hardly reflect anything on education. It's a meager sum that is, allotted to education. Why do you think that we are paying this least attention to education, which should be the most important, after healthcare?
Thank you very much, Mimi. Well, I think that the greatest challenge that we face as a people is the leadership challenge. Because if you look at the education budgets and health budgets side by side with how much the National Assembly is allocated in the budget, you would see that there's a very huge disparity. For instance, I think 2021 budget, 465 people in the National Assembly and more than the combined allocation for the health and education sector. That tells you that there's a systemic attempt to ensure that our educational sector and our health sector are rendered comatose. Because if you see what's going on, there's an agreement between the federal government and ASU, an agreement voluntarily entered into by the government. Both parties sat down and agreed. Now you have a case where a professor in the Nigerian university is earning about 500,000 naira. That's the highest level of the professorial cadre, 500,000 naira. Meanwhile, that amount is not even enough as running allowance or running costs for a House of Rep member. So it means that our priorities are misplaced. If you allocate that much money for politicians, while you leave those in the academia, those who produce the graduates, who supply you with the human resources that the country needs to develop, with peanuts, then, there's a need for an overhaul of the entire system. We've advocated that we should return to part-time legislators, people who are gainfully employed, who would come and legislate maybe in the evenings or on part-time basis, but not full-time legislators, lawmakers who would sit down in Abuja. Sometimes on TV, you see that they are sleeping, either sleeping or absent. You see important motions are being moved by their serious colleagues, and you find a very scanty number of people in the House or in the Senate chamber. So that tells you that there's a disconnect between what these people are going there to do and what they're actually doing. Because you're supposed that by the Constitution, you are required to go and make laws for the betterment of the people. Now, the people include the students who are at home, the students who are not able to go to school for the past 100 days, students who are in final year, some who are supposed to go to law school, some who are supposed to go and start the housemanship. All of them are just there at home doing nothing, all because of these politicians. There's an agreement that is in place. ASU is fighting for this welfare. Now, every now and then you see that the government establishes universities, federal university here and there, to satisfy their political cronies. So who is fooling who? You have universities that are not properly funded. The libraries are obsolete in terms of stock of books. The laboratories are not properly equipped. You have medical students who cannot have facilities that are state of the art. You can't. So you see that there's a challenge that is there for all to see. But the government is disinterested. The politicians are also disinterested in what's going on. Like I told you when I began, I said when it comes to sharing money, there is no tribalism involved. There's no religion involved. They are united in sharing money. But when it comes to things that will move the country forward, you will not find them advancing the people's cause. They are all about themselves. So I just to answer your question, it is deliberate, it is systemic. And if you find out what's going on here, most Nigerians, even the middle class, don't send their children to federal universities anymore. They send them to the private universities. So what does that tell you? You will see that if you observe, that's what they did to the public primary schools. They did the same thing to the public secondary schools. And now they're doing the same to the public universities. They're gradually eroding public confidence in them and systemically ensuring that people are not going there anymore. Because before you send your child to school, now there have been 2 strikes in about 3 years. A combined period of about 7 months now, if you tally it up. 7 months. Some schools are still running the session of 2019 before COVID. They're supposed to start a new session now, and there's another strike ongoing. So students cannot graduate. Those who are doing their PhDs cannot graduate. Masters cannot graduate. LLBs bachelors cannot graduate. So what are we talking about? So it is systemic and it's deliberate and it is wicked. on the part of the government is very wicked, because if you enter into an agreement, it is pacta sunt servanda. You enter into an agreement with the person, you must honor the agreement. You cannot come back and say that it was entered into erroneously. That cannot avail you as a defense.
Let me ask this question. I mean, I see that we're saying that government, and I'm not in any way trying to absolve government of the blame that they ought to carry on this particular matter, but in terms of us always finding other options when our leaders do not live up to, you know, the leadership that we have handed to them. For example, like you said, the middle-class person is sending their children to private universities, and some even sending them abroad, you know, scraping the bottom of, you know, their piggy banks to send these children abroad. But what are we supposed to do to make sure that these people who we call leaders, who are supposedly to serve us and do whatever it is they're doing in our best interest, what are we supposed to do to them to get them to do their jobs? Because it's not enough for us to be crying foul and saying, well, the government is not doing its job. Who's going to make them do that? Is that not supposed to be our job, to keep them accountable and responsible?
Correct. Absolutely correct. We should not forget one thing, that one of the drivers for corruption in Nigeria is the desire to fund education of wards outside Nigeria. And you see parents holding public offices, you know, looking for other ways and means to accumulate capital, even primitively, to the extent of being able to fund those luxurious education for their children. So therefore, if we fail to build our own institutions here, which the same people are the ones responsible for, then we'll continue to have corruption thriving in our country. So one of the ways in which we can do this is, first, somebody came up with that suggestion in the House of Reps, I think, and his colleagues rejected it. There's a new opportunity for Nigerians. Nigerians should ask anybody seeking for their votes, what is their view on education, on sending their children abroad to school?
But Mr. Shomi, anybody can tell us what we want to hear. It's very easy. A desperate person who wants to get our votes can tell us what we want to hear. How about we begin to make demands instead of asking questions and getting very, you know, nice answers, as opposed to what will happen in reality?
Absolutely. It's one of the ways in which to sensitize political office seekers about the priorities, you know, of the rank and file Nigerians who they need their votes. Even though they will tell you, yes, when they get there, they will do something else. But at the end of the day, they will be more sensitive to the fact that there's the likelihood that a movement, excuse me, will build along this line towards forcing them or compelling them to do the right thing. We were very close to it with NSAS, save for the agenda. You know, the youth failed to include education as part of the agenda. You know, and I would not be surprised if in the nearest future, we would see either the National Association of Nigerian Students or some other or civil society groups, you know, galvanizing public opinion and also mobilizing people towards compelling the federal government, you know, to listen and, you know, not precisely the federal government, the National Assembly, you know, to do the biddings of people, but employing the children of political office holders, you know, from studying abroad. The moment they know that their children will be affected, believe me, they will pay more attention, they will vote more money, you know, to the educational sector in Nigeria. Okay. But except we do that, I cannot see the ruling class, you know, yielding easily. Don't forget they have a very rapacious, you know, test, you know, for public wealth.
Deji, I want you to chime in on this. I can imagine you nodding your head. but
yes,
before you answer, I had a member of the House of Representatives here on the show last night, and he was talking about, you know, certain ills in the National Assembly, including himself, and talking about the fact that legislators are only passing bills and making laws that only are in their interest. And I asked the question, if I'm benefiting from these legislations and it's helping me, and I've been there for 30 to 35 years. Why would I want to change it? So yes, he's saying that we should make them do those things, but really, is that it? Can we really do that? Will it ever happen if we the people don't do something?
Well, honestly, I was nodding along to what Mr. Showman was saying, but I want to differ a little bit as it relates to accountability of the elected officials. Now, don't forget that right now we're in the election season. A lot of primaries held across Nigeria, yes, I think today and yesterday of the PDP. And you could see on social media the amount that these delegates were expending. You've seen the news about people asking for a refund of their money or getting a few less votes than they expected or anticipated. Now, a system that allows people to pay delegates or have delegates determine who becomes the flag bearer, who a person spends all that money to get to that particular office, does not think that is accountable to the people. He thinks it's accountable first to himself and his pocket, and then to his cronies who got him there. So you have a crisis in terms of accountability, because ordinarily the Constitution says when you get there, you're supposed to go there and make laws. But the first thing you need to do is to recoup how much you have spent, first and foremost. Then try and get some more money to bolster your finances for the next election. So really and truly, working for the people is not priority. Now, the only way we can get these people to do our bidding is to activate the recall process. And even at that, you saw what happened with, I think it was Dino Melaye that was about to be recalled, or you saw what happened with the process. They ensured that they thwarted the process along the line. So there's a process for recalling lawmakers. We can actually explore the opportunity, but we need to have a strong base, a base that would not be shaken by financial or considerations, because eventually you can't recall these lawmakers. And that's what happens in every advanced society, in every civilized society. People have left political offices for less abroad. But in Nigeria, people do a lot of things. There was a senator who slapped somebody, I think it was a senator or House of Rep member, I think it's Senator Abba or something in Abuja, who slapped somebody on camera. I don't know what became of him eventually, but I'm not sure that he left, he was asked to leave his seat.
No,
and you have a lot of instances of people who have done all kinds of things and who have remained in power. So the problem is that we don't have a culture of accountability yet, of recalling lawmakers, of ensuring that people resign their offices. And that's the problem we're facing, because we just, we have a very, very large bandwidth for accommodating nonsense in Nigeria. We tolerate a lot of hardship. We just make excuses and we keep taking it and taking it. And I'm sure we said almost happened with answers until political interests intervened and scuttled the entire process. But we need to rise up as a people to demand these changes. Otherwise, it's very impossible and impracticable for persons who are benefiting from the system to now cause the change that we desire. Like I said, a senator who gets to the National Assembly, who's being paid these fat allowances, will not refuse it. Whether it's a pastor or an imam, he will not refuse these fat allowances, because that is what he has met on ground. And if he tries to refuse it or tries to propose a motion for an amendment, his colleagues will shut him down. And that's democracy for you. Majority will always have their way. The majority will have their say, but the majority will always have their way. So if you're outnumbered in terms of people who have like minds, who want to build a better country, and you're outnumbered, then there's a problem, because there's so much you can do if you're in the minority. And that's why we are where we are. And until there's an holistic approach to changing all that we currently have as a structure in Nigeria, I think we will still continue to sing the same song.
Well, Biodo Showme is a political analyst. Deji Awobide is a legal practitioner. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll be talking about the NNPP and, of course, their plans towards 2023. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take?
I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
As the 2023 elections inches closer, with every passing day, many political parties are jostling to make arrangements that would ensure they clinch power at different levels of government. The New Nigeria People's Party is one of those. While addressing the defections into the party, Dr. Boniface Aniebonam, pioneer national chairman and founder of the party, said that the development is a manifestation of divine intervention towards giving Nigeria the right leadership. And he also added that new entrants were on a mission to rescue Nigeria from the poor leadership it has suffered over the years. The party also announced the shift in dates for the senatorial and governorship primaries of the party, while welcoming former Kano State Governor and Senator Ibrahim Shekarau to the party. Well, joining us to discuss these I beg your pardon, Mr. Agbo Major. He is the National Publicity Secretary, New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Thank you very much, Mr. Agbo, for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening, Nigerians.
Thank you. Let's start by looking at the NNPP. The NNPP has been in the news more lately because of several people who have moved into your party. We're talking about Kwankwaso, we're talking about Shekarau, and then, of course, there are many more people that the party is saying that they're receiving. But then let's start by looking at what the NNPP think it has that can upstage all the other parties. And when I say the other parties, I'm talking about the 2 major political parties, especially as the NNPP has identified itself as a third force.
Well, that's a very good question. Let me start this way by saying that the New Nigeria People's Party, as we all know, has been the party for the youths, the party for the women, the most ordinary people-friendly party all this while. So we're attracting big wigs, you know, the likes of Kwankwaso, Senator Kwankwaso, the likes of Senator Shekarau and the rest coming in. It's not a surprise to us because all along, over the past 21 years, we've stayed, you know, on the side of the ordinary people. We've stayed on the side of the women. We've stayed as a party on the side of the youth. So with a full, you know, compliments of the youths and women, where PVCs actually are, we are sure that we have made serious progress, very tremendous progress, and we are sure that this election that is coming, we are the party to beat. So it's not a surprise to us. We've always expected this. And like you rightly have pointed out, we expect more Nigerians to join in the next few days. You know, at the end of the day, we will be the party to beat.
Talk to us about these progresses that you that you say that you have made over time. Because one of the first things that people will ask about the NNPP is, where are your roots? Do you have your party represented in all the local governments across the federation? That's number one. Secondly, what is your party structure in those local government areas? I ask this again because we are looking not at the smallness or the bigness of your party. We're looking at the capability and the structure that your party has. Does it have any of that? And how widespread is it? How strong is it? For the average person who you're trying to get his or her votes, what exactly or how exactly strong are you in those areas?
Well, if there's any of the political parties in this country that is deeply rooted, the New Democratic Party, we've, before now, even before the entry of these big wigs you're talking about, as a party, we've ensured that we've maintained, our structures across, even up to the world level. What we have in our constitution is replicated through the zones, it's replicated through the states, and it's also replicated through the local governments and the world. So if, for instance, at the national level, the NWC level, we have about 30-something offices. If you go to the states, if you go to the zones, that's what you would find, the 6 geopolitical zones. If you go to the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja, you find the same thing. You go to any of the 774 local government councils in this country, you find the same thing. You go to any of the wards, you find. So we pride ourselves as a party, as one of the parties. In fact, I can tell you that even our roots are deeper than that of the PDP. Our roots are deeper than that of the APC, because like I said during my opening remarks, we've remained on the side of the people, and the power is with the people, and the people are at the grassroots level. So from the beginning, in the past 21 years, what we tried to do was to ensure that our structures are kept alive at those lower levels. So the entry of the likes of distinguished Senator Kwankwaso, distinguished Senator Shakarau, and the rest is only now helping to strengthening it in the sense that their own structures, which they have built and kept over time, is now coming into a sort of marriage with that of the NNPP. So we are unstoppable. We're on ground, I can assure you that. And I can also tell you, as a matter of emphasis, that we are more and more and more deeply rooted than the PDP and the APC that have controlled power since the return of democracy in 1999. There's no doubt about that.
I'm curious, many people have referred to your party and some other parties, including those that have been recently deregistered by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Many say that some of these parties, yes, they would say they have, structures in every local government area of the state, but then when it comes to walking the talk, many say that they only come alive when it's close to election because of the monies that they receive. What would you say to that? Again, there has been rumor. Oh, just hold on, I'm going to land. There's also been, talk about the NNPP having to form a merger with another party, the Labour Party. How true is this?
Well, from the first question, the first proposal you raised, if that were applicable to us, we would have gone down like the 774 political parties went down, after the 2019 election. The position of our laws in this country is political parties are established, registered by INEC, and the sole objective is to field candidates for elections. And the same law goes further to say that at the end of every electoral cycle, if a party is unable to win seats, the party has to go down. That's why you saw that in 2020, early 2020, I think February.
Mr. Major, are you still there? I think that we have lost that connection with Mr. Agbo Major, but we will quickly try to get that connection back. Mr. Major, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Perfect. We lost you for a second.
Yes, I will revert. What I was trying to say that if we were one of those parties, we would have gone down like the 74 that went down, because the position of the law is at the end of every electoral cycle, if a political party is unable to win at least one seat in the state legislative level, the party would be deregistered. That's why you saw 74 parties go down in one day. If we were one of those without structures, if we were one of those that failed to win at least one seat, would have also gone down. So the fact that...
But could it also have been that Senator Kwankwaso helped you to dodge that bullet by moving to your party?
No.
And moving with the Kwankwasia movement to your party?
No. Distinguished Senator Kwankwaso, with due respect to him, just in 2019, as at then, Kwankwaso was not a member of the party yet. So If we were operating like the other parties, we would have also gone down. So the fact that we didn't have an issue, we knew what we were set out to do as a political party, and we stood by our words, remained on the side of the people, and were able to win seats. If I begin to give you statistics of what we did in Bauchi, you'll be very surprised. You know, the rest is history. Of course, you know the way elections are conducted in this country. But I can tell you that we got virtually everything in Bauchi, including a senatorial seat, which was taken away. The rest is now history. So we are not one of those that are just there, you know, coming alive only during elections, like you just rightly said. If we were, we would have gone down. That's the first leg of the question. The second leg is that we're taking aback this morning, you know, when we started reading that NNPP is one of the 7 political parties that came together to adopt Labour Party as their major platform. That's not correct. I can't remember at any point in time if any of our officers, from the national chairman, even the founder of the party, Dr. Boniface Anebunam, the leader of the party, Distinguished Senator Konpaso, I can't remember at any point they had called us together to say, look, this is the direction, this is where we're going to. So when we saw it this morning, as I talk to you now, we're still in the office, the national chairman is here, I'm here, the national secretary is here, almost all of us are here, we're putting heads together. We have done, at the preliminary level, we've tried to get Nigerians to understand that we were never part of that and we can't be part of that. But we're going to come out with a full press statement between now and tomorrow morning, you know, disassociating ourselves from that arrangement, because we never at any point met with them. And you don't just wake up and say, I have met with them and this is what we agreed, when we were never there at all. So to summarize on that, I can tell you that we were never part of that. We won't be part of that. We can never be part of that.
Let's talk about your internal party democracy. Now, we know that you announced a few days ago, announced a shift in the dates for your senatorial and governorship primaries for the party. What could have led to that move? And of course, we also know that you recently, like I mentioned earlier on, welcomed the former Kano State Governor, Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, to the party. How does the internal democracy of your party work? Again, is it just the former senator that is going to be your party flag bearer, or are there others who are vying for that position? Again, as to the other offices that are being run for, whether it be senatorial or governorship, how do we see it play out within the party? Because we've seen the APC and the PDP go back and forth on the issue of a consensus candidate, whether it be indirect or direct primaries, and there's been some form of deadlock, and it's still leaving a lot of people guessing. But when it comes to the NNPC, what are the steps that you're taking to make sure that your move to get all of these positions filled is free, fair, and credible?
When you talk about internal party democracy, you check through the records, even if you have the time to go through, you know, reports that have been put together by the election monitoring body, that is the INEC, you would have seen that New Nigerian People's Party is one of those parties that is known traditionally for very effective. One of the things we have going for us as a party, which has united us for this whole 21 years of our existence as a political party, is our strict adherence to the principles of internal democracy. For us as a party, the power is with the people. Once they take their decision, nobody changes it. The power resides with people. And that has guided us, and it has kept us united as a family. And that's why 21 years of existence, you haven't heard of anybody's mandate being stolen within the party, especially if it relates to, you know, processes of selecting candidates for general elections and all of that. You hardly hear of somebody being shortchanged. You hardly hear somebody won election, the mandate is taken away, and all of that, and all of that.
What
so
will be the mode of your, what will be the mode for your primaries?
What we are doing is, depends on the situation on ground. In some places, we'll be having direct primaries. In some other places, we'll be having indirect primaries. In places where we don't have more than one candidate vying for a position, of course, we don't need to go through the rigors of getting people to, you know, get involved in indirect primaries and all of that. So in some places where we have more than one candidate running for a position, of course, we would allow people to be able to, you know, exercise their franchise and all of that. So we are doing a combination of two to ensure that people leave the process happy. That is what I can say about the mode of our primaries. Then on the issue of internal democracy, like I was trying to say, that's one great thing we have going for us. And that's why the party has remained united for the past 21 years. That is, it has existed as a political party. You hardly hear of anybody's mandate stolen. You hardly hear of anybody being shortchanged and all of that. So we are known for that. We received a lot of accolades, a lot of praises for being one of the parties that has maintained strict adherence to the principles of internal democracy. One of the things that kills a political party very fast is lack of internal democracy, and we have been, guided by that, sure that we don't fall foul of that. Then, on the issue of us having just one presidential candidate, yes, as at the time the sale of forms for the presidential slot closed, only one candidate came forward to buy the form, and that's His Excellency, distinguished Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and as it stands now, he is the sole candidate
for the party. Okay, great. What's the guarantee that the average person will not be shortchanged? You have said it. It's easy talk when you don't have big wigs and big money bags in the party, where everybody seems to be on the same level and there seems to be some mutual understanding. But can you say same for now, where you have more people with more money, and then, or maybe a few people with more money and more people with less money who may not necessarily be on the same level with the new money bags that you have within the party? Can you still boast of the fact that there will be a level playing ground for all? May not be for the presidential because you have just one presidential candidate, but on the other, for the other tickets, whether it be governorship or senatorial houses of assemblies, will the story change, or will you stick to this story down the line?
No. Like I told you, one of the things we don't play with as a party is to ensure that the will of the people prevails always. We have been guided by that. This party, mind you, has existed for 21 years. You haven't heard of rancor. You haven't heard of disagreements.
But did you have the kind of people that you have in the party today then?
No, it doesn't matter. You see, when you take in people, you also adjust your shock absorbers. You adjust your ability to, bring them in, and the ability to also contain them. We're not just taking these people.
I'm sorry, Mr. Major, you're telling me that having money bags, I'm sorry, my choice of words, the big wigs in your party will not make certain people or certain party members be at the whims and caprices of these people. You're telling us that you, as the NNPP, can guarantee us as Nigerians that there will not be people who will be extensively influential on your party and the decisions that are being made because of the level that they actually have or hold.
Not at all. You see, the party has its code of conduct that guides its operations and activities.
So does every political party.
It is a union of like minds. So when you are coming in, first, we need to extract a commitment from you that you will be guided by the code of conduct that guides our operations as a party. You will also be guided by what we believe in. And what we believe in is unity of purpose and understanding as one family. So we're not just bringing these people in. We are bringing them in after a series of discussions, after extraction of commitments that they would have adhered strictly to what has kept the party united for the past 21 years. Okay. So with that level of commitment, we are very, very sure that they won't come in to do anything that is to the contrary. We believe that they are in, and they are in for good, and they will be guided by what has kept us united for the past 21 years. We don't have any problems about that. We have also adjusted our shock absorbers to be able to take in, because you can't be completely sure that you would get 100% what you want. Okay. There will be dissidents. There will be one or two people who would want to do something funny, but our shock absorbers are sharp enough to be able to take care of all of those challenges. Okay. I can assure you that. So for Nigerians, what I can tell them is they won't see anything from us that would look like people being shortchanged, or that would look like people unnecessarily taking advantage of the party because of resources and all of that.
Well, all that remains to be seen. Agwa Major is the National Publicity Secretary of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that's all for tonight on Plus Politics. But before we go, how tired are you as a Nigerian? I'm wondering. Are we tired enough to the point where we can make our leaders responsible and accountable to us? I need you to chew on that tonight. I'm Mariana Kun. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great weekend.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen, and the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started. You know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance.
negative and irresponsible tribal comments. You know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves. And this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we will get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions. And then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good evening, I am Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Following a viral video of a woman simply identified as Fatima, who was allegedly murdered in cold blood by elements suspected to be IPOB members, the presidency today warned against any knee-jerk reactions, panic, disruptions of lives and livelihoods, or even retaliatory violence. In the video, the pregnant woman was seen with her 4 children in the pool of their own blood at Isulo, Orumba, North Local Government Area of Anambra State. The presidency said it was investigating the viral videos of the alleged killings of non-indigents by the Eastern Security Network and its outlaw group, IPOB. The Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has condemned the reported killing of a pregnant woman and her children by some yet-to-be-identified gunmen. The victims, Arira Jibril and her children, were returning to their home when gunmen ambushed them in a community in Orumba, North Local Government Area of the state. The governor described the killing as unacceptable, promising that the perpetrators will be fished out and dealt with according to the law. Soludo further reassures all Nigerians living or doing business in Anambra State of the resolve of the government to ensure adequate protection of their lives and properties at all times. Meanwhile, family members of the Kaduna train attack have raised concern over threats by the terrorists to kill the victims if the federal government fails to yield to their demands after 7 days. The devastated relatives of the abductees said the terrorists have spoken to them directly and are demanding the release of their 8 children being held by the federal government in Adamawa State before they will release the 61 abducted train passengers. They, however, appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari to order for the immediate release of the children to the terrorists so as to secure the release of their loved ones who have been in captivity for 59 days. Now, gunmen have reportedly broken into one of the parishes presided over by the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Matthew Azan Kuka. Reports say that the armed hoodlums kidnapped 2 priests and 2 others in the rectory of St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Gida, Mike Campbell, in the Kafo local government area of Katsina State. Kuka Sokoto Diocese covers Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, and Kebbi State. The Director of Social Communications of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, Reverend Christopher Motosha, confirmed the development on Wednesday morning. He said the Diocese of Sokoto is under attack and no information has been gotten as to the whereabouts of the abductees. The federal government has said it will spend about 34 billion naira on the ongoing payments of minimum wage consequential adjustment to education sector workers with effect from 2019. The beneficiaries include the members of ASU and their counterparts and the polytechnics and colleges of education. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, disclosed this while responding to questions from Labour correspondents in Abuja on the prolonged ASU strike. According to Ngige, the universities will get 23.5 billion naira, the polytechnics 6 billion naira, and the colleges of education 4 billion naira, totaling about 34 billion naira. Regarding the ASU strike, the minister said the committee set up during the last tripartite plus meeting of the government and university-based unions were given a fortnight to turn in the report, and they were still working. As Nigeria prepares for another round of elections in 2023, citizens have continued to express their views on what their expectations are. That's on Street Views.
Well, basically, at the moment, the situation in town, the situation of the country determines the wave of how an election goes. The government of the day are so much messed up, and even the blind and the deaf in the society can tell. So for 2023, I believe that it's going to be about the corporate need of the society beyond individualisms. Because if we don't get it right this time as a corporate society, we cannot get it out again. So basically, the performance of the present government will determine the result of this 2023 election.
Hopefully, I'm expecting the power to change from the ruling party to the other party, which is PDP, because I think every part of everywhere corner of the country, they are tired of the ruling party, which is APC, because instead of things to like being stabilized in a way, it's getting too hard for people to, so people can't bear it anymore. That's my views on it.
Yes, we've been hearing that too, but people are tired of suffering. So I believe people will come out to vote for their choice. That will really make peace, because imposing people on party members have always brought menace to our society. When people vote for their right choice and the right choice wins, it brings peace to the world. So I believe at this election, people will vote for their right choice.
And in other parts of Africa, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his message to mark the African Day, says Africa is a home for hope, citing the continent's growing and vibrant youth population. Africa is the annual commemoration of the foundation of the Organization of African Unity, marked on the 25th of May.
It's Africa Day, a day set aside to commemorate the anniversary of the signing of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, on May 25, 1963. Since then, the commemoration of the historic day has served as an opportunity to promote cooperation between African peoples. This year, the day coincides with the African Union Extraordinary Summit in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. A handful of African heads of state, including current chair of the African Union, Senegalese President Macky Sall, are taking part in the summit. But as leaders meet in Malabo, the Office of the African Union Youth Envoy says it wants to encourage African youths on the continent and in the diaspora to support and promote positive social change and concrete action for Africa's development. For now, Africa celebrates the socio-economic achievements of the continent, while the AU theme for the year, strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security, continues to be in focus.
Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mustafa, today listed the preconditions for the emergence of a new Africa. In a message to commemorate the 2022 Africa Day, Faki said a new Africa will emerge once there was a focused pooling of the continent's energies and the abundant resources found across the continent. According to him, the challenges hindering the effective implementation of decisions, treaties, conventions, and strategies need to be identified and tackled in order to create the necessary atmosphere for the emergence of a new Africa. This year's Africa Day has the theme Strengthening Resilience in Nutrition and Food Security on the African Continent, strengthening agro-food systems, health and social protection systems for the acceleration of human, social and economic capital development. And outside Africa, residents were left reeling in horror and grief after a teenage gunman murdered at least 19 children and 2 teachers in a Texas elementary school. The latest bout of gun-filled mass killing in the United States and the nation's worst school shooting in nearly a decade. Family members gathered at the Civic Center with some crying and praying while waiting to hear further updates from the authorities.
It's really hard to see what happened today here. As a grandma, yeah, it is very hard. I can't imagine going through that with one of my grandkids. My heart is broken for the parents here in Uvalde. It's never thought something like this would happen in a small town and friendly as Uvalde, where we know each other, and it's been a very bad, tragic.
Yes, I do, but the names have not been released, so I don't know which ones lost their children. And I know most of the folks here in Uvalde because I used to be a city councilman, former city councilman. So I know most of them. And they're good people, good folks, and my heart goes out to them, condolences to them too, and very sad day for Uvalde. Not only today, but the days to come.
For Nigeria to go far with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, there is the need for a central registration in order to have an exit point for products coming from the country. This was the position of the former Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NACCIMA, John Isemede, on the sidelines of a town hall meeting for beauty products and manufacturers. Justin Akadoye has more.
The global market size of cosmetics industry is projected to reach $463.5 billion by 2027, resulting in a compound annual growth rate of 5.3% from 2021 to 2027. With so much potentials in the sector, how far is Nigeria playing in it? At this town hall meeting, the essence is to break the barriers of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises in the industry for enhanced production capacity, sales and export in the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and beyond. UNIDO consultant and former NACIMA DG, John Isemede, speaks of lack of communication and coordination as players are operating in silos. In his presentation, business promoter Kolawe says, with the current economic situation, MSMEs contribute over 50% of employment generation in the country. He speaks on the essence of the workshop and how players can penetrate not just within the local market, but internationally.
The situation we have found ourselves, for us to fly looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade, there must be a central registration so that we have an exit point. This is product coming from Nigeria.
Actual implementation of AFCTA in Nigeria has not taken place, and that's why we want to take advantage of it. Preparing the people, preparing the companies, preparing the product for the AFCTA. We're also going to leverage on our support and our relationship with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We'll be working with them to ensure that cosmetics products are mainstream into those markets through the export trade houses. So we're not working as an individual, we're working in collaboration with a lot of government agencies. The missing link is that structure process that encapsulates from the beginning to the end.
Some of the local cosmetic manufacturers believe that players have what it takes to compete internationally, while urging that Nigerians make the most of the natural resources abound. They also talk of ways government can support in terms of incentives.
We have what it takes. We have the natural resources in abundance. And there's so many other countries around us taking advantage of that. We are not. We should be the home for cosmetics.
Nigeria has over 50 million MSMEs, and less than 2% constitutes the medium and large industry. Above all, the need to leverage on this booming sector cannot be overemphasized. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also visit us on our website at www.plustvafrica.com. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Yadiemi. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your account number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomungo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I'll give you back millions or thousands. Will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theater itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, you know, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, you know, also attempt to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, you know, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, you know, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, you know, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, you know, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times, some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. You know, at times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, you know, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. You know, people cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular. Hopefully, the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. You know, it's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the Censors Board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film kino and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line. I want to start using or there's a sentiment of now help us to make it known. If you start a kind of particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from what I say companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you would need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
first thing to know about Abuja is that it is the capital of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but it is not a state. It is a federal capital territory, and it is headed by a minister, planned and built from scratch. It boasts of excellent roads that connect all the satellite towns to the central business district with modern buildings and a beautiful terrain. This administrative territory was created in 1976, but officially it became Nigeria's capital on the 12th of December 1991. It replaced Nigeria's former capital, Lagos, which remains the commercial capital and perhaps the most populous city in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And Mohammed Musa Bello, the Honorable Minister for the Federal Capital Territory, joins me on the program today. I understand that it would seem that the president is like the governor of the Federal Capital Territory, but to avoid conflict of duty, he nominates somebody to administer the territory, and that person would be you. Am I correct in that assertion?
Well, in a way you are, but to really explain the structure of the FCT, it's very important for us to know some little bit of history as to how the FCT was created. If you recall, the Federal Capital Territory, that's FCT, was created by law in 1976 by the military regime at that time. And it created an area within the center of Nigeria called the Federal Capital Territory. Within the Federal Capital Territory, it also created a section called the Federal Capital City. And the whole idea was to move the federal capital of the country from Lagos to somewhere within the hinterland that would allow for expansion probably ad infinitum, a place that had no constraints, like the kind of constraints that Lagos had. So this is the historical background. Then constitutionally, obviously all this was recognized because it was a creation of a decree. But subsequent constitutions after the military, of course, recognized the FCT, and it's called the Federal Capital Territory. And by law, because it's not a state, in a way, it does not have a governor. It does not have an elected governor. It does not have an elected, full-fledged parliamentary arm, directly called the FCT legislature, for instance. So that's why constitutionally, the drafters of the constitution decided to say that the FCT will be run by a governor general who is also the president of the country. And then, of course, constitutionally, then the constitution allows the president to create offices. And that's why a minister is appointed for the FCT on delegated authorities from Mr. President.
Okay, so do you have a tenure as minister of the FCT?
No, because the minister is not an elected person. Yes. So obviously he doesn't have a tenure. But in the sense that he is an appointee of the president, yes, then you could say he has a tenure in the sense that his tenure starts from when the president nominates him to the National Assembly and he gets confirmed and gets sworn in just like any other ministers. Yes. And then, of course, his tenure ends on the day the president decides to withdraw the appointment. Or if, as time goes on, the tenure of the president, the moment the tenure of a president ends, constitutionally based on the electoral cycle, then naturally the minister's tenure also ends. Yes.
So, we know now that you're an appointee, you don't have a tenure. Do you have a cabinet like a state governor does, or ministries for that matter?
Well, you see, the FCT is structured in such a way that it has what we call an administration that administers the territory. And this is called the Federal FCTA, Federal Capital Territory Administration. But hitherto, the territory itself was administered by the FCDA, that's the Federal Capital Development Authority. It's a creation of law, and it administered the entire territory because basically it was one big construction site. So over the first 30 years or so of the creation, most of the infrastructure development and all the other structures were done under the FCDA. But as time went by, other structures were introduced to cater for the needs of an expanding population, also administratively and so on. So now the Federal Capital Territory is administered through the FCTA, which is the Federal Capital Territory Administration, and it has what we call mandate secretariats. These are equivalent to what you have as ministries in states. For instance, we have a mandate secretary for agriculture, for health, for education, for social services, for chieftaincy matters, and a few other agencies also, like the FCDA itself, like the Satellite Town Development Authority, like the Abuja Metropolitan Management Council. So these are all agencies. And then we have an investment arm under a private sector registered company called Abuja Investment Company. So basically, in a way, we have all the structures that you would see in a state, yes, but we don't call them ministries, and we don't call their officials as commissioners. Instead, we call them secretaries or executive directors or director generals or some other kind of nomenclature. So this is how it is.
Is there a particular reason why it's not called a state?
Well, because every state in Nigeria is recognized in the constitution.
Yes.
And since at the point of creation, it was not meant to be a state. It was meant to be a central administration managed by the federal government on behalf of all Nigerians. And if you remember, the states of Niger, and then of course Kwara, now Kogi, and Nasarawa when it used to be Benue Plateau, and then parts of Kaduna, all ceded substantial parts of their land to create what we call the Federal Capital City. It was really, from beginning, was not meant to be a state. But then as time went by, constitutionally, they had a nomenclature was put in the constitution that says FCT will be considered under section 299 of the constitution, that is the 1999 constitution as amended, as if it were a state. So it was not called a state because it's not a state, but as if it were a state. And that's why, in a way, you could call it, a semi-state, something like that. But definitely, since it's not a state, it does not have an elected governor. It does not have a specific legislative arm, but the legislative arm of the FCT is the National Assembly.
Right, so do you have senators and members of House of Representatives representing the FCT in the National Assembly?
We do, but we don't have the numbers that you will have in a state. For instance, every state constitutionally has 3 senators, yes, but in the FCT we have only 1. So obviously that's understandable because we are not a state, but we are as if we were a state. Yes. And then we have 6 area councils, yes, which in terms of sizes are quite probably much bigger than some of the local governments you have. And another difference is in the FCT, our third tier of government, which elsewhere is called the local government, are called area councils. And we have 6 of them. And also each of them is run by an elected chairman with an elected local government council, legislative council, depending on the number of wards in each of the area councils. But we also have 2 members of the House of Representatives, one representing a cluster of 4 area councils in an area we call Abuja South, that's Abaji, Kwali, Gwagwalada, and Kuje. So that's we have one member in the House of representing these four area councils, and then we have another member representing the other two area councils that are called Abuja North. That's the AMAC, which is the Abuja Metropolitan, Council, as well as Buhari. So this is how it is.
Yes. Are you answerable to the people of Abuja, or are you answerable to Mr. President?
Mr. President is an elected president, so he's answerable to all Nigerians, including the people of Abuja. And basically the minister is just a delegated official of the president. So obviously, by extension also, I am answerable to the people of Abuja. Yeah.
So what is your core mandate as Minister for the FCT? The FCT operates like a state, but not a state. You have one senator, you have 2 members of the House of Representatives,
yes.
You have 6 area councils.
Yes.
What is your core mandate as minister?
My core mandate is to administer the territory. In so doing, if you look at the entire 8,000 square kilometers of the territory as an entity, so it means I administer the territory. So for all intents and purposes, it's beyond just being a head of a ministry, because the territory involves communities.
Yes.
And so you go out, it's not your typical ministry, because like I mentioned to you now, we have all these secretariats that are equivalent to ministries in the state. And we have a council of chiefs, and we have about 18 graded chiefs, each of them representing a unique community. So all these ones are administered, and we also administer the health system, the educational system, the social system and cultural system. So basically it's administering an entire territory, which in a way also you could say is like administering a state, but FCT is still as if it were a state.
So to seek public office in the FCT, that is like to the Senate and to the House of Reps.
Yeah.
Is it the same way a senator in a state or a representative in a state would seek public office, declare an intention, join a political party and all that?
It's exactly the same, no difference whatsoever. And that's why all the major political parties in Nigeria have their FCT branches, or FCT, branches, and they have their leadership, and they go through the whole thing, the campaigning and everything, and they fill in forms and follow the entire procedure. The only difference slightly is that with respect to our area council elections, the elections are being handled by INEC itself, while in the states, electoral matters and elections are handled by the State Electoral Commission. And that's why over time you hear from quite a number of states where people are clamoring for the fact that even in the states, to enhance more transparency and more fairness and more equitable politicking, they think that maybe INEC should also do it. So that's one difference also. But apart from that, everything is done as if it were done the way it is done in all the states. Yeah.
So let's talk about revenue earning capacity of the FCT. It ranks second only to Lagos State in terms of the IGR, that's the internally generated revenue. Yet you say that's not enough. That's number 2 in the country.
Now, obviously, we aim to be number 1, simply because the economics and the reality on ground is such that it gives us, we have that potential to be able to do it. I'm sure you've gone around Abuja, and you've seen the demands of the need for investment and funding. For you to come to the venue of this interview, you drove through maybe 6-7 kilometers of first-class road with very beautiful vegetation in the road median and on by the side of the roads, with very tall, solid street lights. And I believe on all the junctions you went through, you saw traffic lights. So to be able to run a city like Abuja, to build infrastructure and also be able to maintain the infrastructure, you need enormous amount of resources. The federal government of Nigeria did its best, especially during the military in terms of the investment done in Abuja with all the bridges and all the work we have seen. But to run the city is gradually now reaching a point of maturity. So this infrastructure and also the population and all this stuff needs to be run, and we can't now continue to depend on a federal allocation. As a matter of fact, the federal allocation we get is just about 25% of our total revenue. The remaining 75% is all, from our IGR. And also because the infrastructure has been put in place and the need also to maintain first-class infrastructure, then people have to also pay their own part through revenue, through taxation, through paying for services. And because of generally you could say that Abuja, if I say Abuja, I mean the federal capital city itself, yes, by Nigerian standards is relatively more affluent than other parts of the country. So the income levels are much higher. And also I think the opportunities to make good quality money is still much higher. So obviously those that make this money here with all the facilities given have to also pay back, or else we cannot sustain. And given all these parameters I mentioned to you, we feel that at some point in the future, we will probably be the #1 subnational in Nigeria in terms of IGR. We're going to go in there. We're not there yet, but I think we'll go there.
Stay with us. We're back after the break. I was reading about training workshops held for the Federal Capital Territory Administration Revenue Officers, and I couldn't help thinking there's more taxes on the way.
Yes. And basically what we are just saying is that people should be willing to pay for services if you want first-class service. And I think in Abuja, if you want to live in Abuja, you intend to invest in Abuja, then you also have to pay your own part to make Abuja what we all want it to be.
Myself. Yes. So is it a minus though that Abuja is viewed as a political or administrative center as opposed to Lagos, that people are still calling the commercial capital of Nigeria?
No, Lagos, quite frankly, will continue for a very, very long time to be the commercial capital. It's a reality. Yes. It's New York, Washington. It's Karachi, Islamabad. Yes. It's, it's Dubai, Abu Dhabi. So it's Lagos, Abuja, because the advantages for Lagos is it's been there for a long time, historically a commercial center, but with the port, the sea, and the financial district, all these things, are magnets for commerce and businesses. Abuja initially was thought to be meant to be just an administrative capital. But the reality is, as time went by, it has now it's now growing to become a commercial center. It's coming up really very fast as an ICT hub, yes, as a very good tourism destination. And obviously, it's no longer a government civil service. No. Because the thing is, probably initially, what most people didn't appreciate was that anywhere, especially in the third world, government is a magnet, it's a puller. It pulls people. So the moment you say this is an administrative center, whether you like it or not, the businessmen will follow. And the moment they come in, the workers will come in, transactions will come in, and then people who provide services will be there. The banks will come in, and so that's how it is. So now what we are doing, even in the planning of the city, luckily the master planners and the founding fathers envisage that this will happen in future. So that's part of the districts include industrial districts, commercial districts, and these are areas that we are working towards gradually developing. But the administrative setup really was much faster than the other ones. But as part of natural city development and growth, these other aspects are coming up gradually. Yeah.
So 2 agencies, I'm told, I've only been in Abuja not so long, but two agencies that are very much feared in Abuja, the FCTA and AMAC. You know, what do these two agencies do, and why is everyone scared, especially of AMAC?
Well, I am not sure that people fear them as such. For me, this is the first time actually I'm hearing. And AMAC is, in a way, not a direct agency of the FCT administration. AMAC means Abuja Metropolitan Area Council. So it's basically the local government that happens also to share the same space with the federal government and the FCT administration. And as you know, with local governments, usually their staff and everybody tends to be the nearest to the grassroots. And once in a while, you know, there's overzealousness of officials here and there. But as much as possible, we try to, you know, really, especially in Nigeria of 2021, 2022, and under President Muhammadu Buhari, we try to encourage all agencies of government to really operate in such a way that they are seen as partners of the people, partners of commerce, you know, facilitators of business and all this. So I think if they are being feared, I will look and see what the reasons are. But I think it's, you know, so basically, yeah.
So the FCT Treasury Department now, that manages funds of the FCTA, the administration. Why is that agency very critical to running the FCT? It can't just be because the treasury is money.
Well, in a way, you've given yourself the answer, because you see, whatever you do, you need financial planning. It's very important. And when you have an institution like the FCTA, which is the Federal Capital Territory Administration, that has a lot of departments, agencies, as well as secretariats, like I mentioned to you, obviously you need some form of a coordinating department. Basically, the FCT Treasury is no different from what you call the Ministry of Finance in any state. So it doubles as the Ministry of Finance as well as the Accountant General for the FCT, if I could use this word. So they are custodians of the resources. They track revenue, they work on the budget, and then they also monitor capital expenditure and expend everything that ordinarily in any administrative setup a Ministry of Finance would do. So that's what the FCT Treasury does. And the Director of Treasury is a very important management staff of the administration.
As a new one being appointed, the last one retired in March of 2021, allegedly. Have you appointed a new one yet?
No, actually, the current person that took over from him in acting capacity is the Director of Treasury, actually. And for all intents and purposes, he has continued to operate in that capacity, as he is a signatory to our finances. He's custodian of the finances. He represents us in all transactions. He goes to Federal Account Allocation Committee, FAC, every month. Because constitutionally, the FCT administration is entitled to 1% of the total allocation due to the federal government of Nigeria. So based on that, of course, we get our own share also. And don't forget that also FCT contributes a lot in VAT. We get our own share out of it also.
You've expressed concerns now about increasing insecurity, kidnapping, and violent crimes within the FCT. I was shocked when I was researching for this interview to hear that even one chance happens here. What do you think is responsible for this increase in these negative things?
There is no doubt about it that each society is confronted with very new and very disturbing forms of insecurity, be it banditry, be it terrorism, be it rape, be it domestic violence, be it violence amongst children, name it. So society is going through a huge upheaval, and unfortunately, FCT is also not spared, immune to it. So I think we need to look at it in very general context. And also it's very important to really appreciate the fact that sometimes when you say Abuja, Abaji is 150 kilometers away, but it's part of Abuja. So something happens in the border between Abaji and Kogi state, they say it's Abuja. And of course, because Abuja is the federal capital city, seat of government, naturally anything here gets overblown. But by and large, the federal capital city, relative to many parts of the country, is very safe. Of course, we have pockets of all these issues I mentioned to you. But the fact that the concentration here of law enforcement, the fact that infrastructure is good, so moving around is relatively much easier here. By and large, the situation with the security is such that as it comes up, it's being tackled. But really, in general terms, I mean, we faced really worldwide with a lot of challenges. And I think as an administration, we are looking at so many things, and we are proactive. We need a lot of things. Our agencies try their very best. But of course, you know, it's a battle that everybody has to keep on moving, particularly with intelligence and so many other things, which is there in the public domain. And I think by and large, we receive quite a lot of cooperation with the traditional institutions. And that's why all our activities, we carry them along, because ultimately, you know, they and the local government authorities are the ones that are nearest to the grassroots. And I must add also that the security agencies across board in the FCT have been extremely supportive of what we do. And I always say it, and I'll say it to you again, for every crime that you see reported in the newspapers or other media platforms, I tell you, based on information available to me, at least 10 to 15 have been either thwarted, prevented, or arrests have been made. But all this doesn't come up in the media because you only see the negative. So by and large, as the person saddled with the responsibility of administering the territory, I can say that really the security agencies have been quite supportive of the administration. And I think all we need to do as a people is to continue to encourage them to do more.
So in case of an emergency for anyone resident in Abuja, is there a number for residents to call if they're under siege?
Yeah, we do have several numbers. The FCT Police Command has a series of numbers that are accessible, and also the entire, you know, the city is protected and the territory protected by a combination of support from the police, the civil defense, especially against vandalization of public infrastructure, and then the military. The military have call lines that are available, but more importantly, within the FCT, we have a call center, which is a full-fledged department that has been robust for quite some time. In the past, we used it more in terms of engagement with the citizens with respect to failure in service delivery by our agencies, maybe waste management, maybe a burst pipes and something like that, you know. And now with advancement in broadband penetration and the kind of, you know, mobile phones we have now even the engagement is more robust, especially using platforms like WhatsApp and others. So we are able to communicate with them. And also the national emergency line works. People should use it.
That's 112.
112, yeah, it does. And with whatever is done within the ambit of the FCT, our relevant departments key into it, and it works. And also, so sometimes it's always better just go for the 112. You'll be surprised. Yeah.
The number is 112 if you're a resident in Abuja, and for any reason you need to call on the emergency authorities. Yes, if there's any emergency and you need to call on the authorities. Okay, now talking about housing, I've noticed that the FCT is one huge construction site. There's no way you drive to, you don't see houses being built. What are the challenges you face in regulating this? This is the biggest business I see in Abuja. Maybe I'm wrong. Especially when you put alongside the need, to adhere to the master plan, the original master plan by the people who fought up this place. How do you manage that?
Well, managing growth, especially exponential growth, is always a challenge. And also because of the population And most of the population in Abuja has to do with not birth. Well, of course, the birth rate is just like any part of the country, national average. But more important is the influx. You see, Abuja is a destination where people make money. And people in the construction industry and the housing market, the entire value chain, make money here. There's a market. So that's why you see a lot of construction coming in. And don't forget, every 4 years, there is a cycle of new entrants into Abuja. New members of government, new members of parliament, and so many other things. And and gradually people have realized that Abuja is a good place to live. So construction activity, that explains why we have a lot of construction activity. Always, public institutions sometimes are slow. It's a reality in being able to match the speed of the private sector. So what we have done over the years, especially the last few years that I've been here as minister, we tried as much as possible to strengthen the capacity of our institutions to ensure compliance. If you do a research, you will hear word around town that the land administration system has been improved. The documentation system has been improved. Even development control. Even the system of monitoring and evaluating new building permits has all improved. But I personally feel that we need to do more to match up. And that's why when I came in as minister, the general perception is that you are working when you are destroying.
Yes.
So a lot of people thought I was doing nothing because I was not pulling buildings down.
No demolition.
No demolitions. Oh yes, this minister is not working because it's not demolition. But what I said is that, ab initio, why allow the building to come up?
And they want to demolish.
Exactly. They come up because of lack of proper work by the institutions. Yes. I spent good quality time, almost 2 years, change personnel, improve the internal mechanisms so that once a building comes up, then the owner of the building and the entire city knows that this building will be solid and will be there because all the procedures have been adopted. And that's why it took us a lot of time to do the cleaning up. But now we've been doing a couple of demolitions and so on, and then now they are complaining that demand is demolition. So it's whichever way, you don't win. Yes. But definitely I think for every city, it's very important to improve on the capacity of the officials that do the work through good motivation, giving them good facilities, good ambience, and more importantly, giving them the instruments and the tools to be able to do it. And that I think we've been able to do over time. Yes. Now what we need to do is, the Federal Capital Territory is quite massive.
It is.
And what you see in Abuja is not necessarily what you see in other satellite towns. So now what we are trying to do is gradually to look at the city and the Federal Capital City in cycles. Yes. You keep on expanding from this epicenter, moving out and incremental development control and everything, so that gradually you go into the satellite towns, you go into other rural areas. But you see, development is a process. It has to be done gradually and incrementally, and obviously not during the tenure of one person or one administration. And that's why when we came in, we really took this decision that we were going to complete all abandoned projects, because that's why you will notice we completed many road projects, and I hope you will find time to go around and see what we've done.
Join us again after the break. As an assurance, demolition is always a last resort.
Oh, obviously, yes. For me, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if we strengthen the institutions, and from the moment you start your foundation and all that, and we make sure that everyone is toeing the law, there will be no need to come back.
My advice to the citizens and also those who are developing property in Abuja,
Yes.
or buying property, or buying land. Spend time, get good quality lawyers and estate developers who know the laws of the city, and then follow the regulations, no matter how long it takes you. For instance, about 2-3 weeks ago, we did substantial demolitions in Gwarimpa, simply because people built along waterways. All they needed to have asked was to make sure that they got the right building approvals. But sometimes what used to happen in the past is people are gullible. They say, okay, let me just build. I will recoup my investments before they come to demolish it. I mean, that's very faulty thinking. Why spend good quality money because you think over a period of time you will make your money and just move on?
Yes.
So by the end of the day, you build and somehow the money doesn't come the way you think, or maybe, and then people build. But as I personally, as a city official, I look at demolition as a last resort. But some we just have to.
Yes.
For instance, there are areas that are meant to be road corridors. And on the plan, they are road corridors. And it's known. All you need to do is to go to town planning department or the FCD, and you know that it's a road corridor.
Yes.
But then some person around the area might say, okay, we'll allow you to use it temporarily and so on. And because it's difficult for the officials to be everywhere,
Yes.
sometimes there is a time lag between when this infringement is done and when the officials go through the entire bureaucracy and realize it has been done.
Yes.
So that's why you see this mismatch. But ultimately, any building that is done wrongly, it's just a matter of time. One day it will go off. So why should people not,
Are the rules straightforward, for those watching us now who want to acquire land,
Yes.
for instance,
Yes.
in Abuja or
Yeah.
property?
Yes.
Are the rules pretty straightforward? Because in some states,
Yes.
I don't want to mention name, but
Yeah.
Every step you get to, you are finding a new twist to
Yes.
the rule. How does it work in Abuja here?
The rules in Abuja are very clear. First and foremost, every person should know that the entire 8,000 square kilometers of Abuja is vested under the federal government of Nigeria, under the Mr. President. And no authority, either traditional, religious, or local government, even if it's elected local government,
Yes.
has right to allocate 1 square meter of land in Abuja. It all has to be done through a very well-established system. Well, what happens is, in some of the communities that have been recognized as communities existing,
Yes.
The leaders of some of these communities step their bounds and allocate papers based on traditional title. But the cost systems are very clear, up to the level of the Supreme Court, I believe, that this is it. So it's very important that any investment you intend to do, even within a local community that is way far away from the city center, it's very important that you go to the relevant departments and ask questions. And then development in Abuja has been going on for the last 40 years or so. So there are experts in it. Just ask questions. Before you go and spend money, ask questions. Go to the relevant government offices and ask. And then even then, get lawyers and solicitors who are very conversant with the procedure here. Because I will tell you, I see property, very expensive property, built in areas that are clearly in infringement. Or I see people who are well educated, who are businessmen, who have resources, go and put up very solid structures without a building permit. I mean, how could that happen? Some will probably bribe officials, and because, in every community we have bad eggs.
Yes.
But the thing is, once you bribe your way to get a document, forever you will be under blackmail. And the day will be when the right officer sits on that seat, he would not care. And everybody they say has a price, but some people there's no price. So at the end of the day, you lose your property. And sometimes you use the property at the time when you are agile, you are strong, your finances are good. But unfortunately, that D-Day will come when you are probably low down under, and then it becomes very traumatic. So why don't you save yourself?
And the proliferation of estates in
Yes.
Abuja is second to none. I haven't seen any state in Nigeria that has so many. Are there specific requirements for anyone, or can anyone just buy a few hectares of land and start building an estate?
No, actually, you can't buy land, in strictly speaking.
Yes.
You only will buy land that had already been allocated to somebody else. You know, but you just don't buy land. And all these estate lands you see were allocated, some of them more than 20 years ago, based on the phased development of the city. So as the city is developing, some of the developers are doing, and then some of the ownership of these lands, following the normal land transaction procedures, must have changed hands over a period of time. So the estates come because of the demand or anticipation of demand. Some, of course, as you can see, have burned their fingers because they have put up so many beautiful houses and there are no off-takers. Yes. Some have put up buildings where the infrastructure to be able to access these buildings have not matched the speed with which they have developed. So this is something that is quite a big challenge as we continue to manage the city. And that's why you probably notice that we do not encourage allocation of fresh estate lands as long as we know there is no immediate plan to provide infrastructure there.
To get to the...
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you put in so much resources. The poor estate investor does not have off-takers, either to come in and rent the houses or to buy them, simply because there is no infrastructure. Yeah, so that's it.
Your call on FCT residents to ensure that they have their valid title documents and approvals from the FCTA before starting any building. So take us quickly through the steps. You know, if you are a resident now, you are watching this and you are not sure what kind of title you have, or if indeed the papers you have are authentic, where should they be heading to straight away?
They should head first and foremost to the Director of Lands in the Lands Department under Aegis, which is just a very big, beautiful structure near the FCDA headquarters. They have a customer relations desk where there are very good, hardworking young officers who will interface with them and go through their documents and then put them through. And in each of these areas I told you, they have we have flyers that easily you can just pick and go through the entire procedure. If at the end of the day you go in and you find that the bureaucracy is something that is not up to the standard you want, or they do not seem to give you the service you require, you can now go straight to our department, which has just been created about, well, maybe a year ago, which is service delivery. It's a service delivery headed by a director, and they will sit you through, and then they will see where the issues are. And if there is something that is systemic, that is something that needs my attention, the reports will come to me for resolution.
And of course, you are accessible.
Well, I am, yeah, really, but I am.
I've noticed that.
Yes.
Okay, so, and it will be mandatory, I'm quoting you now, you say it will be mandatory for all estates in the FCT to deploy CCTV cameras and also provide security lights on the perimeter fences, and such lights must be solar driven.
Yeah.
So, did you need to lay down that law for the estate?
Yeah, we needed to do that because you see, as time goes on, you have to look at your laws and regulations, and then you upgrade them.
Yes.
Because nothing is cast in stone. So you have to upgrade them over time to be able to meet up the requirements. For instance, it has now become very crucial. CCTV cameras are now relatively easy to deploy. And it's very important also now for us to be able to track what is happening in environments. And in many cases now you find that after the crime or any infringement, you are able to review footage, and the security agencies are able to do that, and that helps us make it. And if people are going to spend so much money to put up estates, you find that the incremental addition of the CCT camera is something that it's something minimal in cost. And why did we say solar? Abuja has keyed in to the green revolution and all the commitments of the reduction in carbon emissions and the use of renewable energy. We are 100% behind that, and we feel that's the time to go. That's the way to go, as a future. And then the reality is also our present way of getting power has challenges which affects us as a city. And Abuja is in the sun belt within Nigeria where the intensity of radiation from the sun is quite good. Yes. So, and solar technology is clean, it's reliable, and it's something that can be 24/7. So that's why we feel that we need to use solar. And more importantly also, government alone cannot secure the entire city. Yes, government can provide street lights on the major arterial roads in districts and of course connecting one district to the other. But within huge estates, I think the estate developers also need to provide security lights. One, it makes the city beautiful, it makes the estate beautiful, and above all, it makes them very secure. And this is what, as part of the gradual improvement of our codes, that's what we put there, and we will encourage them to comply.
Yeah. Because you can't have a beautiful city that is in darkness.
Of course, yes, it's true.
Manholes, that's a major challenge here in Abuja.
Yeah.
They help to channel water to the drainage system.
Yes.
In Abuja, however, they are always exposed, and I see them with, if it's not sand, it's clogged with refuse. The committee on manholes, what have they decided to do about that? How are you dealing with that challenge?
I will tell you, as minister, three things have always continued to bother me, and sometimes gives me, in fact many times, gives me sleepless nights.
Yes.
That has to do with vandalization of public infrastructure, the desire to really light up the city, and thirdly, the desire to really improve on the public transportation system so that really many people should be able to move around in buses without having to drive their cars, and also so that we can reduce also the time people stay at bus stops trying to get public transport. These three issues have been something that have bothered me. And the issue of manholes is something we've tried to tackle. And I made some research, and I realized that the vandalization of manhole covers and also some ornamental items on public buildings and also railings on roads is something that every country somehow, even with the developed world, had to contend with. I was just reading some time ago that you go to England, most of the churches now no longer have copper on their rooftops because they were all stolen. In the past it was copper, some things, there. So that's the reality. And in Abuja, because the material used initially for the manhole covers were metallic in nature and had a second-hand value if you melt them.
Yes.
So people have been stealing them. We've been trying as much as possible to replace them, but they get stolen. But now, luckily, we've devised a lot of means, and we have deployed some man covers during the last 2 years, just to see whether they will stand that, and luckily they have. And now, gradually, we are working towards the deployment. The quantities are enormous, and the amounts to be spent are enormous. And as a city, we are faced with a situation when resources are not enough. You have to deploy.
Keep replacing
something. So this is how we're working on, but really, I tell you, it's something that is of great bother to me, but we are working towards that.
War against drug abuse. I saw pictures of you with the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. The FCT alone, they say, has 10% of drug users in the country. In the first 3 months of 2022, 142 people were arrested, 53 convicted, 66 users sent to rehabilitation, and 760 kilograms of illicit substances seized. Beyond working closely now with the NDLEA, how are you planning to ensure no increase in these negative statistics?
The statistics you see are a reflection of the very hard work done by the current leadership on NDLEA. Because I personally feel that probably the figures are even much higher than this. But what they've been able to achieve during the last 1 year or so is quite enormous. What we've tried to do, and we've been working closely with the NDLEA, some of which of course will not be for public consumption, is that you see drug abuse, it's stratified. You have those at the higher elitist group who can afford the very expensive drugs, sophisticated drugs, and who also do it with a lot of finesse that you never know. And then you bring it down to various groups, including the ordinary mechanic who will be smoking his Indian hemp, and the school student who will take a few things that will make him feel, high. So it has permeated the entire society. What we tried is to tackle at the street level, to tackle at the school level, and then the high-profile ones. And we've had successful sting operations in high-profile areas, clubs, and areas where you will not believe what happens.
The nicer areas, the elite areas.
Exactly. And we've been able to have a lot of successes. What we've not done is to shame people. Name and shame, but we'll probably get there. But definitely, you see, the root of most of the crimes that occur has to be drug related. Particularly some of the violent crimes that involves taking of life. Ordinarily, a human being that is of sane mentality, normal, wouldn't act like that. Look at what happens in some of the schools. Look at what happens in family homes, and of course at high-profile cases. So, but drug abuse is something that we should not be in denial. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done at the family level also. People should venture out and bring out information that they know regarding that. And then of course as a government in the FCT, we are partnering very closely with NDLEA and other agencies, and we map out areas of the city that we know as prone to especially street drug sellers, and we raid them from time to time. But you and me know that as long as you don't really go after the main kingpins, that are, the people that really bring these drugs in good quantity, it's going to be a big challenge.
Thank you for speaking with me today, Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
How can we have peace without justice?
Class politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
The boom in Lekki and the rise of Ibeju-Lekki corridor in Lagos as the new Lagos has occasioned the rise of different real estate companies offering to be the solution to a more transparent and accountable process of buying and selling real estate in Lagos and other areas in Nigeria, but with an apparent lack of a strict regulatory framework to guide their operations. In no time, all of these real estate companies have started to create the same problems they were supposed to solve. That is scamming innocent Nigerians. Welcome back to Space and Style. If this is your first time of watching the show, this is where we talk about all things property. My name is Olamide Onifade. Today we are going to be talking about a very topical issue that has belabored the Nigerian property market, especially in Lagos, which is acquiring land from real estate companies. And aside that conversation, on our other segment, we have our interior decorator who will be sharing tips on how to make our DIY decoration to another level. On the property of the week, we're going to showcase a unique property to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, on the artisan of the week, we have, as usual, a craftsman who is going to take us through the nitty-gritty of his craftsmanship. But before we jump into the conversation, I will be back in a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. Before we went on the break, I stated that we are going to be having a conversation on acquiring property from real estate companies. And to discuss this topic with me is no one else than Mrs. Adaku Chibuke Ochinwa, who was with us last week. She's a legal practitioner and a senior partner at the Priceless Chambers with over 10 years experience in handling real estate matters. She specializes in investigating and performing comprehensive review of land and title document in real estate transactions. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again.
It was fun last week. It was such an insightful discussion, and we're taking it to another level.
I'm glad you found it insightful.
The menace of real estate companies. So, as I said in my intro, the issue of omuniles, buying from communities and all that posed a big problem, especially for people in diaspora who were looking to buy and invest in Nigeria, but they were either getting scammed by their relatives and all that. So this, I think around 2008, 2009, this industry started booming. A lot of real estate companies started springing up, and it was, supposed to be the stopgap between, all these problems we had. But in recent times, it looks like they're even now part of the problem they were supposed to solve. So a couple of weeks back, there was a big real estate company on social media that was in a mess over allocation. A lot of people subscribed to their companies, and they have not allocated, even some people as much as 5-6 years. And I'm thinking, is this another scam? So to start with, how do you buy? What's the starting process? How would you advise a potential client to start the negotiation with a real estate company?
Okay, thank you for having me here once again. And like you said initially, the rise of the real estate companies was meant to cure the defects with buying from the omuniles. However, people are beginning to see that we are having issues. So most times what I do with clients or advise clients to do when buying from real estate companies is that if you're buying from omuniles or if you're buying from real estate companies, what you're buying is the property, the land. First and foremost, ensure you carry out your due diligence. Now for real estate companies, it becomes more. Now for it's still the same process, whether it's a real estate company or whether it's a family.
I thought that because you're dealing with a real estate company, the process should have even been cut off. All the due diligence and all that. You should have more peace of mind.
Yes, you should. Actually, due diligence, like I say to people, due diligence doesn't necessarily mean that I am not going to buy this property after the search, but it reinforces my confidence in buying something, and it makes me have an informed decision about what I want to buy. So what are the due diligence I need to do when I want to buy with a real estate company? One, I must ensure that the land I am buying from the real estate company is actually free from encumbrance. How? It's not under government acquisition. I must also see that there is a point of contract or an agreement or a deed between them and the landowning families. I must also request for, if it's a property, like if it's already a built-up property, I'll request for your not just your documents of title, but your approved building plans. Now, all this gives me peace that, okay, I'm dealing with people, that's document-wise concerning the property, it gives me peace that, okay, I'm dealing with people who understand their onions. Then on the flip side, I want to hear what is in the grapevine about this real estate company.
That's very important.
What are people saying about them? Then sometimes you get to see new people who are springing up. I want to know the face. You get to see real estate companies that are springing up. I want to know the face behind it. So the searches you want to do are the CAC search, which is this company. And
are they registered?
Are they registered? What's behind the company? So you want to find out, are they registered with CAC? Because, mind you, quite a number of them who are also registered with CAC.
I was going to say that.
So it's not just the fact that are they registered.
But the starting point should be that you must understand that they're incorporated.
Exactly. Yeah. So you want to know if they're incorporated. You want to know what the grapevine, the reviews are saying about them. Then good enough for negotiations. The new law, the Lasrera law that has been put in place to regulate activities of practitioners in this industry. So the law has been put in place to regulate the transactions and how people carry out transactions. So if you're a real estate company that is selling to people, you must be registered with Lasrera. So it becomes a regulatory authority government.
Okay, so what you're saying in essence is, as a potential buyer, you must ensure that the real estate company you're dealing with is registered with Lasrera. However, look at the case I just told you about. A big, recognized, a renowned real estate company failed to allocate to people that subscribed over 5 years. What has Lasrera have to do about that?
You're going to there's the dispute resolution aspect of that. So you get to make your complaint to Lasrera and inform them that this has happened. This happened. It seems they are oversubscribed and they have not given me the my allocation and my plots and all that. You make such complaints. So right now those laws are in place in Lagos for you to seek redress when you have such issues. However, on the other side of it, so you want to hear what the news, that's aside from the Lasrera, you want to hear what the news about this real estate company is. Now, one of the reasons why some real estate companies haven't even allocated properties is because some of them don't even know what they are buying from the supposedly land-owning families. So some of them are already buying a government-acquired land under the name of decision process.
Okay, hold your thought. We need to go on a short break. I really like that area that you went to, the issue of title. When we come back, we're going to talk about it. Please stay with us. We'll do for a short break. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody, and you're still watching Space and Style. Adaku Chibuike Ochinwa is still with us discussing how to buy properties from real estate companies. So before we went on the break, you were talking about title.
Yes. Okay, so you need to know if this person has the title to give to me. So sometimes, which is why I said, despite if you're buying from the homeowners or you're buying from a real estate company, you need to also be sure about the integrity of the property you want to purchase. So if I'm buying a land, I want to go and carry out a search. I have to carry out a search with lands. I have to bring in my professionals in real estate to do this for me. They have to carry out a search. They have to understand the agreement, the deed, whatever
between the
real estate company
and your money list that they bought from.
So you need to understand that. So you're carrying out your search. You want to be sure that the land they're selling to you is free from government acquisition. So a number of them get to buy properties that they believe is excision in process. And this is a big gamble most times.
When I see anything excision in process, I advise my client, run. But I think that is a topic on its own. Yes. We need to discuss that.
Yes, that would be under understanding titles. So here, where I'm going is, it's a very high risk investment. In essence, the land doesn't belong to you; it still belongs to the government. So how do you allocate land to people?
How do you give what you don't have?
You don't, exactly. So you can't give what you don't have. That's one side. Then the part of oversubscribing a particular Now, where the land is not under government acquisition, all the due diligence stuff has been done, oversubscribing, that is the part that turns into fraudulent activities. And that's where Lasfera comes in to assist Lagosians get back their monies from those people. Then even aside from that, you can also sue for fraudulent misrepresentation to collect your monies back. And what I would always advise clients, go for physical inspection of whatever you want to invest in. Go and see it yourself. Know that it is available. If you're outside the country, get a trusted real estate professional. Now, you know
Not a family member.
And a family member if you want to, but you must also get a third party whose opinion is not emotionally attached to your purchase. So you want to get your professionals, you want to get your lawyers to look into that transaction. And mind you, very sound real estate lawyers. You must get them to look into that transaction, have conversations with the real estate companies you want to.
What are the questions you should be asking them?
Like I said, what's the title they have over the land? What is the title they have over the land? Is it registered? If the title is not registered, is in the process of being registered? What are the documents that will be given to you? Yes, another thing you must also request for when you're paying them, because most times I know they offer this payment plan options.
There's sometimes 50% off.
Do you get?
Buy one, get one free.
Do you get? And they now offer you a payment plan option, which is one of the reasons why I think people always lean towards buying real estate from real estate companies, because they give you the opportunity to pay for a land 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And once you see such deals, you need to understand what the contract of sale is saying. So you need to get your own lawyer. So most times these real estate companies also provide services like deed of assignments and contract of sale. But you need an independent eyes to review it and explain the terms that are in that contract of sale for you. So sometimes their contract of sale has it that if you're going to withdraw from the deal, you're going to lose about 40% of the money you paid in.
But sometimes you get to pay before they even show you your contract of sale.
That's the thing. So you need to start learning to demand ahead, or even after you've made your first installment payment. For me, most times for clients, I demand ahead before we make payments. So if the real estate company is not interested in, so another challenge is because we have this, people need to be educated about their rights in real estate, whether you like it or not, because we have a lot of, my friend bought and there was no problem, so why will I have a problem? So most times I even have clients who are like, I'm not going to sign this. My lawyer said I shouldn't sign it. And they're like, why are you not signing? Everybody's signing. So you must know that. And most times, another thing people run away from is paying for legal services. And this often puts them into the dire need of facing this fallout they have with the real estate companies, because they feel it's quite expensive paying for real estate legal services. It gets them into these issues. So I'm looking over my lawyer is calling you, oh, my client is interested in this property. What are your contracts of sale? What are the documents of title you have on this land before he can go ahead to make payments? So they know that this person is a serious client. But most times, because we don't want to make that extra fees for legal services, we go ahead with the services of these real estate companies.
Adaku, unfortunately, we're out of time, but I think we have to take this conversation again. But quickly, to wrap up, how do you ensure that when you pay, you are allocated what your plot immediately? How do you do that?
Okay, so most times that happens when there's outright payments, and these conversations should happen before money is exchanged. You must have these conversations with them. You must make it legal, like you must have it written down. You can get your lawyers to write to them, okay, so my client is paying this, when will it be allocated? And have them respond to you in writing. And where this is not done, you know that's already a breach of contracts.
Okay, and that's a red flag that you're not dealing with the right company.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Adaku. And as I said, we need another session where we have to discuss understanding titles. And I hope you'll come again and discuss this.
I look forward to
I really
it.
enjoyed the conversation, and I hope people also did. So we have come to the end of the segment, and I believe that you have gained more knowledge and insight on what to do when you're dealing with real estate companies and avoid being victims of fraudulent transactions. And this takes us to the next segment of the show. So let's hear what our decorator is talking to us about this week.
My name is Dr. Maureen Kebasharu, CEO and Creative Director at Deria Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today we're going to talk about how to make a space look luxurious and without breaking a bank. All right, so I guess today we're going to talk about just tips on how to do that. So the first thing I want to talk about is the use of colors. So what are the luxurious colors? So we're going to talk about colors like white, grays, and most importantly, metallic colors. Bronze, gold, silvers, copper, and all that. So usually when you're going to combine these colors together, you're going to do it in a ratio 2:1. So you're going to use like the grays, the white, the blacks, the brown, and you're going to put in like one metallic color, like a gold, or you're going to use like a silver. So another thing you can do to get that feel is to ensure that your space is totally clutter-free. Right? So like that, we try to put in a lot of shelves that are very decorative and stylish shelves, in spaces. And we use natural materials. The use of natural materials in a space makes it look luxurious. So let's take a feature wall, for example. You can put stone on a feature wall, or you can do like wood, like a wooden panel on a wall, on a feature wall, or on any other wall for that matter. So the use of natural materials like stones, like wood, gives you that luxury feel that you want. Also, another thing you can do to get that luxurious feel in a space is the use of the right lighting. So we want to focus on ensuring you create the sense of space. So you don't want too much walls in your space. You don't want too much furniture in a space that you want to give that feel of luxury. So you want to, or you want to use a chandelier that is very dramatic. So use a beautiful, dramatic chandelier. So it can be maybe the one item that you're gonna spend a little bit on, then the pieces that you're going to put around, maybe the artifacts and the accessories that you're going to put around, the golds and the silvers, the butterflies, like metallic butterflies, you want to put in your recessed walls, and you want to put a light to focus on it, And also, another important thing to do in a space to make it feel like $1 million is actually the use of the right materials. So if you look at your furniture, for example, you want to use materials that are soft, to the skin. So we use suede materials, you want to use velvet materials, you want to use like 100% cotton materials in your space on furniture. And also you want to use furniture that are very easy to keep clean. You don't want furniture that will gather dust over time, because when you have furniture like that in your space over time, it makes the space look kind of tacky. So you want furniture that has surfaces that is very easy to clean in your space. So today, let me give you the tip to take away. So your space, if you want to make it feel like $1 million space, just change those throw pillows, and you can use a color. Like here we've got blues and we've got gold in it, that is leather, that gives a sense of luxury. And also you can have a really beautiful artwork, that looks expensive on your wall, and you put an accent light over it. So I hope you've been able to learn one or two things today. See you again next week. Bye.
Welcome back to the last segment of the show, the Artisan Spot, where we discuss with a highly skilled workman on the intricacies of his craftsmanship.
I started this carpentry business after I've been trained locally, and I also went for technical knowledge of it. When I was with my Oga, I started the training in 1987 precisely, and I finished by 1990. I still went to Technical for between 1990 to 1992. After 1992, I started this work at Origbo side, Osun State. I started with building of our local government by then, Orania North. So with one of the companies by then. After that one, I came to Lagos around 1993, 94. Well, as a poor boy born by poor parents, I don't have any option. Because after my secondary school, I intended to go further. But due to lack of funds, I have to embark on this one. And it's because of my background. That's why I learned this work. Our role on construction are so many. Number one, we have to do the phone work. We have to start the phone work again. We have to do the phone work. We have to stand the column if there is column there. We have to do the German floor. And after the German floor, then if there is decking, linted, after linted, then we do roof and so many other things when we are talking about construction. And it's not limited to building alone. You can also still do furniture in the house. You can construct bridge or drainage or any other thing that are related to carpentry, sir. It's my profession. A good carpenter must be at least have a elementary education level if you want to be a good carpenter, because when we are talking about carpentry work, it's also regard some calculation. And if you don't know anything about education, you can't calculate well. That's why you see so many carpenters, they can't work well, because their level of learning, or let me say the experience, is so low. If you want to be a good carpenter, at least for now, you must be a school start living student before you can become a very good carpenter. And it's also regard, because nowadays by the time we started our own around 90, nothing like a cutting machine or drilling machine or any other thing that we are using now. We mainly use hand by then. Because early can you see anywhere you can find machine. But now we have sewing machine, planing machine, cutting machine, and any other thing that you can talk of that is so available to make the work more easier than where we started by 1990. Number one must be physically fit if you want to do carpentry. A sickler cannot do this work because it requires energy. And anyone that requires energy, a physical person needs to do it. So if you want to be a good carpenter, you have to be fit. There are many challenges. If I'm going to go with my own experience, there are many challenges. At times, if you don't do the work properly, it can bring challenges. If you work with a dubious person that will not pay you your right money or your agreed amount before you started the work, that's another challenge. But the most challenges is that in terms of fund, because if you want to establish this work very well, you want to do carpentry work, and you want to establish it requires a lot of money. So you have to buy some machine, some equipment before you can start it. But this one we are doing now is just a locally work, just to find what you are going to eat. But if you want to establish full carpentry work, to say you will consult door, you will consult lintel, you will consult this, you will consult that, it requires a lot of money. So you can say fund is one of the challenges. So far, I don't have money to buy all those equipment. I am enjoying this site work now. They call me for limited. I will come and do that one for them. They call me for standing column. I will come and do that one for them. They call me for slabbing or decking. I come to do it for them. Or they call me for roofing or any repair, sir, or drainage construction.
Encourage young people to do this job.
I say it's a lucrative job. It brings money. It's a lucrative job. It's bring money. If you are so faithful to the work, it's bringing money. Because by the grace of God, I build out, buy cars, so it's a lucrative job.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I did. I am Olamide Onifade, and thank you so much for watching. Until I see you again next week, this is Face and Style.
World Day Against Child Labour, held annually on June 12, is an international day to raise awareness and prompt action to stop child labour in all its forms. The International Labour Organization launched the first World Day Against Child Labour in 2002 as a way to highlight the plight of these children. The day is intended to serve as a catalyst for the growing worldwide movement against child labour and provide an opportunity to gain support from governments, civil society, schools, youth and women's groups, as well as the media in the campaign against child labour. Child labour is the employment of children in any work that deprives children of their childhood, interferes with their ability to attend regular school, and that is mentally, physically, socially, or morally dangerous and harmful. Therefore, the day seeks to alert the public to the fact that many children are forced to work every day when they should be in school to learn and to build a better future for themselves and their families. The World Day Against Child Labour aims to promote the rights of all children to be protected from child exploitation and other violations of their fundamental human rights, as well as combat all types of child labour. Child labour is rampant in many developing countries. Even in industrialized nations, many children are forced to work. According to figures available on the United Nations website, approximately 152 million children have been pushed into child labour. Out of the 152 million, around 72 million are involved in hazardous work. The data also reveals that around 48% victims of child labour are aged between 5 to 11 years old, 28% are aged between 12 to 14 years old, and the remaining 24% fall in the 15 to 17 years bracket. This year's World Day Against Child Labour focuses on action taken for the 2021 International Year for the Elimination of Child Labour, and will also focus on efforts to drive progress during the International Year, with a week of action raising the voices of International Labour Organization constituents and the many partners engaged in the struggle against child labour in all regions of the world.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Following a viral video of a woman simply identified as Fatima, who was allegedly murdered in cold blood by elements suspected to be IPOB members, the presidency today warned against any knee-jerk reactions, panic, disruption of lives and livelihoods, or even retaliatory violence. In the video, the pregnant woman was seen with 4 children in the pool of their own blood at Isulo, Urumba North, local government area of Anambra State. The presidency said it was investigating the viral videos of the alleged killings of non-indigents by the Eastern Security Network and its outlet group, IPOB. Meanwhile, the Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has condemned the reported killing of a pregnant woman and her children by some yet-to-be-identified gunmen. The victims, Arira Jibril and her children, were returning to their home when gunmen ambushed them in a community in Urumba North, local government area of the state. The governor described the killing as unacceptable, promising that the perpetrators will be fished out and dealt with according to the law. Soludo further reassures all Nigerians living or doing business in Anambra State of the resolve of the government to ensure adequate protection of their lives and properties at all times. Moving on, family members of the Kaduna train attack have raised concern over threat by the terrorists to kill the victims if the federal government fails to yield to their demands after 7 days. The devastated relatives of the abductees said the terrorists have spoken to them directly and are demanding the release of their 8 children being held by the federal government in Adamawa State before they will release the 61 abducted train passengers. They, however, appealed to President Muhammad Buhari to order for the immediate release of the children to the terrorists so as to secure the release of their loved ones who have been in captivity for 59 days. The federal government has said it will spend about 34 billion naira on the ongoing payment of minimum wage, consequential adjustment to education sector workers with effect from 2019. The beneficiaries include the members of ASU and their counterparts in the polytechnics and colleges of education. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, disclosed this while responding to questions from Labour correspondents in Abuja on the prolonged ASU strike. According to Ngige, the universities will get 23.5 billion naira, the polytechnics 6 billion naira, and the colleges of education 4 billion naira, totaling about 34 billion naira. Regarding the ASU strike, the minister said the committee set up during the last tripartite plus meeting of the government and university-based unions were given a fortnight to turn in the reports, and they were still working. Now, as Nigeria prepares for another round of elections in 2023, citizens have continued to express the views on what their expectations are. That's on Street Views.
Well, basically, at the moment, the situation in town, the situation of the country determines the wave of how an election goes. The government of the day are so much messed up, and even the blind and the deaf in the society can tell. So for 2023, I believe that it's going to be about the corporate need of the society beyond individualisms. Because if we don't get it right this time as a corporate society, we cannot get it out again. So basically, the performance of the present government will determine the result of this 2023 election.
Hopefully, I'm expecting the power to change from the ruling party to the other party, which is PDP, because I think every part of everywhere corner of the country, they are tired of the ruling party, which is the APC, because instead of things to like being stabilized in a way, it's getting so hard for people so people can't bear it anymore. That's my views on it.
Yes, we've been hearing that too, but people are tired of suffering. So I believe people will come out to vote for their choice. that will really make peace. Because imposing people on party members have always brought menace to our society. When people vote for their right choice and the right choice wins, it brings peace to the world. So I believe at this election, people will vote for their right choice.
Moving to other parts of Africa, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his message to mark the Africa Day, says Africa is a home of hope, citing the continent's growing and vibrant youth population. Africa Day is the annual commemoration of the foundation of the Organization of African Unity, marked on the 25th of May.
It's Africa Day, a day set aside to commemorate the anniversary of the signing of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, on May 25, 1963. Since then, the commemoration of the historic day has served as an opportunity to promote cooperation between African peoples. This year, the day coincides with the African Union Extraordinary Summit in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. A handful of African heads of state, including current chair of the African Union, Senegalese President Macky Sall, are taking part in the summit. But as leaders meet in Malabo, the Office of the African Union Youth Envoy says it wants to encourage African youths on the continent and in the diaspora to support and promote positive social change and concrete action for Africa's development. For now, Africa celebrates the socio-economic achievements of the continent, while the AU theme for the year, strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security, continues to be.
And outside Africa, residents were left reeling in horror and grief after a teenage gunman murdered at least 19 children and 2 teachers in a Texas elementary school, the latest bout of gun-filled mass killing in the United States and the nation's worst school shooting in nearly a decade. Family members gathered at a civic center with some crying and praying while waiting to hear further updates from the authorities.
It's really hard to see what happened today here as a grandma. Yeah, it is very hard. I can't imagine going through that with one of my grandkids. My heart is broken for the parents here in Uvalde. It's never thought something like this would happen in a small town and friendly as Uvalde, where we know each other, and it's been a very bad, tragic.
Yes, I do, but the NIBS have not been released, so I don't know which ones lost their children. And I know most of the folks here in Uvalde because I used to be a city councilman, former city councilman. So I know most of them, and they're good people, good folks, and my heart goes out to them, condolences to them too, and very sad day for Uvalde.
Yeah,
not only today, but the days to come.
Moving on to business, for Nigeria to go fair with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, there is the need for a central registration in order to have an exit point for products coming from the country. This was the position of the former Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mine and Agriculture, John Isemede, on the sidelines of a town hall meeting for beauty products and manufacturers. Justice Academy has more.
The global market size of cosmetics industry is projected to reach $463.5 billion by 2027, resulting in a compound annual growth rate of 5.3% from 2021 to 2027. With so much potentials in the sector, how far is Nigeria playing in it? At this town hall meeting, the essence is to break the barriers of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises in the industry for enhanced production capacity, sales and export in the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and beyond. UNIDO consultant and former NASIMA DG, John Isemede, speaks of lack of communication and coordination as players are operating in silos. In his presentation, business promoter Kolawe says, with the current economic situation, MSMEs contribute over 50% of employment generation in the country. He speaks on the essence of the workshop and how players can penetrate not just within the local market, but internationally.
The situation we have found ourselves, for us to fly, looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade, there must be a central registration so that we have an exit point. This is product coming from Nigeria.
Actual implementation of AFCTA in Nigeria has not taken place, and that's why we want to take advantage of it. Preparing the people, preparing the companies, preparing the product for the AFCTA. We're also going to leverage on our support and our relationship with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We'll be working with them to ensure that cosmetics products are mainstream into those markets through the export trade houses. So we're not working as an individual, we're working in collaboration with a lot of government agencies. The missing link is that structure process that encapsulates from the beginning to the end.
Some of the local cosmetic manufacturers believe that players have what it takes to compete internationally, while urging that Nigerians make the most of the natural resources abound. They also talk of ways government can support in terms of incentives.
We have what it takes. We have the natural resources in abundance. And there's so many other countries around us taking advantage of that. We are not. We should be the home for cosmetics.
Nigeria has over 50 million MSMEs, and less than 2% constitutes the medium and large industry. Above all, the need to leverage on this booming sector cannot be overemphasized. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And in entertainment, Prince Harry and Meghan wax figures rejoined the British royal family at Madame Tussauds, London today, with a week to go until Queen Elizabeth Platinum Jubilee, marking a 70-year reign. The family have been given a black tie makeover, with the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall, Prince Charles and Camilla standing on either side of the Queen, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, Prince William and Catherine on our left, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Prince Harry and Meghan to her right. The real-life Harry and Meghan are due to fly into the United Kingdom for the Platinum Jubilee celebration. It will be the first time the couple have returned to England to be with their family since quitting the royal household in March 2020. Moving on to sports, Sport Minister Nadine Dorries says the British government has issued a license that permits the sale of Chelsea to a consortium led by Los Angeles Dodgers part owner Todd Boehly and backed by Clear Lake Capital. On Tuesday, the consortium, which agreed terms to acquire Chelsea for £4.25 billion earlier this month, passed the Premier League owners and directors test.
And I'm glad that YouTube has already answered this call and done so. But in football, I agree with him, and we have tolerated the investment of Russian kleptocrats for far too long. And yesterday's announcements show that I think that we have reached a turning point. We need to make sure that football clubs remain viable. That is an important point, that they remain viable.
That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Visit our website at www.plustvafrica.com and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Top political presidential contenders for 2023 general elections. First, we have Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Focus on issues and be ready to serve Nigeria. It's all about service.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a Nigerian and a founding member of the All Progressives Congress. He served as the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007 and earlier as senator for Lagos West in the Third Republic. Tinubu became an activist campaigning for the return of democracy as part of the National Democratic Coalition Movement, NADECO. He returned after Abacha's death in 1998 and the beginning of the transition to the Fourth Republic. His terms as the governor of Lagos State have been marked as attempts at modernizing the city. After his term, Tinubu has retained his status as one of Nigeria's most influential politicians, as his allies often filled high offices. On the 10th of January 2022, Tinubu announced his intention to run for the position of president in the 2023 general elections. Another candidate is Rotimi Amechi.
I will cause the amendment of the Constitution working with the National Assembly so that